Oh, cool. Oh, yeah. You swap. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Should I go? Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Is everyone ready to get started? All right. Awesome. Well, welcome everyone to the USA Jigsaw Nationals team competition. Really quick note before we get started, someone bought a new puzzle yesterday and left it sitting around. So if that happened to you and you can't find it, let us know. We've got it nice and safe and sound. You'll have to tell us what puzzle it is to make sure it's yours. All right, so let's see here. So I first of all want to say thank you again to our sponsors, our big sponsors. So first of all, Completing the Puzzle, who is responsible for all the live streaming. Let's give them a really big round of applause. They're an awesome puzzle subscription service that is very environmentally friendly because you're reusing puzzles and you get new puzzles from different manufacturers all the time, so make sure to check them out. And then another thank you to another very big sponsor who is providing all of the puzzles and trophies and medals and all the things I listed off yesterday. There's a lot. Thank you to Ravensburger. If any of you notice, they actually do have a team competing over there. Raise your hands, guys. Yeah. They're not actually eligible to win, so don't worry. But they will be puzzling along. And actually also Diarn, the president of the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association, is on their team. Woo woo! All right, I'm going to make the rest of this as quick as we can so we can get puzzling. So before we get started, we're going to run through the rules. So there are teams of 3 and 4 allowed, so if you have 3, you're fine, but 4 is usually better. The contest is going to last for 5.5 hours, so 3:30 will be the end. There will be no scheduled break, so a break is on your own time. If you have to go to the restroom, hopefully your teammates can take care of things for you while you're gone. And the timer will be running continuously. The puzzles will be assembled in a set order. So we want everyone to do them in the same order so that everyone can compare against each other later on, which is fun. And also, so when you hear screams and stuff like that, you're not like, did they finish the 1,500? Did they finish 1,000? You have a better idea of where you're standing. So in order to make that happen, we have 2 sets of bags on your tables. Don't open them. There's a small bag with 1 puzzle, and there's a larger bag with 2 puzzles in there. So everyone go ahead and hold up, don't open, your small bag. That's going to be your very first 1,000-piece puzzle. That's the puzzle that you're going to start with. The other bag, go ahead and put that under your table or next to your table, wherever you'd like it to go. So that small bag, when we do say go, that first small bag is the one that you'll open. You won't see anything until, you won't be able to look at the puzzle until we say go. So like I said, the first bag is 1,000-piece. The second bag is 1,000-piece and a 1,500-piece. When you open your second bag, which I'll get to in a second, you'll start with the 1,000-piece. So you're going to do 2 1,000 pieces and then the 1,500-piece. Okay? So let's see here. Okay, so once you complete a puzzle, everyone's hands have to be off the puzzle. I want to make sure no one's like getting that last piece in because we've seen it happen before. So everyone's hands go up if you're done with a puzzle, okay? It'll make it nice and easy for our volunteers to know that you're done too. But as you're getting close to done, do go ahead and someone on your team raise a hand so that the volunteers know that you're getting close. They're going to be wandering around, keeping an eye out, but just in case, it's good to make sure that they kind of have a heads up. So they're in all the yellow vests. Let's give a quick round of applause for our volunteers. They have been amazing. They've made everything so much easier. Thank you, guys. So once you complete a puzzle, one of those volunteers in the yellow vest has to check your puzzle for completion and mark your time. Once they tell you that you can, they've got you down, then you can start disassembling your first puzzle and open your next bag and start the second 1,000 piecer. And the same thing will be true for the 1,500 piece. They need to mark you down as done before you can disassemble. You may disassemble and open the next bag and puzzle at the same time. So let's see here, same. As you get, volunteers will record your times from this timer here. You can have timers on your table, that's totally fine, but this is the official time, so that's what they'll be recording from. Okay, if you can't find your last piece when you're ready to finish, there's a 10-second penalty for a lost piece. So basically, if you get to the point where you're like, oh shoot, that piece is definitely missing, say so early. Say, hey, I think we're missing a piece, and after 10 seconds, they'll stop the timer. So if that happens, say something early, there will be a 10-second delay, and then your time will stop. If you find it sooner, they'll stop it sooner. At the end of the 5.5 hours, we're gonna yell hands up, and the competition will be over. Everyone's hands need to come off the puzzles, kind of step back from your table. If you haven't finished by then, which may happen, wait for a photographer to come and photograph your table. They actually use photographic evidence for worlds between a few tables. So make sure you get that photo in there. And then volunteers will come over. Clusters of 3 or more pieces count towards your assembled total. Anything 2 pieces or under is leftover pieces. Once they've got your clusters figured out, they'll have you put everything else in piles of 10. Makes it a lot easier to count. We learned a lot about that at Worlds because we had a lot of leftover pieces for all the puzzles. So let's see here. Okay, everyone, each team may have up to 4 trays of 16.5 inch by 23 3/8 inch to be exact, which is an A2 size. This one we've gotten some questions about. Every team needs to keep their tablecloth on their table, and they need to keep their poster board on their table. Here's why. Not all of these tables are made alike underneath those cloths. They're in rough shape. So that's why you have cloths and poster boards. So please keep those on to keep the competition fair for everyone. All right, and the last thing, just so that you know, the countdown will go like this. We'll start at 5. We'll count all the way down to 0 and then say go, and then everyone can open. So, sound good to everyone? Yeah? Everyone ready to go? I'm just as nervous as you guys are. All right. Are you ready down there? Everyone ready? Okay. All right, we're gonna start from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Thank you, Allie, for that kickoff. And they're unwrapping the puzzles right now, and I want to thank you for watching the live stream of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association's National Championships right here in San Diego. We're at the Hilton Mission Valley, and this is going to be the first ever in-person National Jigsaw Puzzle competition in many years, and it'll be the first of many consecutive years now thanks to the newly formed USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. In fact, I have one of the co-founders, Valerie Coit, here to talk about what is going on right now at the very start of the team competition.
Yeah, it's dramatic because somebody leaned against the wall and turned the lights off for part of the crew. So, just throwing in a few extra bits of fun for our competitors. Yeah, can you do it in the dark? We're just going to make it more interesting for folks. Yeah, so I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much, Jeff and Brian. Yeah, we're super excited. This is the first U.S. National Championships that's happened in the United States, I think, since the 90s. So the USAJPA has kind of brought it back to life. And we're just so excited to see all these teams here today. There's 33 teams of 4. They're doing 3 puzzles, 1,000 piece, followed by a second 1,000 piece, followed by a 1,500. We're kind of going off of the old World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship model, and that they always used to do these big 8-hour marathons. So we were really excited to push our puzzlers and challenge them and make them really, really work hard today. So they're doing 3,500 pieces in a day. It's going to be interesting.
And this team competition is 5.5 hours, and we're going to see how many teams can actually finish their puzzle in the 5.5. And then Allie mentioned that there would be a counting of the partially assembled puzzles then to determine other places if the to round out at least the top 6 and to try to get a ranking for everybody as far as where they finished in the competition today. And that will maybe go towards their rankings for the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. We'll hear more about that.
More about that. Yeah, it's a little tricky with teams. We don't usually do rankings for those folks. We do them for the individuals. Because the teams are so fluid. We've got so many teams here who have competed as different configurations. So it's a little harder to do ranking on those. But, they'll still have bragging rights. So.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. And the pairs and individual competitions are tomorrow. Today is the team competition marathon. And also here on the dais, if we can call it that, I do want to, and I should have mentioned it at the beginning, is Brian Thomas, and he is from our live stream sponsoring company, Completing the Puzzle. Brian, so great to have you here with us as well.
Thanks for having me, Jeff. I got a question for you.
Yes.
What do you do when you complete a puzzle?
It goes back in the box, and I think it goes on the top shelf in the closet along with all of the others, where it probably collects dust for years.
And you find it when you sell your home.
Yes, and exactly. All these puzzles piled up, exactly.
And it's probably missing some pieces, and then it goes in the garbage.
Right.
So with completing the puzzle, our goal is to solve that problem. We rent jigsaw puzzles. So you sign up for our service, and we send you a surprise puzzle based on your preferences, level, difficulty level, and we also have a wish list where you can like puzzles, and if that puzzle is available, we send it to you.
That is awesome. So it is a subscription service then, and it's Allie alluded to it at the beginning about very environmentally friendly. Tell us about that one.
With every order, we actually plant a tree. So our goal is to kind of give back to the community. And the puzzle themselves, we actually get 10 to 11 uses out of each puzzle. So if someone rents it from us, they do it, send it back, we clean it. We have a proprietary system with a bunch of fans, UV lights, and HEPA filters, so the puzzles are guaranteed to be fresh. And so for the next person, they get a fresh puzzle today.
And you also have the return mail packaging and all of that?
We do. I actually have one with me.
I'll hold this.
So this is what you get. This is actually a mailer made out of cornstarch. And inside it you get a laminated legend and the puzzle. We put the puzzle in these reusable bags and with a QR code in the back where you can scan it and you can get a digital copy of the legend. Pretty wild.
Excellent. And as I mentioned, Completing the Puzzle is our live stream sponsor. Brian's partner in the company is Elenia Carter, Cater, and we are going to talk to Elenia a little later, as well as you again. But we wanted to get you here at the top of the live stream to just welcome you to the broadcast and thank you in person for sponsoring the live stream.
I was just going to say, I can't believe we haven't shown the live stream of the puzzle yet, so we should probably do that. So the first puzzle that they're working on it's a Ravensburger 1,000 piece. It was designed by Nathaniel Mortensen. It's a beautiful, beautiful puzzle. You can see it there on camera. It's called, I think, what's it called? Magical mushrooms? Something, yeah. It's like magnificent mushrooms. And we chose this one first because it's probably the easiest of the three. It's got some really clear color blocked areas, so I anticipate probably in about an hour we're going to see some teams getting finished with this first one. And we're going to try throughout the live stream to kind of highlight some of the top teams and keep a really close eye on them so people on the live stream can see them finishing and watch them do their thing. Yeah.
So you said you were expecting about an hour for this first one, and then the second puzzle is going to be a little more challenging. Maybe the colors aren't going to be quite so, dynamic and where it's going to be so obvious. Tell us about that.
Yeah, I would say the second one's going to be a bit more challenging. It's a bit more of a jumble, I would say. This one it's more of a collage, so you've got some really clear delineated sections. So it'll be interesting. We did try to kind of create a mix so that it wouldn't just be, one kind of puzzle. So some teams have their strengths. So some teams do really good with the jumble. Some teams like the landscape where they have, big color blocks that are similar because they maybe are more into the shape and they like to sort by shape or something like that. So every team has their strengths. So I think today everybody's going to get tested in one way or the other. I always love to see the reaction and hear what people like, oh no, when they they open something. So it's going to be really exciting to see how they react to the different puzzles.
So as having been a competitor, Valerie, of course, so they've just opened a 1,000-piece puzzle. They, ripped the plastic off, dumping it out. So what is the first thing that these teams are doing now to really get squared away and off and running?
Yeah, so usually teams will immediately dump out all the pieces. However, that's not always the case. Some teams like to keep it in the box and sort, really specific sort. So some of them are maybe going to sort, by light colors. Some of them might just pull the edge, and then just kind of everybody says, oh, I'll grab this, I'll grab that, and they grab the pieces they need and just start putting it together. Everybody has different strategies. Our team likes to sort, but we argue about it a lot. Because I am one of these that's like, I feel like the sort is just, it takes too long, and I'm like, I just want to start building. But there's a lot to be said about doing a really good sort at the beginning, because it kind of sets you up for success later on. So it'll be interesting to see how different teams approach it.
And on that note, Valerie, I think probably all of our teams today have 4. They can compete with 3 in case somebody got lost at the airport or whatever. They're at the beach surfing instead of here. It's San Diego. And
Puzzlers don't surf, Jeff.
Okay, just check.
I'm kidding. I'm pretty bored, but yeah.
Good.
I would say we're more indoor cats in general.
I understand. So what I was wondering is, do some of the teams that the people have set duties, like maybe sorting one person sort edge, one another colors, and then the other two will start piecing it together?
That is a great question. Yeah, I think the best teams are the ones that have figured out who excels at what. So our team, I think one of the biggest advantages I have with my team when we compete is we've been doing this for 20 some years. And so over that time, it becomes like shorthand. You know what each other is good at. You know how to communicate with each other well. And, today, actually looking around, there are a lot of teams that have done this a lot virtually, or, they've done contests on their own, but they're coming together for the first time as a team. And that presents some challenges because you don't always know what everybody's comfortable with or what works best for them. The biggest thing our team always jokes about is you develop a comfort level where you can kind of be on top of each other without constantly saying, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry. So our team we don't care about that stuff
That's
anymore.
wasted time and wasted
That is
breath.
exactly, that is wasted time. So, it helps to have that comfort level. And just have those roles sorted out. But yeah, I would say every team knows like who their fast sorter is, who's best at maybe getting the edge together quickly. Who are those people that are just really good if you hand them a pile of red pieces, or they can just put that pile together quickly and get it in. But people have different ways of doing puzzles, and sometimes you can butt heads a little too. So you do have to line up with people that you can work well together with. We have like all these little rules on our team, like you can't put pieces on top of the completed puzzle because they kind of get lost to your eye and you can't see them. So if somebody is a stacker or they like to hold like 10 pieces in their hand, that's a big no-no. Like, nope, you got to have those out so everybody can grab them. So we have little rules like that, and everybody has their idiosyncrasies of how they like to do puzzles. So you kind of got to work that out as a team.
Thank you, and that's Valerie Coit. She is, by the way, one of the co-founders of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association, and they're hosting this organization's first ever national championships right here in San Diego. As I mentioned, we're at the Hilton in Mission Valley, and we've got 33 teams of 4 people in the early stages of their marathon competition. They're all working on their first 1,000-piece puzzle, a Ravensburger puzzle. Of course, all 3 are today a Ravensburger. They've donated all the puzzles for the competition, so the 2 competitions tomorrow as well, the pairs and the individual. And you're going to be competing in the pairs tomorrow. Is that right, Brian?
We bowed out.
Okay.
I would bring the team down. I am very scared. I'm very intimidated. I saw you practicing last night and I bowed out. I knew we couldn't compete. No, we're very happy to watch.
Actually, that does bring up something I do want to emphasize, that we have a lot of folks here that it isn't a sport for them, that they're more into casual puzzling. So we are very welcoming to all skill levels. There's going to maybe be folks here who don't even finish the first 1,000-piece puzzle because they are just more used to spending a week with it on their dining table and not doing it super fast. Well, okay. But yeah, I would say, I tell people all the time, don't be intimidated. Just try it. If anything, it's just really fun to be in a room with a bunch of other people who love puzzles and are all like super excited to be doing them together. So, yeah.
And they certainly are. There are big cheers at the very beginning here, so everyone is very enthusiastic. Even the spectators you can see kind of standing around on the edges and watching, maybe friends and family members. And I know there are teams that do have family members, mother, daughters, I'm sure, siblings and things like that. If folks want to get more information about the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association, maybe joining or volunteering, we have volunteers here, of course, that are roaming the floor and making sure all the rules are being followed on the tables. And of course, they're really there to record the finishing times of everyone, so we know who the winners are and what place everyone is in. But contact at usajigsaw.org is the best place to get more information if you actually want to ask a question. Of course, you've got a big Facebook group as well.
Yeah, we actually started as a Facebook group. Not to put an advertisement out there for Facebook, but it was like just a really good way to try to find out who would be interested in an association, because you can't really just launch something overnight and then expect like, oh, you're going to have a bunch of members, So we had to go out there, kind of, try to find other folks who are similarly minded with wanting to be a part of this organization. And I think we got at least like a few hundred people following on Facebook before we really launched the group officially. But yeah, we started out in 2020, and now we have like 460 members or something like that. So we feel pretty good about that, considering we've only been accepting members for a little over a year, actually. We started accepting members, I think, in November of 2020. So we're a pretty young organization. There's only 4 of us board members currently. Jonathan Clough was a founding board member, and then he went off and formed speedpuzzling.com and got pretty busy with that, which we were like, hey, you do that because this is awesome. He's kind of introducing a lot of people to speed puzzling through monthly virtual contests, and it just helps us, and so we still partner with Jonathan quite a bit. But yeah, it's myself, Valerie Coit, and then my fellow board members are Faith Lindell Taylor, she's from Atlanta, Georgia, and Tammy McLeod from Los Angeles, and Ali Krasny, who's from San Diego here. So we're kind of from all over, and yeah, we're just super excited. But we're all volunteers, so we all have day jobs. And sometimes I'm like, why do we have day jobs? Because this is starting to feel like a full-time job, but we love it, and this is 9 months of work to get this all happening this weekend, and we're just so excited that so many people are here.
So membership for USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association is just $15 a year. It includes bi-monthly jigsaw puzzle competitions, social puzzling events. You get priority registration for events. You can even earn a USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association ranking, and the website is usajigsaw.org, and you can click on the membership tab to get more details. And of course, you can connect with other puzzlers, as Valerie was saying as well, through the organization. We also have a few other sponsors I would like to mention here. And
Yeah, so we have a lot of sponsors that came forward. I mean, we started this as like, it's just a contest, and now it's turned into like a convention. And it's like a full weekend of activities and pass holders, and it's really grown. But a lot of that is because of the sponsors. Like, we had a wish list at the start of this, and we were like, okay, well, on the wish list would be a sweet swag bag for all the pass holders. Done. Like, puzzle companies just came through. We had Cobble Hill donated timers, and Ebu donated puzzles, and Artifact Puzzles makes wooden puzzles. They donated a wooden puzzle for every single pass holder, which is 250 people. Crazy. Wooden puzzles are, if you're not familiar, I mean, they last forever because they literally are indestructible, and they're probably like $50, $60 puzzles each. Yeah, so, not a small thing for them to donate one for every pass holder. So those are some of the top sponsors. We also have Masterpieces. They came through and were like, what can we provide? And we were like, well, we'd love to give raffle prizes. They've donated over 100 puzzles to just give away this weekend to who, we've basically got a giant raffle wheel. We announce raffle winners periodically throughout the weekend, and they get to go pick a puzzle from a table. So much stuff. Zacco Puzzle Boards, they donated puzzle boards for all the competition winners as well as raffle winners. So we've just gotten such great sponsor support, and it's just made all of our dreams come true. Live stream, we thought that was a pipe dream, and then Completing the Puzzle came along and was like, what can we do? We were like, do you want to sponsor a live stream?
yeah, tell us about that.
We didn't quite know what we were signing up for. But about 2 years ago, one of your volunteers reached out to us, Sarah Schuler. Sarah does puzzles, and we did a collaboration, and then kind of fell off the wayside, and we reconnected. And we were like, yeah, what can we do? And you said live stream. We said, okay, and then turned into this, but it worked out very well. But yeah, it's a lot. I could see why you didn't want to do it. What were you saying?
And now you're going to be a YouTube star, Brian. So in addition to Completing the Puzzle, now you've achieved puzzle stardom today. We're just so grateful. All the sponsors have been just fantastic. A couple others I'll just mention. We've got Puzzle Co. donated prizes. Puzzle Twist helped us with designing a custom speedrun puzzle that was launched last night. It's just fantastic. We've had so much great support. Jeff, you're one of our sponsors with Jeff Whittle Fitness as well. And Jeff isn't going to brag here, but he's a personal trainer. And he is going to do a strength and stretch session tomorrow for all of our exhausted puzzlers who are going to need some serious neck and shoulder work tomorrow. So can you tell us about that?
You bet. Thank you, Valerie. So, we're calling it Stretch and Strengthen. And we know that 5.5 hours, especially for the folks in the team competition, they're, bent over, not good for the upper back, for the neck, for the shoulders. So we'll be doing stretching for that all the way through the low back. We'll be got a little core work because we like to do that. So strengthen. So there will be exercises for those body parts, and we'll also be stretching. And of course, we start with a warm up. Always starting with the warm up, and we'll do some strength, and then we'll do stretching at the end as well. And hopefully, everyone will be feeling better. The people that aren't competing today but are competing tomorrow, hopefully we'll just get them warmed up so they won't have stiffness and thing, the next day. But so for the people that are competing both days, it'll be kind of an in-between. Recover from today, prep for Sunday. So thank you for that. And I just leading it. No one's going to have, we're not going to have weights. No one's really going to have to get on the floor. I kind of designed the half-hour program so we can all do it standing comfortably. I normally train adults 50 plus. All of my clients right now are 50 plus, going into their late 70s. So we work on balance and strengthening the legs specifically so they can climb stairs, carry groceries into the house, get in and out of the car, get up and down off the sofa, things that folks have trouble with much, later in life, and help keeping them strong so they're more mobile and have a better quality of life. So I've been a radio announcer for many years, and that's one reason why I was asked to do this, and living here in San Diego and a relationship with Allie, but I've been training on the side for about 7 years, and now I'm actually doing that full-time and only dabbling in radio a little bit and other broadcasting. So I'm glad to be here, and I'm giving away for raffle prizes some free training sessions as well, a couple of 3-packs, including one just for the live stream. In fact, I wanted to mention that some prizes are just for folks on the live stream, and we'll announce how they can get entered for those. And then, of course, in-person folks here are going to be eligible for prizes as well.
Yeah, to enter the live stream raffle contest, there's a link in the description on the YouTube channel. So people just click on that link, and then it'll take you to a Google form where you can enter your name. And then we'll be announcing those raffle winners periodically during the live streams. So, and you're going to get puzzle stuff, people. So be ready. You're not going to get a gift certificate for Applebee's. You're going to get puzzle stuff. So be prepared. I wanted to ask you, when you were talking about the fitness piece, I'm not a good person to ask because I have not stayed in shape the last few years during the pandemic. I will be the first to admit. What would you recommend for puzzlers? Because I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing some people are standing, some people are hunched in what looks like a very unhealthy manner.
You're right. And it is, unfortunately, it's kind of the nature of the beast to do this. It would be, to sit up straight and to, try to do the proper form would really cut into your time. So I think, unfortunately, they're just going to have to bite the bullet, do the bad posture, but then really thinking about straightening up and being upright. So the chest is actually one of these muscles. We have muscles, phasic and tonic. Some actually get tight on their own if we don't exercise or stretch, and some get weak on their own. And unfortunately, that can pull us into bad posture. So the chest is a muscle that gets tight on its own. The back gets... He is. Yeah, when we talk about pecs there, we got Mr. Pecs over here. Good job. But the chest gets... Yeah. And then so if the chest gets tight, the back gets loose, that kind of pulls you into a hunched over position. And you see so many people these days that way. So we want to counteract that, stretching the chest, opening it up, pulling the shoulders back, which requires pinching the shoulder blades together here. Pinch them together. Yeah, exactly. So we want the scapular retraction. And so we're pulling the shoulder blades together and down. That opens up the chest and gets us nice there. And it helps strengthen the back because we're just pinching those muscles there. So we have a better posture. We look more attractive because we're up. We're not like this, looking premature old or just tired or whatever. So that's a big one. So stretching these and then muscle exercises to strengthen on the back. And we can. Okay, great. Oh, good. We'll do that. So strengthening the back, of course, we'll be doing those tomorrow. But exercises like pulling those shoulder blades down and together lifts the arms up. It's like a teeter-totter. When one side goes down, the other goes up. So we pull those down and up and come up.
I'm already feeling relaxed.
Good, good. And we get a little stretch, like the front of the shoulders, the front deltoid, the pec minor up high, and then the pec major down there. These will all get tight. Up here, we can do the clasp hands behind the back.
Okay.
And then straighten the elbows, straighten the arms, and raise them up a little bit.
I'm tight.
You can see.
Too much puzzling.
That's right. There you go. Okay. Well, we'll get you loosened, and we want to see you at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning for the stretch and strength session here. Okay, great. All right, and I want to welcome to the dais Ali Krasny, one of the co-founders of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. And Ali, tell us what's going on out there on the floor right now.
Hello, thank you so much for having me come join you guys. So right now, the teams are just really kind of diving into the first puzzle. I think they're figuring out how to sort. They're, I think a good chunk of the teams have their edges done already. I don't. I'm like, I should have taken a better report before coming over. I don't know that yet, but I know we've got our eye on a few different teams. Jigsaw Junkies is a really big one because they were the third place in the World Championship. We know also, I'm trying to remember some of the fast teams if we have that. Thank you. So actually so Team No Snacks, which has E.B. Karen, Dan, Sarah Schuler, and Robin DeCare is actually looking like a really fast team. Warren Peace with Yvonne, Lindsay, Alyssa, and Kevin. We also, the Jig Squad, which has Karen Kvet, or Karen Puzzles, as people know her, and her sister, and then one of our co-founders, Jonathan Clough, he from speedpuzzling.com, and his daughter, they're on a team, and really this whole list with Andrea Kyle, Don Rasmussen, Charity, Mary Christensen is a super fast team, and Flor Check, which is the Figura family. Those are all ones to look for. So we're looking at those. And an interesting little tidbit out there right now where we have a little bit of, we're doing some checking on the size of the sorting trays. So the very dramatic. So each team can have up to 4 sorting trays. They are in an A2 size. This is a world requirement, so we went with their sizing, but it's 16.5 by 23 and 3/8 inch boards. So it looks like there may be some boards that are questionable size, so we're having to check on that right now. So that's kind of the biggest thing we're doing. So yeah,
A little drama going on. I like
a little drama, as puzzle drama goes. Yeah.
So we had a team name change. Valerie informed us of this morning. So there's table 12. Yippee-ki-yay, Mother Puzzlers.
That's a great name. Some of these names are really awesome.
Puzzlers on the Edge.
Yes.
The Huntresses.
The Huntresses, that is Faith, one of our co-founders. That's normally her team, the Huntresses. So I think they had to replace her. Sorry, they had to replace her because she wasn't available because she can't compete. But yeah,
So you 4 co-founders then have ruled yourself out of this competition.
yeah, sadly.
Yes.
We're very sad, but also we would die if we tried that. Maybe.
Okay.
But yeah, I think the other team that I was going to give a little shout out to, if I can find them, both of these, the Puzzling Past Our Bedtime and Every Day I'm Puzzling, those are both local San Diego teams that we found. There's the Pacific Puzzler competitions. It's kind of like bar trivia, but it's bar puzzling. So every team goes to the bar. Some teams come because they want to drink and do something. Some teams come because they want to puzzle and maybe have a drink. And so teams of 4 compete as fast as they can. There's usually around 15 teams or so. And because of these events, they're happening like twice a month now. I actually helped start that up in April of 2018, I think, with some friends, and it's gone through a couple hands now. But because of those competitions, we actually found these two teams that are ones to look out for. So it's really, that's kind of exciting. And Pacific Puzzlers is still being run. It's run by Judy and Kevin Finneran. I know they'd love the shout out. And they're actually, they sponsored some raffle prizes for this weekend too. So.
Excellent. Thank you for the update, Allie. I wanted to ask Brian, so how long ago did you start completing the puzzle, your subscription puzzle service?
We started it 2.5 years ago, roughly, right around COVID when it started.
And that actually was, for most businesses, that was not a good time to start, but for you, you think it was?
Absolutely. I think everyone got into puzzling during the pandemic. So it was a great time to start a puzzling business. And there was a national shortage of puzzles. Actually happened. Very little nerd trivia there. And so we were fortunate to actually find a local guy that had thousands of puzzles in his basement. So we bought him off Facebook Marketplace. We did the first purchase in some Ace Hardware parking lot. It was very, very sketchy because it was very early COVID. No one knew what was going on. We pulled up next to him. He opened the back of his van and said, "Take the puzzles and leave the money." I was very happy to find actually puzzles in there, so it felt very legitimate. And that's actually how we started.
That is awesome.
I was going to add a fun tidbit. You said how the shortage of puzzles was going on during COVID. We talk with a lot of puzzle companies as the USA JPA. One of them told us their sales went up 800% during COVID. So I thought that was a fun little fact.
That's awesome to hear. What were you doing, Brian, if you want to say, before you started completing the puzzle?
I had a digital agency, so I actually service subscription box companies. Big companies like Hunt a Killer. Hunt a Killer is a murder mystery box. Ran product for them and did a lot of marketing and everything. So it was a pretty easy transition to do completing the puzzle. And actually, so the impetus of completing the puzzle came from Elenia's birthday. So her birthday's in March, and we couldn't go on vacation to Park City for her birthday, so I got her a puzzle of Park City. And she was like, "Oh, this is such a great puzzle." It was actually a Dowdle. Dowdle's one of my favorite brands. And so we did that, and she was like, "Why are we putting this on the shelf? It's just going to sit here." It's like the question I asked you earlier. And so she said, "Oh, we should rent these." And we were like, "All right, let's see. Is anyone actually renting the puzzles?" We found there was a wooden puzzle rental service, and then there was a smaller one out of Denver, and there really wasn't anything else. So much like you guys launched on Facebook very quickly, I made a bet with Elenia that I could launch the website in the same time it took her to do the puzzle. So I launched it in under 6 hours. And so we advertised on Facebook, and in the first 30 days we had 30 customers, or first week we had 30 customers. The next 30 days we had 300 customers that came from buying the bootleg puzzles off the side of the road. And then roughly 9 months later, we had 2,600 subscribers, and it's been off to the races since.
You probably figured out early that you were on to something and you had found a niche that needed filling.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, everyone loved it. And we have, in the beginning, we hand wrote cards to people. So people would actually hand write back to us, and we have some of the sweetest messages, especially through COVID. COVID was rough for everyone. I think I put on the COVID-15 as well, and it was really touching to get some of these notes back, especially people in New York City. One lady in particular, she's like, "I'm stuck in my 400 square foot apartment. I really can't do much. Your puzzles really helped me through this time." It's touching. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Huh?
Yeah, that's really great. Yeah, and I know I've heard so many great things about completing the puzzle. Actually, our co-founder Tammy has been using your service for pretty much since the beginning, I think, and she has nothing but good things to say about it. I think to quote her, she said, "I've been using it for 2 years now, and it's not because I've forgotten to cancel it. It's because it's so great." And she has a lot of puzzles, and she still loves the service. So it's just such a great idea, and I love that it's also. I love that it's reusing the puzzles and everything too. It's more environmentally friendly, and also it's just kind of nice. You don't have to keep all these puzzles in your house unless you want like a really special one. And it's also a great way to try out different brands and stuff like that, which I really like.
How many trees have you saved by recycling these puzzles?
So, what the app that we're using to plant the trees, we donate to this company, and I accidentally set it up incorrectly, and we were donating. The idea is to donate a tree when every person signs up. I messed up in the beginning, and it was every time we were shipping a puzzle. So thankfully, we've planted 18,000 trees and counting, and that was very early on, and it was very shocking. That was an interesting bill, but we were happy to plant some trees.
Creating the puzzle forest.
I think we have our own name forest, maybe two at this point. Yes.
So you not only save trees from getting cut down for the paper to make the puzzles, you're actually planting trees, so you're probably good for 36,000 trees, right? The 18 you planted and the one.
At least.
All right. Excellent. Allie, while we have you here, can we talk about a little something else?
That would be awesome. Yeah. So, so Be the Match is. So sorry to take a step back. So we're doing a charity component to the event, which is a Be the Match marrow donor drive, and we decided to go this route. We like to try and do something charitable with each of our events. We're pouring a lot of our extra time into this. It's for fun, and it's to do good for the puzzle community and also the community at large. And so in some of our earlier events, we've done, our very first event was a COVID relief fundraising virtual competition, and we gave money to Feeding America and to, I think it was COVID, direct relief, I think is what it was. But for this event, we wanted to do a marrow donor drive with Be the Match, which is run by the National Marrow Donor Program, and it's a very special program to me. So I was actually, so for those who don't know about Be the Match, it's like I said, the National Marrow Donor Registry, and it matches patients in need who usually have some sort of blood disorder, a lot of time blood cancers, but things like sickle cell anemia and things like that, matches them with a life-saving cell therapy. It's usually a marrow donation from someone that they haven't met, but it will almost every time it will save a life. It's a very direct way. If you like to do charitable work, it's the quickest way to save someone. So anyway, so I was actually a marrow donor back in 2011. I had been on the registry, I think, for 7 years or so. And I signed up in college. I was like, yeah, like, that sounds great. I want to help someone. And I got called. And I was actually at the time I was working at a blood center, so all of my coworkers knew what it meant to be called. They were actually a little jealous that I was called to help someone. And so this is a woman I had never met. The only thing I knew was she was a 32-year-old female, and she had acute myelogenous leukemia. And she, so I did the donation, everything went great. I got to meet her about a year later, which was wonderful. But throughout all of that time, I had been, telling people, oh yeah, I donated marrow, and almost inevitably the reaction I would get is sort of this grimace on their face, like, oh, I'm donating marrow. Yeah, it hurts. That's what everyone, that's what people think about marrow donation. You get a needle in your hip, the marrow gets withdrawn, and it hurts a lot, and that's not true. It's a very common misconception. It gets shown that way on TV and in movies and stuff like that, but it's incorrect. So there are two different ways to donate marrow. One of the ways is the way that people think about it. Your marrow gets drawn from your hip bones, but you are completely under anesthesia. You're asleep. You don't feel anything. And that's actually the way that I donated. So I can tell you firsthand, it doesn't hurt. You don't feel it. You're asleep. You're like having a nice dream. So you're a little bit achy for a few days. Maybe like you fell down or something. And I didn't do like sit-ups for a few weeks, but really after just a few days, I was back to pretty much 100%. So I like to do events for Be the Match to spread the word about this, because so many people don't join because they think this. And actually, so the way that I just described only happens about 20% of the time. Most of the time now, the procedure is more similar to blood donation. It takes longer, 4 to 6 hours, and you get some injections the few days beforehand. But you actually have marrow in, you have stem cells, marrow in your blood, in your peripheral blood. And so the injections just kind of boost that. And then, like I said, it's similar to a blood donation, and you're out the same day. Definitely doesn't hurt more than the little needle poke to put in your arm. So that's most of the time now how that happens. So anyway, so I love doing events to spread the word that it's not that scary thing that people think of. And all you have to do to join the registry is a cheek swab. They swab this side, they swab that side, they send an envelope in, and you're on the registry. And then you have about a 1 in 500 chance of being called to donate. So, and like I said, it's almost every single time. Occasionally, it might be someone's last chance, so it may not work out, but most of the time it saves a life directly. And it's it's a problem that you can't throw money at. It's a problem that money can't solve. It's something that you have to do. So yeah, that's, we hope that we'll have a drive going on a little later today, and we hope that we get people signed up for it.
Excellent. And the USA Jigsaw Association, Puzzle Association, is a nonprofit, a 501c3 as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep, we sure are. We got that established right away because we're organizers. So. Yeah.
Good. So this isn't like a money-making profit vehicle for you guys, of course. So exactly.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. So yeah, this event really, we weren't sure exactly how it would go. We were hoping, to at least just break even. So it's blossomed into so much more, and we're excited. We think we'll be able to, keep putting it on and have the resources now.
And you had mentioned how so many of the puzzle companies stepped up and donated puzzles. I imagine for these companies, the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association is a godsend because they're going out trying to find these people on their own, and it's like, we've got an organization that's what they do. We want to be tied into these people a lot. And you even mentioned one of the puzzles, your favorite type of puzzle. What was the one?
Dowdle's one of my favorites. It's a brand, yeah. I love them.
And you guys send out, with completing the puzzle, a variety of different puzzles and companies and types of puzzles?
We do. We have over 45 different unique brands. So we do bigger brands like Ravensburger and Dowdle, and smaller ones like Art and Fable, Ebu, Fred. The list goes on. Yeah. And Puzzle Twist is here. We're going to start stocking them.
Excellent. And did they kind of see you like the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association, where they're like, these are people that can get our puzzles out to a lot of people. Maybe once people start putting them together, they'll be, hip to their puzzles.
Absolutely, and thank you to USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. This is an avenue for us to meet new brands and have some face-to-face time, because you can find people online, but when you meet people face-to-face, it's much easier to establish a relationship. It does. It's so fun seeing everyone here, too, because when I walk up to someone, I almost want to ask them what's their Instagram handle, because I know everyone through Instagram, and it's kind of funny. It's like, I don't recognize you. Oh, your Instagram is Sarah Does Puzzles? Ah, that's funny. All right, Sarah.
Excellent. So, I think it's a good, marriage between the puzzling companies and and people out there that either have affiliated businesses or just love puzzling.
Absolutely.
Great. Yes, Valerie joins us again at the dais. Hello.
Hello, I'm back with exciting report. So while Allie was here, I was out scoping out the puzzlers, kind of getting a sense of where people are at. We have got 5 teams getting remarkably close to finishing their 1,000-piece in under an hour. So I am kind of thinking we need to keep an eye on the monitor here, and we start seeing those. Yeah, we're at 44 minutes. I think we might get a winner in like 50 or so, maybe even less, because once you get towards the end and you've just got like these little blank pieces you're filling, it just goes exponentially faster because you have fewer pieces you're looking at to try to get in there. And, yes, and there's a franticness that sets in of like, okay, we want to be the first. And so you're just like, your hands are moving really fast. So we've got some teams, I would say that like Karen Puzzles, her team at the number 1 spot, and then the teams that's 2, 3, 4, 5, they are all really killing it right now.
Seems like the ones in those the ones at the top tables there, the numbered tables, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you kind of put like what you thought were going to be the top teams kind of together? And
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's hard to rank, but we did want to kind of have them in a certain order so we know where to keep an eye on, and then also just to make it easier for the camera people to like get to them. But we don't know. There could be a sneaker team out in the middle there somewhere that we've never seen compete, and suddenly we're like, oh no, we gotta like go remember to keep an eye on them. So the volunteers are wandering around, just kind of scoping it out continuously, making sure they kind of have an idea of where people are at, and then so that we can be there as soon as they put that last piece in to record their time. Keep in mind, though, this isn't the end. They're going to then do the next puzzle, but we do record the time completions for each puzzle. And that's just kind of a fun thing for them to be able to look on the leaderboard and see like, oh, well, we did get first or second or eighth or whatever in this puzzle, and then how it kind of all, yeah, that team on the monitor. So I know who that is. That is where are they at? That looks like No Snacks. Yes, it is. It's the No Snacks team. It's funny because one of my teammates, Robin DeCare, is on there, along with Sarah Schuler and Dan Karen and Elizabeth Karen, or she goes by EB. EB and Dan, as they are known. They're a very popular pairs winner in a lot of competitions. So those guys are really closing in on it, as you can see right there on the monitor.
all right. And for just to do a little reset, you're watching the live stream of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association's National Championships. We're here in San Diego at the Hilton Mission Valley, and this is the first time U.S. Nationals have been held since probably the 90s. And of course, the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association was founded 2 years ago and started accepting members, and now this is their first big competition in person that you put on. You put on virtual competitions as well.
Yeah, we've done virtual just because of the pandemic. We couldn't really get groups of people together, obviously. So that was never a thing. And it's so crazy because now it kind of dominates, I would say. It's just opened up the world of jigsaw puzzling competitions like immensely because people just figured out how to do it via Zoom, or people will film their own time lapse using their iPhone or their camera phone, and then they can send it in that way. So the virtual competitions have really exploded and exposed a lot of people to it. I love that because it's more egalitarian. I mean, one of the things that we're sad about is that not everybody can afford to come to San Diego. So we could have some real, prodigies out there that are in their home and they're just like lightning fast, but it's not something that they can afford to do. So the virtual competitions allow for that, so that people from all over can participate from their home. Hopefully, if they have like just even a smartphone, they can compete with that. So yeah, it's really opened it up. But yeah, look at that team, like that. They are really getting close. It's going to just start flying in there. It's interesting because when oh, sorry. I'm getting messages. We are on it. Yes, we are on it. Team No Snacks is like killing it right now. According to the folks on the floor, they've sort of leapt into the lead suddenly. So, but yeah, it's fun to see how people, because at different points of the puzzle, different teams struggle. Some start out really strong and you start to fade a little, and then others, when they get close to the end, they do get faster and more frantic. So it's fun to see that. But yeah, the other teams that we can expect to see doing really well, the Jigsaw Junkies, they're wearing gray T-shirts, and that team, some of the members from that team competed at Worlds, and they took third place at Worlds. So they are heavy hitters coming into today. I think everybody's a little like, oh no, Jigsaw Junkies, they're scary, because they're really good. One of the team members of that team, Gray Rogers, she placed 7th at Worlds in the Peers division as well. So she's very, very fast. So yeah, we're gonna start to see some teams finishing, which is very exciting. We're at the 49-minute mark. I predict. What do you guys? You got a prediction? When's that first 1,000 piece gonna get done?
So I'll say 52 and 11 seconds.
I'm going to go a little more aggressive, 51, 30 seconds.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm looking at the timer, so I'm cheating. Okay, I'm gonna say 51:30. Let's see. We'll see. Oh, I thought you said 52. Okay, Brian and I.
29 or 31. Are you going to beat him? Yeah, right?
That works.
Is it Price is Right rules?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Without going over? No, I don't know. I probably went over, but we'll see. Now you did mention, and we plan to talk to her a little later, but Karen Puzzles is here, the YouTube puzzle star. Nearly 200,000 YouTube subscribers. So yes, and I've watched some of her videos, and she does some very fun stuff. Putting puzzles together, and that's why her videos have really caught on. And how did you get her here today, this weekend?
Oh, yeah, thanks for asking. So, yeah, Karen Cavett, she's Karen Puzzles on YouTube. She's competing with her sister, Katie, and Jonathan and Emma Clough. And Jonathan is with speedpuzzling.com. He's become quite the speed puzzler. He never used to do speed puzzling, and then he started this company, and he's like just risen through the ranks. He used to joke about, like, I'm the worst speed puzzler you've ever seen. And now he's actually quite good. So yeah, they're team number one. And Karen, she does a lot of influencing within Jigsaw world on YouTube. But this is her first contest. She's never competed before, but what's crazy is she is super fast. And I don't think she really knew how fast she was. She had Tammy, our fellow board member, on her show because Tammy is the world record holder for the Guinness Book of World Record holder. And she did remarkably well against Tammy. So we all kind of were like, wow, she proved herself right out of the gate. So I think she's going to do really well today. And yeah, they're right in it. I don't know what team it is we're looking at there. It looks like we're looking at Team No Snacks again. Yep. See, they've just got those few holes to fill.
20 or something? I guess I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell quickly how many holes there are left in that puzzle, but they're getting down there, and of course the viewers can see it as well. And look how just colorful that is. It just kind of jumps out at you. I'm impressed.
It's a gorgeous puzzle. This is actually my favorite time to puzzle, when there's less than 20 pieces left. I like to do the last one just so I feel like I get credit for completing it.
That's awesome.
I don't know about that, Brian.
So you dropped out of the pairs. Of course, you're a part of this weekend. I mean, one of the sponsors and everything, and you're here, of course, on the live stream. So you've got plenty to do. But have you puzzled much competitively?
Alenia, my partner and co-founder, we speed puzzle with each other, and she crushes me. And so it's very sad. It's a very humbling experience. So I think if we were to puzzle together, I would just bring her time down. Unless I get the last one. I'm pretty good at the last one.
Pretty good at the last one. I like that. That'll be one of our quotes from the day.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's same thing, though, actually. I love the end when you can literally just pick up any piece and pretty much find where it goes. That's kind of my strategy. Look at the piece, find where it goes.
Self-fulfilling
Yeah,
and so much
it's
satisfaction.
nice.
I got this.
Yes, goes so fast. So I saw one of the other teams they just showed there a little bit ago is War and Peace, and that team has some really good puzzlers on it as well who went to Worlds and did really well. So yeah, we've got some really fast people in here. I know, they know each other. They all kind of know each other. They know who they're afraid of. And I'm sure they're not loving that we group them all together, because when I go to a puzzle contest with my team, we're let's stay as far away from the other fast people as possible, because we don't want to be distracted with looking over. Yeah, the temptation to look and see where are they at is so strong, but then you're that's time away from the puzzle, so you can't really do that. It is really nerve-wracking for those folks, because if you're here in the room now and you look over, you see the camera lights and everybody's crowding around, and everybody's right on top of them, kind of waiting for them to finish. So that can be stressful as well, just knowing we are close,
Right.
because the vultures have gathered.
Right. They're circling overhead. Yeah, right. Excellent. So we're getting near the ending of the first 1,000-piece puzzle. There'll be another 1,000-piece Ravensburger puzzle on deck, and then we'll cap off the 4-person team marathon today with the 1,500-piece Ravensburg puzzle. So we're going to see how many folks can complete all 3 within the 5.5 hours, and of course there'll be a count off to determine the other places of the people that didn't finish. But oh my, it looks like there's only about a few. Yeah, there's maybe a few more pieces than I thought if you look on the trays there, but definitely they're going in a lot faster now.
Yeah, they're going to move fast now.
What's our time?
Oh, we're at 54, so we were all wrong. We were
I'll
optimistic.
be the closest because I was at 52.11.
Yeah, Price is Right rules,
Right,
you win.
exactly, without going over. But all right. So in the worlds, now I know we have the numbers that there was some of those impressive times here, and I was just wanted to compare some of those to what we have going on here. We'll flip to our spots here. Right. And okay. Looking through at the times. Okay.
Yeah, so some of the it was a little different at Worlds. Oh, they're getting close now. We're seeing it.
All right. And it looks like there's only about just a couple of pieces left. So we're all here enraptured as those last couple go in. Looks like there's 4, 5 pieces left, and now there's only 3. Oh, a couple more. And that's it. All right. And
Got our
who was
first
that?
1,000 piece team to finish. That is the No Snacks team, and that is made up of E.B. and Dan Karen and Sarah Schuler and Robin DeCare. So they're the first to finish the 1,000 piece. They're ripping open that bag. Let's show the next puzzle. It's the 1,000. Oh, do we got another one? Or I can't tell what's going on over there. Oh. people are ripping. Yeah, here. Oh shit! Yeah, cover that other one. They're screaming. I don't know what's going on over there. It's so
We
exciting.
got an official time here. Wow. Excellent. Yes. And they're entering that time in over there. Now, okay, we're back to the camera in camera. This is the second puzzle now. Of course, all 3 are Ravensburger puzzles. And Brian, tell us about this puzzle. What do you think?
This puzzle looks fun. There's bright images. Oh, this is cute. Oh, the little bears. Yeah, I like this puzzle. This is awesome. What's it called? Does it have a name on? Goldilocks. Oh, nice. Themed, licensed content. I love it. This is a great puzzle. I would like doing this one.
It looks like we have number 2. Yeah, so it looks like Team Rasmussen. It's the team table number 5. Yeah, they're getting close. Yeah. So this is also exciting. This is my pairs partner, Mary Christensen's on this team, along with Charity Tabaus, Andrea Kyle, and Dawn Rasmussen. None of them have competed. Well, a couple of them have competed together before, but it's a brand new team. They've mostly met via virtual and just, I think, puzzled together for the first time last night in preparation. So, and they're coming in second with the, in terms of the finishing the next. Yeah, they're close.
All right. And on these names are very funny. The War and Peace, of course, Peace, P-I-E-C-E. There it is. There's second table. Finished about 2 minutes or so behind the first ones. We'll get the official numbers for you so far. Great. And it's prizes, looks like trophies and plaques for the top 6.
Yeah. Yep. Top 6 are going to win prizes. Oh, we're ready for another team's going to finish their 1,000. These are tight. This is exciting. It's not too tight, though, which we like. We don't like it when it's like 2 seconds apart because then it's stressful. Right. But when it's like 38, 40 minute, that's great. So this looks like it's team number 4, War and Peace. Yep, they're the ones getting closest, it sounds like. And this team is Lindsay Steenstra, Yvonne Foyt, Alyssa Zackler, and Kevin Strins. So this is a bunch of Californians on this team here. So we got the hometown team.
I was just going to say, is there a home court advantage in the puzzling?
You know, there is in that they've puzzled together before.
That-
So
that's
that's
the
a big
advantage,
advantage.
yeah.
Yeah.
Excellent. So now the team final at the Worlds was one 1,000 piece and one 1,500 piece. So they had 1,000 piece less. And the winning time was 2 hours, 54 minutes, and 13 seconds. So we'll see. Well, if that 1,000 piece puzzle we did in 55, 56, something like that, add that on to what these times were, that would definitely get us in under that 5.5 hours by maybe an hour and a half or something like that. So.
Yeah, I would say we're pretty competitive in teams. I mean, we did have teams win 3rd and 6th at Worlds. Alejandro, we had him as part of our virtual Q&A today. He's the current world champ, and he pointed it out. And this is something we've learned, is that in Europe they mostly do 2-person contests. So it's pairs contests are the most popular. And they also do a lot of individual contests, whereas here in the States, it's much more popular to do the 4-person team. So it feels like we have a little advantage there. Right. We have a lot of teams that are used to just doing team contests and practicing as a team. So I do think we have some really worldwide competitive times in terms of the team competitions. I mean, anything under an hour is pretty darn good for a 1,000-piece puzzle. So it's really impressive. The other thing I will say about the team final at Worlds is that those puzzles were a little harder than what we're doing today. So that's why you had 3 hours and only one team finish. Because they were pretty challenging puzzles. We didn't want to punish people that hard. Right. We're in it for the marathon, not the Ironman, I would say.
Excellent. So looks like this is going to be the 3rd.
Yep, and this looks like, this is Jigsaw Junkies there. That's the Jigsaw Junkies team. Yes, and they're the next to finish.
All right.
Awesome.
And they'll be on to their second 1,000-piece puzzle here soon, and we have a picture of that here. Again, okay, go ahead, Brian. Excellent. Brian liked this puzzle. He wants to have one. Maybe completing the puzzle, you'll be a few sent out. And hopefully there's plenty going. There'll be plenty for you to take on.
Just come and talk to us, Brian.
Yeah.
We might be able to hook you up. We might be able to hook you up after this.
Great. So 33 teams, and we're 3 down. We have 3 more in the prize category, but we'll want to get times for everybody. And of course, this is our only competition for today. And then it's the pairs of a marathon, yes.
Yes, yeah.
So the pairs are first tomorrow, and then
Yeah.
the individual.
Yeah, so we kind of treat the individual like, I don't know. To me, it's really exciting. It's not something that's done in the U.S. I've never been to an in-person competition in the U.S. that's for individuals. So it's unique, and the pressure's on, and it's really exciting for people. It's tough. To me, it's easier as a part of a team because you've got that momentum of the people around you. Individual, you are just it's all you. You have to focus. Oh, there we go. We got another team. The War and Peace team number 4, or table number 4, and that is the California team. So yeah.
So, Valerie, I have a question for you. So when do you see, or have you seen a team that finishes the first puzzle first not win? Does someone come from behind?
Oh, that is a great question. Yeah, no, I mean, the thing is Oh, yeah. Okay, let's show the puzzle because it looks like we're on screen. So there it is. This is the second 1,000-piece puzzle that we're doing today. It's called Goldilocks. The artist is Dean McAdam. He's a very popular Ravensburger artist. He's also going to be here later today. What's exciting about having the artist here is everybody can get their puzzles signed afterward, which is kind of nice. It's fun to do that. And it's just a nice keepsake, so hopefully people will hang on to those. But yeah, your question about people coming from behind, I mean, one of the things is that this puzzle now, the second one, first one had those really delineated areas. Second one is a jumble. That's like you know you can maybe pick some color, but it's going to be a little bit more challenging. I think I would expect that to take a little longer than the first one, and so some teams are going to be stronger at that than others. So we could see some shifts there and where people are placing. And wait till you see that third one, because that's going to have a whole different strength set that's going to be required for that one. So yeah, it'll be really interesting. I think there's definitely potential for a lot of movement. So I think just because somebody finished first right now doesn't mean they're going to win the whole thing. I think they got to have that stamina to keep going. I think that was something my team struggled with at Worlds. It's 3 hours. That was the longest competition I'd ever been in, so this is really a challenge. But yeah, you know, we would occasionally just catch ourselves, like we're chilling and talking and chatting and like just kind of leisurely, you know, and then you'd be like, oh, you guys, like we got to focus. Yeah, exactly. We're being timed. This isn't like in our living room where we're like just hanging out. So, you know, you got to stay focused, and that's hard over this long of a time period. People are going to be tired. Yeah.
Keeping that, you know, that attention span, you know, intensity at a high level the entire 3 hours, or for today, 5.5. So there are going to be little ebbs and flows, I think, with everyone, and that's just human nature. So we've got the camera here. Oh, this another one almost, and this one's closer to us.
This is probably one of the lesser known teams because they tried to have all the speed puzzlers up front. This is awesome. This is the underdog. I like this one.
Maybe some amateurs or
Yeah,
underdog.
yeah, I'm rooting for him. This is exciting, and this is actually this is where I excel. Under 10 pieces.
Gotcha.
This is my speed. Oh yeah, so they're having a ton of fun. I think they're all friends. They're all joking around.
And do we know we didn't get a table number on this quite yet. We're seeing the last, about 15 or so. But everybody else is, of course, diligently trying to finish theirs as well.
Yeah, so this is exciting. Our list of tables literally goes to 31. This is table 33. They literally just signed up, and they all came together here at the convention. So none of them have puzzled together before, and here they are about to finish, you know, in the top 5, whatever, of the first, 1,000 piece puzzle. So that is incredible. There it is. Great job. That is amazing. The team is called Pieced Together, which that works very well. It's Tiffany Madeira, Rosemary Dobbs, and Crystal Jacosly, and Kim, I hope I get these names right, Kim Garbe?
Like it.
Yeah. So I'm sorry if I messed up your names.
They just jumped in at the last
Yes.
second. So, but
That is so exciting.
That's great. Pieced Together. What a great
That's
name.
a great name. That's impressive that they just found each other, and I heard that they were really getting along. They were joking around. So for them to puzzlers come together and really speak the same language, I think that's really cool. I'm rooting for them.
I know. I am too now. I'm just like, I want them to win this thing. Like, how amazing would that be? They could be like the poster child for our organization, because our tagline is connecting puzzlers coast to coast. And here we are doing that very thing. They come together at the convention, meet each other, form a team, and now they're like in the top. So that is just fantastic.
All right. And we're just a little over the hour, 1:08:14 now. Yeah. So, Brian and I had talked about this a little bit earlier. He asked me what I did with the puzzle when I finished it, and I said it goes back in the box, goes on usually the top shelf in the closet, if there's room with all of the other puzzles and stuff up there. So, your company that you co-founded with Alania has a complete solution for this problem, the puzzling problem. Go ahead and tell us a little more about your company. Brian.
We do. Thank you. We actually rent jigsaw puzzles. So we buy wholesale from manufacturers. We have 45 different brands. And as a member, when you sign up, you fill out your preferences, your level, and you can also wish list the puzzle. So that's like old school Netflix when you added movies to your queue. That's like your puzzle wish list is very similar to that. So when it comes time to pack your puzzle, we pick one from your wish list if it's available. If not, we use your preferences, and we send you a surprise puzzle, but it's hopefully one that you love if you filled everything out, and you do the puzzle, send it back, and we send you another one. And everything comes in this prepaid poly mailer. So this poly mailer is actually made out of cornstarch, so it's compostable. It has a 7-year lifespan, so got to use these up. So you seal it, or we seal it for you, and then you rip it, and then reseal it back, and then here's your puzzle.
All right.
Yeah.
So it comes, and you've got these in reusable bags as well.
Oh, absolutely.
So you're as environmentally friendly as basically you can be on every
Oh,
aspect.
absolutely. And the legend, we actually reprint, and it's laminated, and we clean that along with cleaning the puzzle when we send it back.
And you did mention, we talked about this a little earlier, about your thorough process.
Oh,
of
very thorough.
Making sure that they're decontaminated
Yep.
and sanitized, safe, because of the era of COVID. We would have never thought about all of this a long time ago.
I think we still had to, because we get a lot of puzzles back that have a lot of hair in them. A lot of people like puzzling with their cats. So cats think they can puzzle, but they really can, and there's just hair everywhere. So yeah, it's a series of fans, filters, UV lights, and everything. So we sanitize the puzzles. Yeah.
Excellent. And, you know, in San Diego, we don't get a lot of winter. And you're from Austin.
We
Probably
are.
not, maybe a little winter, but not a lot. But
No winter.
Of course, Valerie is from Duluth, Minnesota. Definite winter.
Big winter.
Big winter.
Yes.
So I think your service is perfect for not only COVID, but
Absolutely.
winter.
Oh, yeah. We definitely see an influx in customers. But it's funny. Some people love puzzling when it's really hot out because they're like, we don't want to go outside. We want to stay inside and puzzle. So we ship nationwide, not to Alaska or Hawaii, sorry. But yeah, people love it.
Excellent. All right. And we have a guest that I would like to introduce here. And there, we'll just set that down for a second so we can see. And what's your name?
Nathaniel Mortensen.
And you are the painter of, was it this one? Which
Yes,
one?
This one, the beautiful mushrooms.
And that was the first puzzle that our team competition worked on today. Some of them have finished it. We all thought it was a beautiful puzzle. In fact, we will put it up so people can, here, I'll put it in front of me and not you. So you're an artist. So you just do the painting and then it's cut into a puzzle.
Yeah, that's right. So I work with Ravensburger. Sometimes we collaborate on like an idea, and so like this one, for instance, they came to me and they said, we have an idea that's trending, and we want you to illustrate it. So they told me mushrooms are trending. We've done a lot of research. Would you like to illustrate a mushroom puzzle? So, and they saw some of my other puzzles that I've worked with them, and they thought that the color palette that I use would be really good for this mushroom one. For an example, I did the magical potions, and they thought doing a similar style, doing the sections, would be really fun because the different mushrooms can be very colorful, and it can do the backgrounds. And we wanted to do something different because the potion puzzle has a border that's kind of like a stone border around each one, but we wanted to do something different. So this one has sort of a nature vines around each section. Yeah.
So they actually come to you and say, people are digging mushrooms. We think we should do a puzzle like that. You were saying it was trendy?
Yeah,
Is that how-
yeah, it was a trend that they had been following and doing research on, and they said, we want to follow this trend, and we think that you're the artist to do this puzzle. So it was really cool.
How did you start your relationship with Ravensburg?
So I started doing digital painting so that I could do artwork for board games, and I illustrated a bunch of potions, and so it was sort of a exercise, and I just loved painting potions. And so I kept painting more and more potions, hoping to someday put them into a board game. And Ravensburger saw my potions collection of artwork that I had done in 2020. So when they saw my potions, they asked me, they said, would you like to illustrate a puzzle? And they can you have it done in 30 days? So I was like, well, of course, I'm going to do it. I'll figure it out. I was lucky because actually half the potions were already illustrated. And so I own the rights for those. And we used those as a base for the puzzle. And then I created 6 more. And we also created additional backgrounds and details to add to the original potions. And so that's sort of how we were able to create it. And it took roughly a month. I think they gave me 1 extra week. So that was really nice.
So, is this the first puzzle that you've done as a collaboration with Ravensburger?
Yeah, the Beautiful Mushrooms is my 3rd puzzle. So we first did Magical Potions, and then we did the Happy Sheep Yarn Shop. And that's over there. It's the colorful sheep. So that one was an idea that I brought to them. And I said I really would love to do these colorful sheep. And so we started collaborating on that one.
Have you worked with any other puzzle companies?
No.
And okay. And just talking about your artistic career in general. So, have you painted all your life, and have you been, a professional painter all your life?
Well, no. I did a lot of artwork growing up. I mostly did pencil until about 18, and then in college I did painting and oils, acrylic, stuff like that. But it wasn't until quite a bit later that I got into digital painting. I first started designing board games, and I hired an artist for one of my board games. And I thought, I'm an artist. Maybe I could learn digital painting so I could paint for my own game designs. And so that's kind of how that evolution started. And I've only been a professional illustrator for about 5 years. Yeah, so not too long.
You're finding some success, obviously, so that is awesome. Now, when you say digital painting, so could you explain that a little bit, how it's different than freehand or whatever painting?
Well, first I'll say what I love about it. Well, okay, I'll explain what it is. So you are painting on a computer tablet, like a screen tablet, and it's connected to a computer. So it's completely digital. I paint through Photoshop, and I have like custom brushes inside the program that I paint with. And it's like I'm just painting on a monitor screen with a pen. But they've created the brushes to mimic paint. Sorry, what was else the question?
No, so I just wanted to know about, what digital painting really was, and you explained that. I didn't know how it was. So, like you said, painting on the computer monitor. Sounds like another team has just finished here. And so, are you pretty much only working in that format now? That's the best way to do games and puzzles?
Well, it's very accessible. It's very forgiving. You can draw something very quickly. You don't have to wait for something to dry. It's already in a format that you can print. So it works really well with puzzles because once I'm done, they just look at it and say, yes, it's good, and we're going to move forward to the printer. I don't have to take photographs and scans and let the paint dry. So it's a very good medium for publication, for printing.
And how long has that digital printing or painting been around then?
Well, it's really gotten a lot better in the last 10 years because the first tablet that I started illustrating on wasn't a screen. And I actually would have to illustrate with the tablet in my lap while looking at the computer screen. So the hand-eye was disconnected, and it was really hard to get started. But I actually illustrated half of the potions with that tablet, which is really fun to kind of think about because when I first started, I thought that I needed a professional $2,000 device to paint something professional, but I painted half of the potion puzzle with a $100 tablet. So that's something to really, for young artists who want to get into it, to know that you can create professional work with any kind of tablet. You just have to put the energy and the time into it.
So the technology's really kind of leveled the playing field, or it makes it easier for people to get into that field or start doing digital painting.
The tablets have gotten so good in the last few years that for $300, you can buy a Wacom One tablet, and it has a screen, so you don't even have to do the old school non-screen tablets. So it's very easy to just start and just playing around with the colors and painting, and so it's really easy to get into it now.
So, what do you have? Any like projects planned for your future? Moving beyond this, or just really getting into this more, or a little of everything?
Well, I'm really excited about this one because I've just been waiting to release this one. I guess this is actually my second release this year. My first puzzle was the Happy Sheep Yarn Shop, and it was released earlier this year. And this one is actually a Barnes & Noble exclusive. So it actually was released in September. So it's actually like out, but we weren't talking about it or sharing information about it because we wanted to keep it quiet for the competition. So it's kind of been a dream of mine to have something in Barnes & Noble, to have something that I've worked on that's creative, but I've had to be quiet for 2 months. Yeah. Yeah. So it was challenging. But for work in the future, so I work with Ravensburger, and we work from idea to a finished product. So instead of like bringing something completely finished and then publishing it, I show them a design, or they come to me with something, and then we just start working on it. And every week, we have probably about 2 or 3 conversations throughout the week just through email. And then like every other week, we'll do like a Zoom call. And that's just how we just keep making sure that the puzzle's going the right direction. They'll change like little elements because they're looking for like the best puzzling experience. So what to put where, change this color, things like that.
All the technical stuff. That's awesome. So you studied, it says graphic design at Southern Oregon University.
That's correct, yeah. Yeah, so I started painting in 2015 because I wanted to illustrate my own games. So I started like dabbling with the digital painting. So it's an interesting story because I designed a board game, and I bought this $100 tablet, and I started illustrating for myself for my game. And it was actually like, I was like overwhelmed, and I thought it was too difficult, and I had the thought that I needed a more expensive tablet to really make really beautiful artwork. And so I hired an artist to do the artwork for my game. And 2 years later, it was nominated for Best Artwork of the Year in Germany, and it did really well. And I said, well, what tablet did you use to illustrate this beautiful game, And he said, the same tablet that I owned, the one that I bought for $100. And I was blown away. And so that re-inspired me to pick up my old tablet and continue that process of painting and teaching myself. And I think just knowing that someone else accomplished it with that tablet, that I could do it too. So
It's a very specific skill. You had to get the skill. You were already an artist, but learning how to use that particular device with your art.
like learning the medium, because it's a digital medium instead of painting or oils.
Excellent. Good. So, and you live in Virginia now?
Yep, I live in Stanton, Virginia. We've moved there just a little over a year ago. We were living in Oregon. I lived in Ashland, Oregon for about 20 years. And we just fell in love with this town. And my wife and I just bought a house, and we moved 3,000 miles away. But we really like it.
Well, then I'm glad you're there. If you really like it, you went from one coast to the other, but you came back to the West Coast for our competition, the nationals here today.
Yeah, and this event is so amazing. It's kind of like took my breath away, seeing everybody open the package and pull out the puzzle and start building it. An entire room full of people building my puzzle was really surreal.
That's awesome. How does that make you feel?
Well, I think my breath was taken away, and I couldn't even think straight. I was just amazed to see everyone just building, and I can't believe people built it in under an hour. A team. That's amazing.
Have you put your own puzzle together?
Yes, I actually built it right before you came over here. Yeah.
Do you want to say how long it took you?
Well, we didn't time ourselves, but we probably a few hours. Yeah.
And of course, you could probably look at a piece and see from the colors and go, okay, I know where that is.
Yeah, so usually we pull out, you pour out the box and you set up all the pieces and flip them all over. Well, because I knew this puzzle so well, I wanted to do something different. So I actually, instead of dumping it out, I just took each piece, looked at it, and I knew exactly where it went, and I just put it out on the table in this place where it was supposed to go until I had all the pieces out, and then we built it after that. Because there was maybe only 100 pieces left in the box that I wasn't completely sure with, but that I didn't want them to also muddy the ground. So we just kind of built everything. And I think I only put 2 pieces in the wrong section. So it was pretty fun.
Awesome. So great. You're staying through the weekend, through tomorrow?
Yep, going to be here all weekend. So
Great. Well, we're glad to have you out here. It's obviously the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association loved your puzzle because it's one of the 3 that they chose to include here in the competition. So we hope to be seeing more of your artwork on puzzles here in our future competitions.
well, I would love that. This has actually been a dream of mine as well. I watched the Spain World Championship on live on YouTube. I watched it for like 3 or 4 hours. It was just so amazing, and I was just made some friends afterwards on Instagram, and I don't know, it really did just, I saw the community, and you got to see everyone enjoying the company and talking with each other. It was just like, I really want to go, and when I found out that my puzzle was going to be here, I was like, we have to go there, we got to do whatever we have to do to get there. And it was well worth it, and I've met so many people and made some good friends. So it's a wonderful event, and I appreciate you guys inviting me out here.
Oh, we love having you, and hopefully, the networking and meeting people and people being exposed to your artwork through the puzzle and now the live stream, carrying it out to the internet, that this will be just the start of, a career of growing in whatever direction you really want to pursue.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate being here.
My pleasure. And we really want you to, enjoy the rest of the weekend and, the competitions tomorrow, the pairs first and then the individuals. So I don't know, plans to use some of your other puzzles so you have 2 previous, as you mentioned, the potions and the colorful sheep. I forgot what you call it.
The Happy Sheep Yarn Shop. It's a long title.
Excellent. And then, of course, I'm sure you're in currently already working on another puzzle with them.
I'm not currently illustrating another puzzle, but I am talking with my contact Rachel, and we're going to talk more next month about possibly working on a new puzzle.
Well, best of luck with that. It sounds like we've got another finisher out there, maybe?
Thank you so much for having me here.
My pleasure, Nathaniel. So it's Nathaniel Mortensen, who's the artist for Ravensburger, and of course their puzzles, but you do your own work as well for yourself. Is this the only thing you're working on right now?
Well, I do, like I said, I do clients for board games, but this is like my biggest joy right now, illustrating puzzles, and I just want to keep illustrating puzzles. Hopefully, coming out with at least one a year would be my goal. I love working with Ravensburger. They're amazing. They really push me to be a better artist, and they're helping me learn what makes a good puzzle. I was actually talking with Nate earlier, and when I send them something as it's getting closer to like being finished, they'll send it to the office and they'll like all talk about it and figure out what's working, what might need to change. And it even says they even send it sometimes like to other groups overseas, other Ravensburger groups, that they can also weigh in on decisions and stuff. So they have a huge network and a lot of professionals who know so much about puzzles. So it's amazing to work with them.
All right. And some of your puzzles are on sale here this weekend as well.
Yeah, the Happy Sheep Yarn Shop and the Magical Potions are for sale here.
Okay. And I suppose folks can wander around and see some of the booths and find where your puzzles are then.
Yeah, they can find them, and then we're going to be doing a puzzle signing later. So
Today?
Later today, yeah. I believe at 5:30. I believe. I'm not positive about that.
No problem. And that'll be after the panel discussion, and you're going to be on the panel, and then you'll sign people's puzzles after.
Yeah, that's correct.
Excellent. So, again, Nathaniel Mortensen, illustrator for Ravensburger, and he's board games and other things like that. So thank you for coming in.
Of course. Thank you so much. Yeah, nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too. Thank you. All right. So we'll put puzzle 1 right over here. And back on the dais is Ali Krasny, one of the co-founders of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. What's going on, Ali?
All right, so out there right now we've got a lot of teams that have finished, and I was pulling up the results so I could share them with you guys. And I think I have them. Maybe. In the meantime, while I'm waiting for those to pull up, I did want to mention that we are doing a raffle for our live stream viewers. So the raffle for the live stream viewers, the way that will work is that there is a form that should now be linked in the comments. It's a pinned form there, and you can go ahead and fill in the form with your information. And at the end of the weekend, when we do the award ceremony, we will draw for some winners from that pool. There will be time. There will be the ability to enter right now, and then at 2:30 we'll launch a second link. So 2:30 Pacific time. We'll launch a second link that people can enter, and then tomorrow during individuals and during pairs, we'll have a few links. So you should have 4 chances to enter. And like I said, we'll draw the winners from that pool on Sunday at 3:30 p.m. during the awards ceremony. And the prizes for that will be a 3-month subscription to completing the puzzle, which we've talked about a lot. There will be a lap board from Zacco Puzzle Boards, which is a wooden puzzle board. It's a little bit smaller size. Obviously, it's for your lap, which is a really great prize. There will also be a competition registration for speedpuzzling.com from our good friend and original co-founder Jonathan Clough. And then the 4th prize will be from you, a personal training session 3-pack that can be used in San Diego in person or via Zoom. So those are the prizes that we have coming up for that. So.
Excellent. And then we'll see what the status is on the finishers so far. All right, go ahead.
All right, great. So we have right now, having finished in first place, so people are finishing the first 1,000-piece puzzle. It's the Mushrooms puzzle, Beautiful Mushrooms by Nathaniel Mortensen, that I'm sure that you guys have been talking about a ton. And the first place finisher for that was Team No Snacks. That's with E.B. and Dan Karen. Sarah Schuler and Robin DeCare, they finished that in 56 minutes and 20 seconds. Team Rasmussen was behind them by about 2 minutes, 58 minutes and 33 seconds, with Don Rasmussen, Andrea Kyle, Charity Tidboas, and Mary Christensen. And then the third place is Jigsaw Junkies at 1 hour, 1 minute, and 44 seconds. And that's with Gray Rogers, Melinda Whiting, Jessica Graber, and Amber Haglund-Pagel. And I think it looks like we've got 16 finishers already so far. The last team finished at 1 hour, 25 and 57 seconds. So we've got 16 teams, about half the teams already working on their next 1,000-piece puzzle.
All right. So has table 1 finished yet? We'll just see if that's okay.
Finished in 12th place.
12th place, hour 16 minutes, 32 seconds.
Yep.
So that's Karen Puzzles and her sister Katie, as well as Jonathan Clough, as we were talking about, and Emma Clough. then.
Yep,
So,
yep, exactly.
Great. They're on their second puzzle as well. And time-wise, now we're 1 hour, 32 minutes, and about 28 seconds in. So just under 4 hours to go in the competition, Allie. It's a sprint to the finish line.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be great. Yeah. Well, that's good. We're feeling that makes me feel confident that we've got about half of the teams done and we've got so much time left. We're a little bit concerned having so many pieces, so many puzzles. We weren't sure how many teams were going to be able to finish in under the time frame. When we were at the World Championship, there was only, I'm sure you guys have talked about, there was only one team that finished, and there was a lot of piece counting at the end. And so we are hoping to not have to do that. It feels a lot better. It's easier for us, but it feels a lot better for the puzzlers, too, that they get to finish. It's kind of heartbreaking to work so hard and not get to finish a puzzle. And then it's hard to restart it because you've already done half of it, and you feel sad about it, and then you have to put it away. And when you pull it back out, you're like, do I really want to do half? Like, I've already done half of this. I don't know if it's worth going back to. So...
That's kind of human nature. You're like, you're a little deflated there when you didn't finish, and yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So yeah, I'm really excited to see that teams are doing so well already. We're not that far in, and so many teams have finished their first puzzle already.
So going back to the Worlds, so we know the one team finished third in the Worlds. Your team was sixth in the Worlds. How many? And there was like 160 something or 100.
For teams for Worlds are around, I think, 80 teams. There were I can't remember for individuals if it was like 300 or so, and pairs was maybe 150 or 200, something like that. But around 80 teams.
So of the 80 in the four-person teams, how many were from the U.S. over at the Worlds in Spain in June?
I think there were probably 5 or 6 because I think we had about 25 or so Americans. The USA JPA actually hosted a little social beforehand, so all the U.S. teams would kind of get together and hang out. And so, yeah, from what I remember, about 24 or so people, so 5 or 6 teams, I think. Mm-hmm.
And how many of them are competing here today?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Best finishing U.S. team, the third place team.
Junkies. I think that Jigsaw Johnnies is also competing, and they were there. I can pull up my sheet here. Even though Tammy and I can't compete, a big chunk of our team is actually competing. I don't know if you guys have
I was going to ask you about that then. Yeah, we talked about where you're ineligible because you're
Right.
an organizer.
Right.
But you've been replaced.
Yes.
Temporarily at least.
Exactly. Yeah. So myself, Tammy McLeod, Yvonne, I should know how to say her last name, but I don't. And Lindsay Steenstra was our team of 4 for Worlds. So Lindsay and Yvonne are competing on a team with our good friend and often teammate, Kevin Strins. He's on their team. He actually was going to go to Worlds with us because originally Worlds was going to allow swap-ins and was a longer event. So he was going to be an extra person to be able to swap in, but he had to get married instead on that weekend. So he couldn't come, but he, in our hearts, is one of our World teammates. So the 3 of them, and then one of their friends, Alyssa Zackler, she's puzzled on teams with Tammy and stuff, and Yvonne quite a bit. So she kind of, so Alyssa and Kevin kind of took mine and Tammy's spots for this competition.
Excellent. And then for the pairs tomorrow, the first competition, it's going to be obviously pairs, 2-person team, and they're going to be doing a 500-piece puzzle. So it'll be quicker.
Yes, yeah, it should be hopefully much quicker. So the time limit is only 2 hours, and being a 500-piece, it should go very quickly. I think at the World Championship, if I remember, one of the qualifier puzzles was done in like 20 minutes or something. Those were some very fast teams, so I'm not sure how it will compare, and it always varies based on the puzzle difficulty. But we could see teams finishing in about half an hour or something like that.
So Alejandro Clemente Leon, who we talked to earlier from Barcelona, his time for the 500 was 34 minutes, 25 seconds at the World.
For the individuals.
Yeah. And in the pairs, it was 1,000-piece. So
Yeah.
that was twice as much. So
Yeah.
an hour, 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
Right, and that was actually the Czech Republic team that took that. That was, I think, the only competition where Alejandro didn't place first.
Right, because his team won the team, and he solo won the individuals.
Right, exactly. So, yeah.
It was, the interview with him was very fun, and asking about his friends, I guess, ribbing him and stuff about.
It's pretty funny when you tell people about your competitive puzzling background, because at first they kind of laugh because they don't believe you. And then they kind of think like, okay, that's cool. And then after a minute of digesting it, they have about 20 questions. So, yeah.
When I told people I was going to be doing commentation on the live stream, the first question was, is there like terminology you need to know? And I had that question from like 3 different people. Is there like any lingo that they have you need to know? And I go, yeah, exactly. In fact, joining us, another co-founder. So I have 2 of the co-founders here with me. Valerie Coit. Hi, Valerie.
I thank you. I came back so I could actually be on at the same time as Allie, and we could talk smack about these competitors. I mean, we are excellent trash talkers, so we're all over that. But yeah, I'm so excited. Lingo. You were asking about lingo. Our team. My significant other does short films, and he did a film one time, just a short, about competitive jigsaw puzzling. And we found out that my teammate Robin refers to the puzzle pieces as like, she's got like knobs, moose horns, like all these weird names. And we were like, is there officially names? And I believe there are. I think if you go on and you like look it up on Wikipedia, there are official names. But I feel like every team has names for what they call things.
For the shapes of the pieces and stuff like that, moose horns, and you being from northern Minnesota would know a lot about moose horns.
And actually, she would call them toots and horns. So the little knobs were toots, and the horns were like the little corners on like a random nut on random pieces. So the name of the documentary was Toots and Horns.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. Yeah, I've just known them as like innies and outies. But yeah, sometimes they're like, so I guess there's the knobs or the innies and outies to refer to, but then there's like particular piece shapes to like, if you have 3 innies and 1 outies, it kind of looks like a little man. So, I think I've seen lists of like what everyone calls them. There's such really interesting names. But another fun lingo that we found because of Valerie and her significant other's documentary, Wicker Kittens. So Leslie Mallory is in that documentary, and she talks about a special move that she does when you have a large section of the puzzle assembled and you need to kind of move it into the puzzle. You might have assembled it outside, you need to move it in. You kind of pull the 2 sides, the 2 opposing sides kind of taut, so that it kind of keeps all the pieces interlocked, and then you can move it without losing the pieces, and so it's called the Mallory move, and now everyone uses it.
You don't need spatulas. You can do this. Like, yeah. But it was so funny because in the documentary, she's like, I just thought everybody knew that. Like, we're all a bunch of dummies for not understanding physics and how to move things. But it does really work to just pull opposing edges, pick up, and, not all puzzles. Because some of them are going to have weird push-fit pieces and stuff. That's obviously not going to work. But yeah, the Mallory move will forever be in the lexicon, I think, because of Leslie Mallory. Yeah.
And not lingo, but an important, I guess, I don't know what you would call it, but a phrase that comes up quite a bit. Do you want to tell it, or do you want me to? Okay. Also in Wicker Kittens. So if you can't tell, we've all seen that movie quite a lot. But Valerie's teammate, Robin, right? Which is called No Snacks. The story behind that is in the documentary. They're talking about there are some teams that come as families and things like that, or some teams that come to casually puzzle a little bit less competitive. And I can't remember what it was. Yeah, what was it?
She says, if you bring snacks, you don't want to win. Because your fingers are too busy in the Cheeto bag to be puzzling. That is not what you're there for. Those fingers are to be puzzling at all times, no eating. So that's the joke of their team name, No Snacks.
Perfect. That's funny.
Have you been looking at any particular strategies or? I haven't looked. So this is the puzzle we're doing right now, the Goldilocks. I don't know if you got a chance to look on the floor there at all, or if you're too busy with all the other things.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tougher one strategy-wise because there's not any one big identifiable chunk. And so, I think a lot of teams, what they're going to start with is maybe they put, you can see there's some pink things, there's some blue things, there's some railing. They're probably going to kind of organize by those identifiable pieces and just start doing those chunks. But this puzzle comes around a lot more to that filling in. Like, you're going to have just a ton of blank spaces. You're also going to look at the box probably a lot more on this one. I know some people who, and I cannot believe this is a thing, but they think looking at the box is cheating. But in speed puzzling, that is not the case. Like, you need to look at the box. We used to tease each other with our team because we would get so frantic, none of us would look at the picture. And we'd be like, there's a tractor in this? And we'd all start laughing and maybe we should look at the photo because, that can really help you. So we used to always say, like, at the beginning, we'd all pass it around and we'd look at it for just like 5 seconds. Absorb what is in front of your eyeballs so that you're not totally like, what am I even working on here? And then you get a sense of where things are placed. Our team used to have a rule too. We tried to do stuff kind of adjacent. So like if somebody's like, I'm going to take this corner, then go over to that corner. And so we would move around a lot around the table and people would always ask us, is that a strategy? We're like, yeah, kind of. I mean, we're trying to stay close to what we are wanting to work on. We don't want to be like working on something and then we're going to have to move it all the way across the table. We want to keep it kind of close proximity. Because there are times in the Mallory move, you screw it up and all the pieces you just put together fall apart. So that's not great.
And you, just to go back a minute or two, you mentioned no spatula needed. Spatulas are not allowed under the rules here. But that when you mentioned that, yeah.
I was gonna talk about. Oh shoot! I just lost my train of thought.
I kind of jumped. Yeah.
Well, you were talking about how you move around a lot. I was gonna say that our team moves around a lot also, and less so, like not even specifically to be near. We just had another finisher. Not even specifically to be kind of near your area, but really to get like a fresh look. So if you're getting kind of stuck, and I feel like some people want to just stay with the same sections the whole time, and I'm the opposite. I really like to move around, and so my team sometimes I think gets a little annoyed with me, but they oblige, which is great. But they often will then be like, "Oh, I'm really glad I did that." So I think that's a really good strategy. Yeah.
This morning, Alejandro talked about that in the Q&A. He said that when he feels stale, like, oh, I'm not getting pieces together, it's been longer than I would like, then he likes to move on and get fresh eyes on something and just come back to it. And I do think that's a good strategy. Sometimes if somebody's struggling on our team, we're just like, let us know, because they might just need a break from that and somebody else might come in and suddenly it just moves for them. So we're really communicating a lot as a team together, just letting each other know how we're doing. I know, Allie, you guys have like a weird counting thing, which I don't know if you want to share that, but I've puzzled next to them and I'm just like, what are they doing? So tell us about that.
So we've got a couple counting things actually. One of them, so I do a lot of running. That's one of my other hobbies. And I'm often comparing speed puzzling to running because I think a lot of the same strategies can apply. And so one of them is when you're doing like a long run and you're really just not feeling it and you just need to like get to the next tree or something. That's what you focus on. Like, how do I just have to get to that tree and then maybe I'll walk. And then when you get to that tree, we got another finisher. When you get to that tree, maybe you get to the next building or whatever. So I was like, how can I apply that strategy to puzzling? So I thought, okay, if you just focus on getting in 10 pieces, that's a goal. That's an easy, like, short goal. And so I was like, okay, what if we just kind of as a team count out as we're getting a piece? So, I'll count 1, Tammy counts 2, Lindsay counts 3, and then she counts 4, 5, 6 because she's on a roll, whatever it is. So we'll count up to 10 and then we'll restart. And we don't really care how good of a count it is. If you lose track, well, we might go back to 1. Like, we don't think too hard about it, but it's really sort of like a cadence or like a beating drum, something to help us all feel like we are making progress. We only have to make it to 10. We get excited when we make it to 10. And it just gets us through those lulls, which I bet these teams are starting to feel right now. I think they're right in that that mode, and so that really helps a lot. And then the other, oh yeah, what were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say you were just talking about a lull, but now I'm seeing a lot of activity. And table 3, I guess. Table 3 and 4 are getting close already on their second 1,000 piece. So we're at an hour 48, and we already have teams that are close to finishing their second 1,000 piece, which is incredible.
Well, if you figure the first one was 56 minutes, so yeah, which also means they didn't slow down much for the second puzzle. Their pace, which was a more difficult puzzle, at least in our eyes and our estimation, in theory. So they're on a roll. So these are, speaking of running, these are like split times now. We're doing splits. Puzzle 1, 56, 20, 50, like, oh my. Look at that. There's about it looks like they still have maybe 20 pieces or a little bit more, but they're almost there. This is a 1,000-piece puzzle, so they're in the home stretch.
I was just going to say, I am digging their tray strategy. They are doing really good with that. I think that's brilliant to just hold that tray right in front of them like that and to share it. Because one of the struggles, actually, when you're on a big table is reaching across constantly and not being able to see the puzzles that are like 3 feet away from you. So actually, that's really good with the trays that they're keeping them right in front of their eyeballs. They're sharing it, which makes it a lot easier probably to get those in. So that's good. I never know what to do with the trays. I am not a puzzle sorter person, and I'm just like, what do I even do with this thing? But they're utilizing it, I think, the way you should. That's really good.
And more finishers coming in here. We'll have to try to get an update on the number of teams that have, and this will all be their second. I mean, they're still their first puzzle. They're coming in on the first ones, and you can see the numbers. Looks like almost all of them have finished their first one. Then
23.
23 have finished.
Yep. So the team that just finished, Peace of Mind with Chris Hansen, Pascal Hansen, Madeline Pedro, and Lori Nussbaum, they finished at an hour 48 and 46 seconds. So they're in 23rd place on their first puzzle.
It looks like, Ravensburger as a team in this, they're not eligible for prizes. We keep telling everybody that because, obviously they'd have an advantage. But if you ask them, they're like, we do not have an advantage because they're not competitive puzzlers by nature. But they're just kind of doing it for fun to be part of the action today. And I think they're about to finish their first 1,000 piece, even though this is a new thing for all of them. So I'm excited for them.
Yeah, they have about 20 pieces or so left. And those pieces are going in pretty quickly right now. Oh, this is no snacks with their second. All right, we're at an hour 51:40 right now, so they're going to come in under 2.
I bet they're tired. That's impressive.
No, it'll be interesting.
I can't wait for the reveal of the 1,500. I am just dying for them to see it.
Yeah, I really want to see their reaction. Oh man, they've got like 10 pieces left. This can get tricky when you get down to this few pieces because sometimes there's just too many hands in the way. So sometimes our team will someone will step back when it gets to this point, just so you're not like tripping over each other.
I don't go for that strategy. We are tripping all over each other. Our team is like a mess of hands and running into each other. Here we go. They're about to finish.
All right.
152.35 it looked like. And look at that. They're taking it apart
So
right away.
if it was 152.35, they came in 5 seconds quicker with the second puzzle.
Yeah.
5 seconds quicker.
Oh, that was really fast, Matthew.
Wouldn't it be?
Nice, yeah.
You take your 4 and you'd subtract, and we had 20, and we subtracted the seconds, and
So it was a little bit faster for them.
that actually just literally a couple of seconds, but that's what happened.
I wonder if the difference. So I think even though on the mushrooms they were separate colorful sections, I know they got down to that like dark green or whatever, and they all slowed down. Whereas this doesn't seem to really have any of those slow down sections. You know, like everything. It's a busier puzzle, but everything kind of has a place, so you don't kind of hit something really plain that's hard to differentiate. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right. It did slow down once you got to the transition areas where there is more dark and yeah, it's a little, yep. Yeah, but you're right. I mean, that's really fast for them. I do know that team, and they do well with the jumbles. Yeah. The next one, we'll see.
So they must be unwrapped. We haven't heard. We'll have to see. Yeah.
They must have it going. I'm sure they're not taking a break.
Right, exactly. I'm sure it's a.
Yeah, I think we'll get a copy of that puzzle here in just a minute, so we can show. Oh, we have. Oh, I've got it. Ooh, can I show it? Okay. So we had a couple of nice, colorful puzzles, and now we have a very blue puzzle.
Yeah, I think they're going to put the camera on us so we can see. There is the third puzzle. This is the 1500 piece. As you can see, a little challenging. It's a lot of blue, folks, so it's going to be, but at the same time, I don't think this is that bad compared to what we did at Worlds, which had big, huge, like very similar piece, like it was just dark blue. There's so much variation in this actual illustration that I think it's going to be fairly easy for them to identify sections. And even though it's a lot of blue, there's, you know, little fish here and there, and there's a lot of detail. So they should be able to kind of zone in on that detail. You're looking for the name? Yeah. I think it's usually around, I think it's the mermaids.
Yeah, in 6 different languages. English was 5th, so I didn't get down that. You're very good, because you've got a couple of these languages down.
I've seen this name before.
Gotcha. You're also fluent in a couple of languages too, so you knew what was going on. In fact, I heard you impressed them over in Spain. You were able to do television interviews in fluent Spanish, having lived in Spain prior to that, so you were on familiar territory.
Yeah, it was somewhat familiar, but it had been about 15 years since I lived there last, and I got about an hour's notice for them. So I was really nervous. The commentators that I was with were super kind and very helpful, but talking about puzzles isn't the most natural conversation. And then when you do it in another language, those are some specific. Like, I don't know what knobs and innies and outies is in Spanish. So, but I was really excited to have the opportunity to do that. And now, if anyone ever isn't sure if I really speak Spanish, I can show them. So, yeah.
I was going to say, Jeff, I don't know if I believe the film crew is taking a lunch break. If you need to go and do that, you can. Allie and I can take over for a little while. If you need a break, you have been talking for about 2 hours.
Which my wife would be no surprise there.
Yeah, no, we just want to make sure you get a break. But yeah, you're welcome to do that.
I'll do that, and I'll just let you
Okay,
ladies take
we'll take over. Yeah, that sounds good. We'll scooch. Yeah, so we've got more teams that are getting close to finishing under that 2-hour mark. So it's yeah. Yep. We'll scooch in here. I'm gonna have to move this so I. Yeah, no, you can move over if you want. Yes, we can just share this. So yeah, Allie and I are on our own. Scary. Okay. I think, Allie, I don't know if you knew this, but I think there's about 400 and some people that are on here today. We're going to have our other board member, Faith, join us. So it's the USAJPA board version of commentary right now. Jump on in. Yeah, okay, so Faith, yes, tell us what we're missing.
It's really exciting out there on the floor. Kind of is. So I'm helping the volunteers, and so one thing, like, they actually have a lot of questions, like little things like, okay, there's a piece on the floor. Am I allowed to pick it up? Am I allowed to tell the team? Let's find out. So, you would never think that you would have that with the jigsaw puzzle competition, but actually there's a lot of questions and there's drama. So about
Tell us all about the drama.
well, the pieces on the floor, what we concluded was you can tell a team, but oftentimes the piece is in the middle of 2 or 3 tables, and so you don't know. So it's, so you're like, well, what do I do? So we leave it until they're finished, and then we can figure out, like, okay, whose is it? So that's where we're at with the missing pieces.
That's awesome. I know too. I heard there was are somebody's trays too big, so you were having to get out some tape measures or something.
Yeah, so we had some of the volunteers were a little concerned. We're allowing A2 size, which is 16 and a quarter by 23 and a half or something like that. And but that's actually quite big when you measure it out. And so I asked a volunteer to measure it out just so we could eyeball it, because we weren't sure if people were out of compliance, as I would say. But it's actually a lot bigger than you think. So they were good. They were good.
I love that our volunteers are so dedicated that they had these questions.
Let me tell you about the volunteers. Actually, I'm probably supposed to be meeting volunteers right now, but whatever. They're fine. No, but they're amazing because, little things like we can't all be, in 10 places at once. So they've been amazing helping us just cover registration and be at the competition floor. And it's, oh gosh, it's not exciting to watch puzzlers, but they've been really, really good about it.
Okay, don't say that, Faith. It is very exciting to watch.
They would totally agree. Way more exciting than you would think.
I earlier, so Mark, who's kind of running the live stream, he's like running the cameras and everything, and over the headset earlier when we were commentating, I heard him say, I wasn't envisioning this being that exciting. And he was like, because I'm thinking it, he said he was like, I'm envisioning people in their living room just puzzling, and he's like, this is nuts. He was like, this is they are fast and it is frantic, and he was just like, he's digging it. Every 2 minutes or so, he's like, oh my God, that's such a cool shot. Look at those hands. They're just moving so fast. It's so cool.
And are we supposed to be talking about what's going on right now?
I mean, we can.
We got Karen Puzzles there with Jonathan. That's all we got. But a couple people, I think there's 2 or 3 teams at this point that have finished puzzle. I don't know if you've already talked about this, but they finished the second puzzle and they're on to the mermaid puzzle.
Yeah, we revealed the mermaid puzzle just a little bit ago, which very exciting. What was their reaction? Could you tell when they?
No, so I think the mermaid puzzle is going to be kind of hard because you've got that red and then you've got some purple, but it's a lot of blue and green. So
yeah. The tentacle thing, the big, giant, long, snaky purple tentacle and blue tentacle, people are going to hate those.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So we've got 2 teams that have finished, it looks like. So the first place team right now, Team No Snacks, they finished their puzzle, their second puzzle in 1 hour 35 seconds. And about, little less than 4 minutes later, Team Rasmussen with Don Rasmussen, Andrew Kyle, Charity Toast, Mary Christensen, they finished in 1 hour 56 and 11 seconds.
Team 4 is about to finish. Everyone's crowding over, and that is War and Peace.
I bet. So this was a busier puzzle, which Yvonne is on Team War and Peace, and that's her strength. So, because I'm a little surprised that they're gonna. So they were in.
They just finished the second one, so they jumped ahead of Jigsaw Junkies.
Mm-hmm. Oh wow! Yeah.
We think.
We think. We're not exactly sure when we're way over here. Oh, okay. It's hard. We're way over in the corner, and all the really fast people are in the other corner, and we're just like, oh my gosh.
So exciting.
I want visible when they open the, but nobody's doing that.
Sorry, I'm getting really excited because the Ravensburger team, you can see them standing up in the blue shirts. Oh, we switch. Okay, another team's about to finish.
Oh, yep, another team's Jigsaw Junkies is about to finish. So our top 4 are staying pretty close. It's they're juggling spots a little bit, but they're all really close to each other. Makes me a little nervous that when we get to the end, we're going to have a very close finish, but it's also exciting, so that's good.
So that was War and Peace.
Ah, okay, yeah. So they've jumped into third.
A couple pieces left. Oh, the excitement.
I mean, we can just all feel this, right? What that's like.
Totally. Oh my gosh. Okay, come on. Where's that piece? Oh, they can't find.
Oh, they got. Oh,
Okay.
there they got it. Okay, done with the second one. Jigsaw Junkies just finished their second one with 2:03:12, right around there. And to be clear, that's 2 hours, 3 minutes, 12 seconds for two 1,000 piece puzzles. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Faith, have you ever done it that fast?
Yeah.
She's just like, of course, Val. Don't be silly.
Actually, yeah, no, I don't know if with a team of 4 that I have, but I really want to puzzle with the 4 of us as a board. I'm hoping we can do these puzzles maybe tonight or tomorrow night and just see how we do comparatively.
I think that's very optimistic, but I would love to as well. I would love to. Tomorrow night, maybe.
Before Tammy drives back to LA real quick.
Yeah.
Maybe we make Tammy stay for.
You know, I'm like looking at Tammy and just like, are we gonna make her come on here at some point? But she's like, no, Tammy. She's busy. Oh, yeah, we can do an update. So Elenia is saying that we should do an update on the standings. So yeah, we're Team No Snacks is number 1, Team Rasmussen number 2, War and Peace number 3, and Jigsaw Junkies number 4. So those are our top 4 teams that have finished both 1,000 piece puzzles. Okay, my next question: how long is it going to take them to do this 1,500? Faith is making a face.
Yeah, no, I think maybe hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes for the
For the 15.
top.
Yeah. I don't know though, because as you like increase in like piece size, it gets exponentially harder, right? So like an hour and a half would mean that it would be the same pace as their 1,000 piece, and this one's harder and it's more pieces. So I think like closer to maybe 2 hours.
Yeah, I am relieved, however, because I know we were concerned. Like, are people going to finish in 5.5 hours? I don't think that's an issue at all. We're going to have teams finishing.
Yeah, and that was a big concern. So we're happy. I think there's still some people obviously finishing the first puzzle, but and now the second puzzle's done. But we knew that would happen. That's not unusual. But I really kind of wanted to bet with you, Allie, about the finishing time of that last one. But I might lose. So.
Oh, yeah, you guys are like, okay, so just so for the live stream community and anybody watching this, Faith and Allie in individual contests are neck and neck. They often are finishing like one beats the other one. It kind of goes back and forth, and so they have a friendly rivalry.
Yeah.
I call it friendly rivalry. But yeah, they're like dying to just do this head to head and compete with each other. And I'm just sort of like, I'll take a nap. You guys go do that. That sounds great. So
Once I get some more practice, I'll come back and get you, Faith. She beat me in Worlds and then in the sprints last night. The second sprint, though, was only by 2 seconds. So
I don't know. Allie, your time is done. Like, you should just retire now.
that's it.
Okay, the other question I have is, Faith, because you've been out on the floor a ton, are you getting a sense, are people enjoying the puzzles? What's their reaction?
I think some people are enjoying them, but I have a friend that I puzzled at Worlds with, and she was giving me the look, which means I'm not happy with you, and why did you pick this puzzle? But they did finish, and I'm kind of avoiding them because I might get the look again.
Did you show them what the options were at Worlds? Because they can really cry us a little river if they want.
I know.
Yeah, so just to clarify, like when we pick the puzzles, basically Ravensburger comes to us and says, here's what we can provide that's not available in stores in America. So it's not like we have this endless supply of puzzles to just be like, let's do one that's sort of easy and another. Like we're having to choose from a pretty limited selection. And, so we're trying to keep that in mind, not make it too challenging, but it's not like we had a ton of options to choose from either. To clarify, too, like some of the puzzles that you're seeing, people might be familiar with these because some of them have been released in Europe. I believe there's probably a few people in this room who have done them potentially because they're, what would I say, Ravensburger groupies?
Can I talk about the groupies? So I've talked to a lot of people, and puzzles with Lisa, I think, is one. She has 3,300 Ravensburgers.
What?
Yes. So she
Are you best friends now?
I'm a huge Ravensburger fan. So, but she has a website where she's cataloging all of the Ravensburgers that she has. She's also going to have a link with all the Ravensburgers catalogs. So, one of our things that we're going to do is have a link to her website so that people can find it. But so she's a huge fan, and she often buys them from Europe, and yeah.
I mean, it's expensive to get into that game because you're not just paying for the puzzle, you're paying for shipping overseas, which gets kind of spendy. And then some of the puzzles are just hard to get, and you're buying them off of eBay at like an elevated price point.
Yeah.
So there's maybe a few in here who have seen or done these puzzles before. However, for the individual contest, which is tomorrow, we ordered a custom puzzle. So there is absolutely no way anybody's done it. So our individual champion, there is no way we're going to have like a situation where somebody wins and then they're like, oh, I've done this one. So that's like kind of makes us feel better.
Right, because we did have that happen in one of our virtual competitions, right? We had, I think it was Eurographics puzzle, which was a great puzzle, but when we've done the virtual competitions, like we haven't been able to get unreleased puzzles. It's quite a feat. So we weren't able to do it for some of those virtual ones. And our last virtual one, the first place finisher was Gray Rogers. She finished ahead of Sarah Schuler. And she told Sarah, I'm super lucky because I just did that one last week. And
Yeah.
that really, it was actually kind of a useful tidbit for us to really drive home why unreleased puzzles were important for this competition, because there's so much more on the line. We wanted to make sure that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that, that is a big challenge for all jigsaw puzzle competitions out there, is to get puzzles that haven't been potentially done before. There are companies that will work with you and help you if you're organizing a competition to try to make that happen. But for a big company like Ravensburger, I mean, they are selling puzzles in 50 countries. It's all over the world, and they have different release schedules, and their factories in Germany. It's a challenge, but they've been awesome to work with trying their best to make sure we get like original stuff. The other thing I love, though, is even if like one or two people have done these, I think they're crowd pleasers, because people like these artists. They're really bright and pretty. I can't imagine anybody. I mean, there's going to be some that are like, you picked this for a contest, really? But I think overall everybody's going to love them.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think that the mushroom one, I'm looking forward to doing all of them.
I want them now. We need to make sure that, do we have some saved? We need some saved.
Okay, we got to make sure we have some saved for us later. Yeah. What was I going to say? So one other thing about the puzzles that we're doing. So we talked to Alfonso, who organizes the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championship, and he had like harder puzzles. And it was funny because people were kind of giving him a hard time because it was like a 3-hour time limit and only one team finished. And then he showed us, like kind of in secret, here were my options. And it was like, you chose wisely, sir, because if you'd have given people a rubber duck puzzle where it's all rubber ducks and they all are alike, and it was 1,500 pieces, I think you would have had a mutiny on your hands.
Yeah.
Talk about the puzzles that we had, because they were...
No.
Okay, so those puzzles were brutal. Like the 1,500 was it the New York skyline, and the bottom was like snowy rocks, and then the water, dark, it was night out, and then the bridge, and then like the city skyline, and then like probably a third of the puzzle was black sky.
Black sky.
Black sky.
It was absolutely horrendous. I mean, what was funny is everybody did it in the exact same order. Everybody did edge, and then you had this big swath in the middle of the skyline and the bridge, and then it was just big section on the bottom wide open, and big section on the top wide open.
So we realized after the fact that we tried to kind of divide our attention between the snow on the bottom and the sky on the top, and we thought about it after the fact. We probably should have we didn't do it because we were like, there's going to be too many hands, but we're like, should we all work on the snow and get that done because that's easier? And we said no, because there's going to be too many hands, but now I think we should have done that, because I think that would have been the better way to go about it, or at least it would have felt better, maybe.
I don't know if there was any good way to make that feel. I think it was going to be brutal no matter what. But yeah, it was tough. I don't think we're going to be in that situation today. I don't think people are going to look at this and be like, that's the worst choice ever. Because again, I think there's some really fun bits in there. But overall, All That Blue is definitely intimidating.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certain that everyone's going to have their reds
Yep.
horn.
Yeah. I mean, I love that puzzle. Like for me, this is my jam. I like this kind of stuff. I like kind of the fantasy. I love like drawings, like illustrations. Yeah, it's just super fun. One of the things we haven't talked about really is Karen Puzzles. So the team number 1, Karen, this weekend and later today is going to reveal a custom puzzle that she did with Ravensburger, and it's a 3,000 piece puzzle.
So big.
So heavy. I picked it up and was like, whoa. Yeah, very heavy.
Yeah, a box of them was sent to my house because all the boxes were sent to my house because I'm local and the others are not. And I went to pick up that box and I was like, whoa. It was so much heavier, but
Yeah. So, oh no, we haven't done the live stream raffle.
No, we
Yeah.
did do the
Oh,
live
you
stream
did do the live stream raffle. Oh, okay. Sorry, I missed that.
no, that's okay.
Yeah.
For the live stream raffle, we did that around 11:30. We posted the first link, and that should be pinned in the comments. And then around 2:30, we're gonna release the next link. You should get 1 entry per raffle, and up to 4 entries if you watch all the live streams. So we did do that. But yeah, we are gonna do a raffle later. When Karen announces her puzzle, we're gonna raffle off a couple of those puzzles. So we're gonna.
I hope people brought big luggage.
Oh my gosh.
Boxes. I kept some boxes. So
Okay, good job, Faith. Good job. Yeah, we have boxes. We have packing tape. People can ship them. Because and when you think about it, if somebody's doing all of these, at minimum, they're probably going to have like 2 to 3 puzzles to bring home because you've got the pair puzzle, the individual, and then 3 from the team competition. So if you're bringing all of them, if you signed up for all 3 and you were kind of the one who is going to take them, you're going to have 5 puzzles at the end of the weekend.
I'm so afraid how many puzzles are going to be left over. I'm so afraid because not every team, I don't think every team is going to take their puzzles with them. And there's so many puzzles from the swap, and then there's puzzles that may be left over from different things. And my house is the closest.
You know, we're going to find some local senior retirement, like community places, and it's going to be their lucky day.
yeah, no, I mean, come on. I can't believe you're complaining about like too many puzzles, Allie. Please,
If it's all the same puzzle, though.
you'll be fine.
Yeah, so just to recap a little, if people are joining us a little late, oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I see my team's being highlighted there in the green shirts. So I just wanted to shout out the green shirt team there, the Huntresses. So that's they live with me in Georgia, and we puzzled with them. Yeah, so we've got Amy Marty, Arlene Cawthorn, Laura Gibbs, and Elisa Gambrel, and yeah, so Laura and Elisa replaced me and Valerie from the Worlds, so I'm a little bit sad to not be puzzling.
Which we're going to brag. We came in 11th or 12th? 12th at Worlds. Oh, 12th. Oh, woo, somebody just finished. Is it?
Team. I think this will be the 5th team to finish the second 1,000 piece.
Yeah, it's actually been a little quiet.
Yeah, it's been quiet for a little while. Yeah, which is fine because our main commentator and the camera crew are taking a bit of a break. So we have other camera people, but yeah, but it's great. Yeah, no, I'm glad things are moving along too.
So that was Team 29 that just finished. Oh, they finished the first puzzle. So
See, it gets confusing with the cheering because you're like, is that the first one, the second one? Which one is this? Yeah, it was that way at Worlds too. Because at Worlds they actually didn't do them in a set order. You could decide, do you want to do 1,500 first, or I think if you did it first, you were insane because it was so hard. And so I think most people chose to do the 1,000 piece first and get that over with right away because it was a lot easier. But we're doing a set order, and we did that kind of because we wanted just to be able to see where everybody was stacking up as the day went versus everybody doing them in random order. Do you guys think that if we'd have given them their druthers to just decide, would you have done 1,500 first? and then done like hardest to easiest?
No, I mean, I think we learned from Worlds that you want to start with the easiest one. You need to have the feeling of accomplishment, I think. So I would have probably started with the mushrooms or with Goldilocks.
We actually had this debate a lot for Worlds. We were like, what do we do? You know, trying to pre-strategize, and we were like, do we do the hard one first, get it out of the way, and then have like the downhill easy one? And for a while, like that was my mentality. And then I think I was comparing to running again, and I was doing like a long run or something, and I had like a crazy hill, and then I had like a nice downhill after that, and I was like, oh no, but then I'm tired for the rest of the run, and I was like, I think that's true for the puzzle too. So I was like, no, like what you said, like get the easy one, get the win. You have more energy, you're fresh, and so by the time you're pooped out by the 1500, you're done. So.
No, I think that's true. I think to get the momentum, to get that feeling of accomplishment. Oh, we got another one just about to finish their second 1,000 piece. Can we tell who that is? Oh, okay. Oh, it's Floor Check. Yeah. No, we haven't. So, yeah, go ahead, Pete. Tell us.
Okay, so Floor Check, the team that's finishing now, we absolutely love because it's a family of puzzlers, and
They're from Iowa, where I'm from, so they have a special place in my heart.
so like what they they typically do really well in contests, which they do, and puzzling must run in the family.
Oh my gosh! Teams Ravensburger just finished their first 1,000 piece.
Let's talk about Team Ravensburger for a minute. We can go back to Floor Check, but so you're still looking at Floor Check there. They're missing a piece. I'm sure they'll find it, but they've got 2 kids in college, and but you've got I think 3 kids and the mom puzzling together.
Name them. Yeah.
So
It's Sophie, Corey, Max, and Zeb, and they're the Figuras. I call them the Figuras all the time because it's just a great name. And for a while in my household, it would be like, oh, the Figuras, because they would win everything. And it was so like, oh no, they've signed up. Oh no, the Figuras are going to be there. And 2 of them are twins. So then I would refer to them as the Figura twins. And then Mike would just joke, like, they sound like the evil villains of the puzzle world. And I'm like, it could not be more opposite. They are the sweetest, nicest, most just lovely people. So we're happy for them, and they're right in it.
right now we're looking at Karen Puzzles and her team. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead and talk about.
Oh, about Karen Puzzles and her team. So Karen and her sister are on the team, and then they were actually trying to figure out who to pair up with for their team, and kind of reached out to us. They wanted, to have some good competitive teammates, but also some fun teammates, and some teammates that would be kind of, they're filming and stuff, so they want someone who maybe is not afraid to be filmed and films well.
Yeah, because Karen Puzzles she's our influencer this weekend. She is legit a Jigsaw Puzzle influencer. She's probably the largest influencer out there. She's got 194,000 followers on YouTube, or subscribers, so that's huge. I mean, those kind of numbers, and she gets thousands of views on her videos. And so Ravensburger kind of brought her here for the weekend. She's a special guest. And she's just, killing it. She's never done an in-person competition. Here she is, like, just doing great.
She's a team to watch, and it's crazy. I mean, yes, she does puzzles for a living at this point, but it's still incredible. She hasn't done competitions before, and I've been doing them for a while, and she's placing higher than me, and I'm like, oh my God.
Well, and you add in the fact that, like, Jonathan and Emma, so Jonathan Clough is former board member. Yeah. And so she got paired up with Jonathan Clough, who used to be a board member with us and runs speedpuzzling.com and is no slouch in the speed puzzling world. He's quite fast. And this is the first time they're ever puzzling together. Yeah. And here they are at a competition.
Yeah. So, when she did reach out to us, we thought, I think Jonathan would be a really great fit. Him and his daughter are the other 2 teammates. So we thought that they would just really harmonize well together in similar levels of competitiveness and things like that.
And honestly, they're both influencers.
Yeah.
Because Jonathan runs speedpuzzling.com, and he has a huge following on Facebook and online. And because he runs, it's sort of like it's a subscription thing. So you can pay to be a member, and then you're what he calls a groupie, or speed puzzling groupie. And then every month, you participate in a virtual competition. So by joining, oh, we got another team. Oh my gosh. Okay, we got to talk about Pieced Together.
No, wait, I know about this. Okay, so I'm taking the microphone. So this morning, so Tiffany and Rosemary are two friends that are here, and I knew they were looking for a team, so we've been kind of trying to find a team for them. And then Kim's mom came and signed up, and she was like, "Oh, I really hope my daughter will do it." And her daughter came and was like, "Well, we got her." And then Crystal, I had met Crystal online at one of our events, and we were talking about this. Her and her husband are competing tomorrow in the pairs competition. And I had another person that had like expressed interest. I texted them and they were like, "No, I can't do it." So I went back to Crystal and I'm like, "You want to do it?" And she's like, "Well, I guess so." And so they came in like 5th after the first puzzle, like amazing. And they're in 7th now. And this was a team that literally got together at like 9 a.m. this morning. Yeah. So I'm so happy. That's so amazing.
Well, yeah, that reminds me of when we did the St. Paul Winter Carnival. You helped to do what I think I helped to do at the St. Paul Winter Carnival. There were people looking for teammate. I think I saw someone on Facebook say something. I knew someone over here that needed a team, and like just this random team assembled. And then they came in 2nd place. They beat our team. I was like, I put together the team that beat us.
I know. I'm sure everybody here is like, "Thanks, Faith. Thanks. Thanks for assembling a super team that's now going to kick everybody's butt today." No, it is great. Well, we saw that they finished earlier, like in the top 10. Literally, when we told them the situation, like Jeff and Brian, who was here commentating at the time, Brian's, the first thing he said, "Oh, I'm rooting for them now." He was like, "I want them to win the whole thing." He was like, "They're amazing. I love that." Yeah, it's exciting.
So just as a little update, so I think we talked about, in first place right now, Team No Snacks, followed by Team Rasmussen. War and Peace pulled ahead of the Jigsaw Junkies. They're in 3rd, and Jigsaw Junkies are in 4th. Floor Check, we talked about a little bit earlier, they're in 5th. One Piece Missing with Melinda Owens, her team is in 6th. And then Piece Together, who we were just talking about, they're in 7th. So 7 teams now have finished both 1,000-piecers. We have one that's going to finish in about 5 pieces. And that actually looks like, I think that team is Everyday and Puzzlin', which is in 8th place for the first puzzle, so it looks like they may stay in the same place. And that's one of the teams I talked about earlier that we found in San Diego. It's actually a very good friend of mine. They just finished here. A very good friend of mine is friends with, knew one of those girls through her boyfriend, and she was like, she's been going to puzzle competitions. So she was going to competitions I didn't even know about. We're friends now, and I had to tell them, you guys should come. They all had other commitments, you guys. And I was like, you have to come. You guys are fast. And they're in 8th place right now.
That's amazing. It's also interesting to just see the spread, because it looks like 8th place is about 30 minutes behind the top finisher. I think it says underneath, so it'll say like kind of where they're at. So that's not a ton of time separating. Oh no, it's not even that much, is it? Oh no, we got to add in the next one to see, but we're not too far apart from each other, which is...
Even right now, they'd be 4 minutes away from the team above them.
Okay.
But
Yep.
I think it's less.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, who's this other one now that's coming up?
Right here. I think they're finishing the first puzzle.
Oh, okay, they're finishing the first one. Yep.
Yeah,
The missing link?
yeah. Team 14, the missing link.
So if that team finishes, they'll be the 29th team to finish their first puzzle. So we'll almost have all teams done with their first puzzle, because there are 33 teams.
Yeah, I think there's 30.
33.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I only have 31 on my list. So I was like, wait, where did 2 more come from? But I think they literally just like formed this morning and signed up. So they were late, last minute entries, but that's exciting. We want to have as many people doing it as possible. Yeah, this is great. We're starting to see a bunch that, are getting that first 1,000-piece done. Yeah, so the team that just finished, Missing Link. Oh, this is the one going right now? Yeah. Oh, okay, the one you're seeing right now. So this is Tamara Williams, Ariel McMahon, Trevor Stroud, and Eliana Williams. And what's fun is like we haven't gotten a chance to delve into this much because we've just been talking about a bunch of other stuff. But we asked puzzlers ahead of time, like, hey, send us a little tidbit about yourself and we'll put it in our live stream commentary notes and maybe we'll reference it. So Tamara submitted a thing. She said when she was 20 years old, she did a 1,000 piece puzzle of cartoon characters at a contest. And she said it was comical. One of the puzzle tables had a dog under the table eating the puzzle pieces. And then she was like, I didn't even know there were contests. So since then, she said she's always wanted to be in a contest. And 36 years later, her dream has come true. So that is so cool.
Yeah, that's so exciting. We've heard a lot of that, I think, this weekend. And, you know, we're I think, nervous, right? This is the first event that we've put on, and we want to make sure everyone has a good time and that we can kind of recreate the good time that we had at Worlds. But we've got a lot of positive feedback, and I think a lot of people said, well, you know, people have always said, oh, you're good at puzzles, like, you should try it. So it's really nice to hear people say, like, this is something like a bucket list item to do something like this. And so I'm super excited to hear that from a lot of people.
Yeah, me too. It's also really cool because, you know, there's all these contests out there in the world. So there's a lot of like St. Paul Winter Carnival, and there's a lot of virtual ones, and there's contests here and there at like, you know, science museums and community kind of things. But this is the only national championship out there. So what's cool about that is if it were me, I'd be bragging to everybody like, so I came in 14th at the national championship, you know, just like we do with Worlds, you know, like no matter where you rank, you're just sort of like, but it was the national championship, so I'm pretty good.
So good. Yes. I think everyone knows like my ranking at Worlds because I'm so excited about it.
Yeah, we just tell everybody, my name's Valerie Coit. I'm on the 12th place team in the world for jigsaw puzzle competitions. And then Allie's like,
Yeah, I say 6th place instead of 12th, so.
rub it in.
Should we talk about the individuals?
No need.
I only have one mic. I don't know where to go. Yeah, no, that's awesome.
I need to hop off. I got to go meet some new volunteers. So, and again, like, a huge shout out to the volunteers that are helping us because they've been incredible.
It's a marathon for them too because a lot of them, like, they can take a break maybe here and there, but a lot of them are signed on to just like help us for 5.5 hours of walking around, watching, monitoring, making sure that, you know, people are getting their times recorded accurately. Oh, we got another one that just finished. That's the missing link. They just finished it. So yay, that's awesome. Yeah, okay. Have fun, Faith. Thanks for stopping by. We're gonna keep going. Allie and I will keep the commentary alive for a little longer. We're kind of looking weird in the thing, but that's okay. Oh yeah. Should we talk about her?
Yeah, so we talked earlier about the Ravensburger team, them finishing their puzzle, but actually it's not only Ravensburger people. There's also Diarne Healy on that team. She's the founder and president of the Australian Jigsaw Puzzle Association. She was, you know the story better than I do. Why is she here?
Well, okay, so. Well, first off, she's here because we all met her at Worlds and we fell in love. Like, she's the most wonderful, sweet human being ever. And so there's a group of people from around the world that are on this text thread that's just helping basically Alfonso organize the World Jigsaw Puzzle Championships. And I'm one of the people on there. And I just posted something to the group and was like, hey, just so y'all know, like, this is what's happening in the U.S. And then here Diarne is like, guess what? I have a wedding in Mexico right before your guys' national championships. And she's like, I could come to that. And I was like, are you kidding me right now? So she's like here this weekend just to have like puzzling fun. She's gonna go to this family thing, I think next weekend, but we're just thrilled to have her here. The one thing we have to say though, this is a U.S. national championship, so
she's not eligible to win. So it was great though when Ravensburger said that they were down to have a team. We were like, can you take an extra person on that team?
yeah, because we wanted her to be able to participate, but we didn't want like her whole team to be ineligible, so this actually worked out.
Yeah, it was really good. So
I suspect she's whipping them into shape because she's a veteran of doing jigsaw puzzle competitions, and she placed 97th in individuals at the Worlds in 2022. And so she runs a ton of competitions in Australia. They have a really solid organization. Like, I look at their website and I'm like, okay, we feel like we're doing a good job, and then I'm like, you guys are crazy.
she has a smaller team too, and they're like prizes, like they've got crazy prizes. Like I think they sent some people to the U.S. for a competition, and they like
Paid for their trips to like go to Spain.
we're working our way up there.
Anybody out there want to sponsor a champion, just get in touch with us. Because, yeah, it's expensive to do this, you know, so you got to be able to travel and, you know, it's an expensive hobby sometimes too.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so we're figuring it out. We'd love to offer a lot of those same benefits, but in the meantime, we'll just be amazed by her doing it. So
One of the things they have pretty well established in Australia is they've got their regions kind of defined, and they're doing regional championships that then lead up to kind of the national championships. What's even crazier, I don't know if you knew this, Allie, her national championship is a month from now. November 19th, and she's like, and I'm on vacation, which is a terrible idea. So
how is she doing that?
I don't know, because I feel like a month ago I was just chained to my computer and never left.
That's exactly right. Like I haven't done any of my normal life in the last month.
Yeah.
I put a thing on my Facebook. I was like, I've been really busy, people.
Ooh, that was a big scream. Okay. We got another team that just finished. Is that their second one? It's the Goldilocks one. All right. We've gotten what? Is that 9 teams now that have finished? Okay, let's figure out who they are. I can't tell from here. Sorry? Nope, she doesn't know yet. She'll tell us in a second. We can't tell from where they're sitting. Oh, is it?
Our last team, Craven for Raven, the ninth team to have finished their second puzzle, came in at 229.06, and the team that just finished came in right around 234. So it looks like we'll get the update here in a minute which team it was, but that was kind of a pained cry.
I know, it was more of a shriek, I think.
They were very, very happy to be done with that puzzle. I'm very sorry to them that they have to open the mermaids now.
I know, they're probably like, oh, we hate you guys so much.
Looking for the reaction.
Like last night, everybody was so lovely to us. They're all like, you guys are doing so great. And now I'm just waiting for tonight to just get a lot of looks like, oh, why? Why did you do this to us? But hopefully not.
It's just so funny though, because I feel like after, like, we just keep comparing it to Worlds because we're just like, you don't know the pain though. Like that was just so bad. So we're like, mermaids isn't that easy, but it's not that hard.
The other thing with Worlds, because it's gotten so big, they've started doing qualifying divisions. So you have to, you know, they can only fit 100, you know, tables into the space that they're using. So you had to, for individuals, for example, I think there were approximately 300 and some teams that signed up. So they did a qualifying division, and then you had to place, you know, above a certain level to then be in the finals division. Which just meant instead of 2 days of intense puzzling, it was 4 days of intense puzzling. So if you were good and you made it through the qualifier, that just meant, oh, guess what? You get to puzzle again tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day. So all of us were spending hours a day for 4 days puzzling, and it was brutal.
It was a lot, but at the same time, I loved it so much.
I know. It sounds like we're like complaining, and at the same time, you're like, this is the best thing of my life.
You know, we'd like get done and we'd be like, I would do another one though.
Yeah.
We just got the info, so that team that was very excited to finish, that was Cleo Vanderveen's team. So they are in 10th place. They came in at 233.59. So it's Cleo Vanderveen, Alex Carney, Simi Berman, and Lorelai Marquardt. We know Cleo. She's been on a lot of our USA JPA member, you know, Zoom calls and Puzzle Club and things like that. And she's super sweet. We're really happy that she was able to come.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like, you know, we have a lot of members, you know, 460 or so members, but, you know, you remember the ones that like just are at every single event, and Cleo is one of those people. She comes to everything we do, and she's also just one of those people that's like a connector. I feel like she gets to know everybody else, and she's like, oh, I know that you need to meet this person, and before you know it, it's like you just have this broad network of other puzzle nerds, which is lovely.
Yeah, and I think we just got a few more finishers for the second puzzle. So it looks like actually we have 11th place and 12th place. at 234.03 and 236.19. So we've now got 12 teams that have finished 2, and then we've got looks like 29 teams have finished at least the first one. So
That's really good. That's really good because I've been to competitions where you have a 1,000-piece puzzle and it's like 3 hours and like not everybody even finishes.
oh man, yeah, that's pretty brutal. So at least I'm hopeful it'll be enough time. At least everyone finishes one, and they'll have at least that sense of accomplishment. Maybe based on our time now, I don't think everyone will finish though.
No, I don't think everybody's going to finish all 3, but probably, a handful at least. I think our top 6 are going to be all people that complete all the puzzles. I think one of the things I've heard a lot over the years organizing contests is that you get a lot of people that are like, I've never sat down and just done a puzzle from start to finish without stopping. And they feel really good about that at the end. And that is something to be proud of because not everybody does that.
No, and I think so. I used to help run the Pacific Puzzlers, which I talked about earlier. We do those competition in bars and stuff like that, and sometimes we have bar clothes getting in the way. We have the time limit, so. Some of those teams, though, they're so determined to just finish, and I think that's such a strength in its own, is having the perseverance to keep going, even though you're not first place or even though you're not super high up there. Just finishing it is something to really be proud of, and so and I think that's true for all of these puzzlers and anyone that tries speed puzzling at home or virtual contests or anything like that. Even if you're not the best, it's still quite an accomplishment to do it start to finish, do it as fast as you can. Not a lot of people would attempt it, so it's
I meet people all the time, and when inevitably it comes up that I do speed puzzling,
it always comes up.
It always comes up. There's a lot of people that don't know it exists. They are like, what? Why would people do that? It's supposed to be relaxing. I do think that people in this room are already representing a subset of the puzzling community that are like, you've got some serious fortitude to even take this on.
Yeah. It's really funny because there's quite a few puzzlers who it was interesting when I helped run Pacific Puzzlers. We'd have a fair amount of people who were like, this seems really fun, I love puzzles, and then they would come and do it and they hated it because it's just not for everyone. You're taking a very relaxing, calming hobby and making it stressful, and so it would just be funny sometimes. They really, it's definitely a subset of the community.
It's funny because it's like I get excited and nervous, but to me it's not stressful. I can't think of a more happy place than when I'm with my team and we're doing a puzzle fest. It's like everything melts away. You're just so focused on it, and it's so much fun. When obviously it's fun to win things too, but even when we don't, it's just fun with you just have fun with each other, and it's just so great. This is cool. Now we're starting to see people working on that 1500, and it's exactly what we thought. They're getting that red-headed mermaid and octopus done first. I think there's a red-headed. Yeah, there's a red-headed mermaid, and then there's a big octopus or squid or octopus, and you're seeing those parts come together first.
Yeah.
But man, I can't believe, for example, some of those teams now they've been standing for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I think that team No Snacks has barely sat down. And they are just
well, that's why we're having the stretch and strengthen tomorrow, because their backs and shoulders are going to be feeling rough. So
they're going to be tired. But I bet you later on tonight, when everybody's chilling, hanging out at the cocktails, cash bar, or whatever, people are going to be puzzling.
Oh, absolutely. And not only will they be puzzling, they may even still be speed puzzling, doing the sprints.
Yeah.
Because they just can't stop.
I think, is this Karen's group now that's doing, I think it might be Karen. Yeah, I think that's Katie. So, or Emma maybe.
Really close.
So yeah, they're getting close on Goldilocks. Yeah, come on over, Jeff. We're going to have. Yeah, I was going to say, Jeff, you can do that. Jeff is back with us, everybody. I'll let him take back.
All right. thank you, ladies, for holding down the fort. And it was a lovely lunch. Oh, right.
Yeah, look, Karen, they're right about, they have like 10 pieces left.
All right.
When they finish, they'll be, let's see here. They'll be our third. It looks like they're about to be the next team to finish.
And there they are.
Just finished. So they were in 13th place for the first puzzle, and they're in 13th place again for the second puzzle.
Okay. So that's pretty consistent then.
Yeah, yeah. We've seen that with a lot, though. We did see teams 3 and 4, War and Peace and Jigsaw Junkies. They swapped places. Jigsaw Junkies was first, and War and Peace was second on the. Sorry, Jigsaw Junkies was third, and War and Peace was fourth. For the first puzzle, and now they've swapped places. So
For the second puzzle.
yeah, for the second puzzle. So we'll see what happens for the third puzzle.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
That is. So
Yeah.
that could be a battle for
Yeah.
2, 3, or 4 when it gets
Right.
down to the whole marathon. of
Right.
All 3 puzzles.
Right. And it looks like only 2 teams have yet to finish their first puzzle, so that should be happening, I think, sometime soon.
Okay.
But
Appreciate the update
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yes. So we're 2 hours, 44 minutes into the competition. It's
Mm-hmm.
5.5 hours today.
almost exactly halfway through.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Within a minute. So, yeah. And obviously, we're going to have several teams complete all 3 puzzles.
Yeah. We were saying we think at least the first 6th place teams or something like that. I think probably should. I think Val was the one saying that.
Made that prediction. Then that a half a dozen teams or so would finish in the 5.5 hours then completely.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's a ways to go yet, but I think they'll get there.
We're exactly halfway.
Yeah,
Like 15
yeah,
seconds.
yeah,
We're halfway
yeah.
through. And what would be nice if we had 6? That would be all the
Let's hope.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be the prizes and finishes.
Yeah, that would be great.
For all 6 then.
That would be great. I'm gonna take a little breather, let you guys hang out for a while. I'll come back to relieve you shortly. Thanks for having me for so long.
It was great.
Yeah, one thing I was going to say about that. So even if they don't place, we still have everybody's piece count done because we want them to know where they stood. So one of the little things that we do that's kind of unique about this is so that there's puzzles not completed, they're just going to be told to stop when we hit that 5.5 hour mark. And we actually send a photographer around to get a photo of everything. So their trays, whatever's left. And that's just kind of a safety thing that we can go back to later if we need to sit on a screen and count the pieces that are left.
Photo finish.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Literally a photo finish. So we'll take a picture of everybody's setup and get a photo, and then after that, any pieces that aren't 3 or more connections. So if it's a set of 2 pieces, that doesn't count in the final piece count of what's completed. They have to have 3 pieces together to count. And then what they do is they take all those spare pieces and they put them in piles of 10, and that just helps the volunteers to go around and just quickly add up how many pieces they had left. And then we rank by how many pieces total they completed. So that's how that'll work at the end.
Thanks for a recap of that, Valerie, because we did talk about it at the beginning, but that was 2 hours and 46 minutes ago. So we did want to, repeat a few things on that for folks that have joined us, during the live stream. And speaking of joining us during the live stream, I'm glad to welcome back to the dais Brian Thomas. He's the co-founder of Completing the Puzzle, a company that is, in fact, sponsoring our live stream here. And I really want to thank you again for sponsoring and for joining us.
Of course, thank you. And thank you for narrating this.
My pleasure. I'm having lots of fun. So this has been a great event so far. And let's, we're kind of doing a little recapping here because we just passed the midway point 2 minutes ago. So, 2 hours, 45 minutes in, a few folks are joining us, have joined us since we had talked the last time. So I just kind of wanted to have you give us well, first, what is your impression so far of wandering around now the competition, looking at the tables?
Oh, this is fun. It's very interesting seeing the different styles. Some of them sort, some of them have piles, some of them stand, some of them sit. It's just really interesting to see the dynamic. You can tell the ones that really work with each other, they actually push each other a little bit more, and they're kind of aggressive because they just want to win, but they're just like, oh, we need to solve this, get out of my way. It's pretty fun.
Valerie was mentioning that a little bit when we talked to her a while back about how you don't say, "Oh, excuse me for bump." That's just taking time away. You're like, "Here, I got this piece. I'm getting in your face to get it put in."
Yeah, everybody has their different strategies, but I think, just having a comfort level with each other is huge. Being able to get into each other's space. This isn't a good COVID sport. Let's just say that right out of the gate. I mean, we've taken some precautions. We have a COVID policy. We've encouraged people to do what they're comfortable with, wearing masks if they want, and but it's a little hard to do social distancing with this sport, which is why we were on a break for so long. We couldn't really do it because it just, how would you, do this really safely? But I mean, I think are gonna be okay, hopefully.
Right. And especially your foursome, your team of four is where you're going to be really close with specifically. So we wanted to go back to completing the puzzle and have you tell us again, Brian, about this company that you started a couple of years ago, right about the beginning of COVID. Correct?
Absolutely, yeah. We started 2.5 years ago. The idea is that you never have to do the same puzzle twice, and you don't have to own the puzzle. So we're a puzzle subscription service, very similar to old school Netflix with DVDs. So you sign up and you fill out your queue, or in our case, it's a wish list. So you wish list and you love or heart the puzzles that you want to do. And in the catalog, we have over 1,000 unique puzzles across 45 unique brands. And after you wish list them, you fill out your preferences, your level, and then when it comes time to ship you a puzzle, we pick from that first. And if not, we send you a surprise one based on your preferences. You do the puzzle, you send it back, and then we clean it and send you another one.
And as we've mentioned before, not only do you just not have to keep buying puzzles that you're probably only going to do once, you've made this really economically friendly and environmentally friendly is what I meant.
Yeah, so the puzzles come in these reusable bags. The legend is actually laminated sheet, so it makes it easy to clean, and it's reusable. And the packaging that you get is actually compostable. It's made out of cornstarch. So they have a 7-year lifespan, so it falls apart in 7 years, biodegrades.
We got a lot of use out of it in those 7 years.
Exactly. So you receive the puzzle when it's sealed, you rip it open, and you reseal it to send it back. So this is the same packaging, shipping's included, it's hassle-free, it's really easy.
That's awesome. Yeah, I remember the old days with the DVDs in the mail and stuff, but it worked for millions of people for a long time. So until they got streaming. Probably not going to have that streaming thing with puzzles, so you're probably solid with.
We're good for life. Yeah.
3D printers, but other than that, I don't see any issue. So,
Go ahead.
Any team? There's still just 2 teams out there that are still in their first puzzle.
I think there's only maybe a couple. Yeah, I think we're at like 30 have finished the first puzzle, and there's 33 teams total. So we just have a few left that are finishing the first puzzle.
And then of course several, like a half a dozen or so, have finished both puzzles.
Yeah. I think we're at about 10 or so that have finished that second puzzle. Yeah, so we're doing good on that front. I saw Brian brought over the speed puzzle, and I was like, yeah, we could talk about that a little bit. So yeah, and as long as we're on camera there. So this is something new that we're the USA JPA's official speedrun puzzle. So what it means is you can do this puzzle as many times as you want, and you can submit the time every time to our organization, and then we're going to put rankings on our website so people can go and see how they stack up. And it can be ordered from Puzzle Twist. You can do it as an individual, a pair, a 3-person team, or a 4-person team. But it is a twist. So for people not familiar with this brand, it's a Minnesota brand. And what it is the image on the front is slightly different than what the puzzle actually is. So if you're a person who studies the front or the picture, you're going to have a few surprises thrown in. But it's not like totally different. It's not like you're going to open it up and it's like a snow landscape or something like it's pretty close, but it's a little different. So when they work with the artist, They just have them do two different designs, and then one goes on the box and one goes on the puzzle. So yeah, but yeah. So when somebody buys this puzzle, there's a little instruction sheet inside that shows them like how to enter their time and get it up on the website. And it was actually a puzzle that was designed by one of our members. We did a custom puzzle design, and we put it out to our membership. Said submit your options and design options, and Robin's right away, like rose to the top. She's a friend of mine, so I stayed out of the voting. I was like, conflict of interest, I won't vote. But yeah, she did the winning art, and so that's what got featured on our Speed Ruck puzzle. So we're excited about that. We launched it this weekend, so yeah, something else for people to do. Another type of competition. Not enough competitions. We have to add another one for everybody in the world to do.
All right, we're going to do a change. Excellent. Okay, in case, we'll keep an eye on it. No problem. All right. Okay, thank you. We should be good because we're over halfway through today. Excellent. So, we're 2 hours, 54 minutes, and yeah, coming up on that. So it's actually gone pretty fast, I thought. So, and we're able to hear from Ravensburger illustrator Nathaniel Mortensen. He came and chatted with us for a while earlier. One of his puzzles is being used. It is one of the three here today. I believe it is going to. It is the. Yes, it's the mushrooms. Okay, you got it. Right. So these are the three that are being done today, and this was the first one, then, and then the second one here, and now at least. So the fastest teams are on the third one, the 1500 piece puzzle there. And it was very funny because the table that finished about 10 minutes ago, right before I came back to join you, I was watching as they finished, and they, cheered. She opened this one up. Actually, this one, the 1500. Opened it up, dumped it out. She goes, "It's beautiful. It's going to be awful." Those were the exact two lines. It's beautiful. It's going to be awful. That's exactly. I wish I would have had a mic on her when she said that. It was so funny.
Puzzle for the last one. Walk us through the process. And how much of an argument was it?
Well, it wasn't that much of an argument because we talked about this a little bit in that, we wanted stuff that wasn't available in the U.S. And, within the production schedule of Ravensburger, like they're releasing new puzzles constantly. So we had to coincide with like what's being released in the beginning of November, end of October. So in reality, we didn't have a ton to choose from. They just kind of said, here's what's going to be coming out around that time where you can get the jump on that and make sure they're not already available in the U.S. So it's not like we had like 10 to choose from. We probably had like 2 or 3 to choose from. And out of those, we picked the easiest. So that's because we were like, well, it's a marathon, but we don't want to, we don't want to cause like a heart attack or something. So some of the other ones, I would say were more challenging. I mean, one of the things with this, looking at this design, is it's a lot of blue, but it's delineated by all this stuff in the background. So you've got a lot of small areas to actually work on, because you can do this little corner, and then you can do this other little part with the purple fish, and you can do, this like sand and stuff. So you've got some delineated areas. I think the other ones that we would have had to pick from were more like you had one big picture. So you might have a section of sky, and on a 1,000 piece or 500, a section of sky isn't a big deal, but on a 1,500, you could have 400 pieces of sky. So you want to be careful of that. So that's what we tried to be conscious of, is like, we don't want any one big, huge area that's going to be like 500 pieces. So I think this will actually be preferable, but it's going to look like a lot of blue on those tables.
It was funny because on Karen Puzzles, one of the ones she put together was the puzzle inside a puzzle inside a puzzle. It was the box, and it was like a mirror. So it was just, but it was black, white, and gray. So there was a big border in black and another section in gray, and then you had that, like, you know, six getting over and over, getting smaller and smaller. And she's like, I don't know if I'm going to do that. And she ended up doing it, but she's like, that was a lot of work to put up together just all the gray, you know, and all the black. It was just shape by shape, you know, that was it. So,
Just talking, so to me it's just amazing. I mean, I feel like I'm a puzzler that doesn't like to challenge myself that much. I mean, I want it to be a little hard, but not like so hard that I'm like waiting, you know, a couple minutes between pieces. So Alejandro this morning, when we talked to the world champ, you know, he was on our virtual Q&A. Somebody said, "What's your favorite puzzle?" I'm like, this is what separates the big dogs from the little dogs like me. He was like, well, I really like this 3,000 piece of Guernica, which, if anybody's familiar with Guernica, yeah, with that artwork, it's just this big, massive mural, and it's gray and white and black, and 3,000 pieces, and it's abstract. So it's like, dude, you're kidding me right now. Like, that's your favorite? I'm like, wow. Like, he's like, you know, it's punishing. That's punishing. If somebody gave me that as a gift, I'd be, yeah, great, thanks. In reality, it's like, I wouldn't even want to tackle that. So, you know, people have all different likes and dislikes. And people that are like that hardcore, that like that's their idea of a super fun time, good for you. You're taking it to a line.
and on that exact note, in the like exhibitors room, they have a T-shirt for sale. Some people puzzle to relax. I puzzle to win. You know. So
Speed, the need for speed.
cars and puzzling, I guess.
We could put a lab mic. No, we could do. We could put a lab mic
Oh,
on yeah.
I am not.
That's the whole time he's doing.
Absolutely. Oh, too many puzzles to count. I think it's really crazy. The teams, you can tell the ones that work together, and they literally just strong arm each other, and it's really interesting. You can they're so competitive, they want to win, and it's like they're aggressive to the point of not being rude, but they really get in each other's faces. It's funny. Yeah, it's fun to watch. There's two tables up front. They were on the 1500 piece pretty early. And the one actually made a lot of progress down on the bottom left where it has all the little fish. They finished that quick. Yeah,
And that was the first point that Valerie pointed out when she was talking about it. You actually said that, and you're saying,
oh, they did. Yeah, and that whole section was done. I think they're gonna win.
You've got a favorite. Now you're like on it.
right. He's been very diplomatic, and he wanted the one, the upstarts, the piece together.
Yes.
Yeah, the underdogs. Yeah.
Yeah, Piece Together's in 7th place, that team that came together this morning, so that's really great. When you were talking, Brian, about the whole, like, how they work together as a team and telling each other orders, I'm a bit bossy. I just own it. I'm a little bit bossy. With my team, they do kind of tease me about being like the coach, so to speak. I think coach is maybe a kind word. Dictator.
The enforcer? No.
The enforcer. Yeah, because, it's funny because sometimes you need that boost of confidence too. And so I'll have like a team member who will be like, I can't get the edge, like somebody else do. And I'm just like, no, you can do it. Just push through it. You're fine. It's fine if you're not going like every 2 seconds you're putting one in. Like you just breathe for a second and then get back at it. Because sometimes it makes sense to change places, but other times it's sort of like, okay, but you've been working on that and you're familiar, so maybe just push through and keep doing it rather than one of us trying to come in and finish it for you or whatever. So they kind of tease me because sometimes they'll be like, I want to switch. I'll be like, no, finish it.
That's your corner.
I'm like, you said you were doing no. But I mean, if they really want to, obviously they do. But, you know, sometimes you just need like somebody to go, no, you're fine. You're doing it. Like, keep doing it. You're good, you know. One of the things that's funny, so Robin, who's currently, she's on the first place team, Robin DeCare, she has this horrible habit, and I'll love to talk to her afterward, of she's like, she sees the hardest part and goes, oh, I want to do that. And we always would tease her because we're like, no, like wait till the end. Like the general rule is that if you're doing a puzzle for speed, you want to do those hard parts last because you've got more to work from. If you've got, exactly, you've got fewer that you're trying to choose from and you've got a defined area, so you got more to work off of. But she'll like look at a, you know, pale blue sky with no gradation and she'll say, I'll start that. And we're always like, no, like, no, you got to do the easy stuff first. Because she likes that. She likes the more challenging parts, you know, whereas I'm like, I'll take the red fire truck, please. And like, you know, I'll do this bright, easy part right away. But yeah, everybody has their strengths. But yeah, you have to also be thinking about that stuff.
Right. No, that's good insight, and we like to hear some of that strategy. And you know, Brian was saying he saw different strategies being employed, obviously by different people, and we'll find out maybe if that's paid off for teams or not. We're coming up on 3 hours and 4 minutes into the competition, so we have just under 2.5 hours left, and we'll see. We're assuming that maybe a half a dozen or hopefully more teams will actually have finished all 3 of their puzzles. Others will be in process, and of course they'll count the unfinished pieces, and that'll be counted towards their score. In the team final in the Worlds with Alejandro and his teammates, they did one 1,000 piece and a 1,500 piece in just under 3 hours. Of course, we've got another 1,000 piece puzzle in addition to that our competitors are working on today, tomorrow, the individual and pairs competitions. They're both going to be 500 piece puzzles now at the Worlds. The individual, Alejandro, of course, won that. Just 34 minutes and 25 seconds for a 500-piece puzzle by himself. So we can't compare the world times as much because that was a 1,000-piece puzzle, but that was just over an hour 2 and 20.
That's 2 people. So we had people coming in over an hour with 4, and they had a time of just over an hour with 2. It's just incredible. So just to give a quick update, I'm hearing from folks on the floor. So right now, the ones that are kind of all neck and neck, it sounds like, are teams 2, 3, and 4. So we got Team Rasmussen. These are all teams that are working on that 1,500 final puzzle. Team War and Peace and Team Jigsaw Junkies, I guess right now they're like neck and neck over there. So it might be really close with where we end up on that. One of the things I was thinking of is, kind of talking a little bit about some of the other differences with Worlds and our competition. The big one being that the pairs was the 1,000 piece, whereas we're just doing the 500. I think tomorrow is going to be such a different experience for you, Jeff, because like here we are filling like 5.5 hours of airtime. Tomorrow it's 2 hours because we let everybody finish, or try to let everybody finish. But the winners are going to be fast. So our volunteers are going to be, they're going to be clocking winners like half hour into it, which is going to be really exciting.
It will be. Excellent. Well, that'll be looking forward to that once we finish here today, for sure. And we've talked about it a little bit. Then the puzzles that aren't finished, then we'll tally the unfinished pieces up. The pieces of 3 or more count as finished, but then it'll be 2s and individual pieces will be taken away from their 3,500 total, which is how many pieces that the winners will be putting together. And then there's those type of rules are the same for tomorrow. Of course, the trays that you see the folks holding some of the pieces on, they'll go from 4 trays to 2 trays with the pairs and the individual. the group with the green hats and bandanas and stuff on. I'm not sure what their name is, but
Yeah, I don't know the name either right now. It looks like we just had a couple teams finishing up probably their second puzzle, I'm guessing, and now they're going to crack open the third 1500 piece. Yeah, it looks like it. I am going to jump off for just a moment, Jeff, and I'm going to see if I can get you. So I wanted to talk a little bit about Ravensburger. I mean, obviously they're a big part of this weekend. You know, they partnered with us to put on the event. We've been talking with them for months, so it's really exciting to meet all of them in person, and just having their support has been huge. I did not realize, I was talking to one of them the other night, and Shane, their events organizer, Shane Steed, he told me they're like the #2 gaming company in the world. And right behind Hasbro, and I was like, wait, what? But they do. They're doing so many things. So they do board stuff, you know, jigsaw puzzles, books, educational activities, you know, card type games, and they're really getting into doing the kind of the big role playing games like Villainous with the Disney series and stuff. Yeah. Yep. So it's really awesome to be partnering with them. I didn't realize, I had to actually look this up on the wiki, that their company started in 1884, which is so crazy. It was born in Ravensburg, Germany, so that's where the name comes from. And they export games and activities to more than 50 countries, so it's really cool that they're here and part of this. One of the other really exciting things is we're going to have a panel later today, and there's going to be 4 folks from Ravensburger. So there's 2 of the artists, one of whom we talked to already with Nathaniel, Dean McAdam, another artist, and then Nate Welton. He's one of their head product development people, which is so cool for him to be here this weekend and like talking to puzzlers. And I know some of them are talking his ear off, letting him know like what we like, what we don't like, you know, really giving him some insight into jigsaw puzzling world. And then what's really cool too is Thomas Kepler is here, and he is literally the president of the North American division of Ravensburger. And so he's here this whole weekend, and it's really cool because I guess he's pretty excited about it, which I'm like, oh, that's cool. It's kind of humbling for all of us. But yeah, he's going to be on a panel discussion this afternoon where we're going to talk to them. I listened to an interview with Thomas during the pandemic, because puzzles were so huge at that time, and he talked a little bit about how Ravensburger puzzles are made, and I did not realize, so part of the reason that they don't have a lot of like false fits, what we call false fits, where like a piece will fit here and it also fits over here and it fits, is because they literally have an artist who hand draws the puzzle cut. They hand draw the puzzle cut, and then they form the metal cutter based on that hand drawing. So that's why you're not going to ever have false fits, because it's like every piece is absolutely unique. And I just couldn't believe that somebody does that. I also couldn't believe, and I know all of us, we're going to ask him about this at the discussion today, is that they literally pay people to do puzzles all day. They are pulling them off the manufacturing line and quality checking, and just randomly grabbing a puzzle and doing it. And I think everybody here today is going to be like, so how do I get this job? And where do I need to move to Germany? Great. Like, I think we're all like lining up right now to have that job. So I'm super excited to talk to him at the panel today.
Oktoberfest too, so you get a 2-for-1 over in Germany, you know, and then get the end of Oktoberfest. I know it starts in September, but anyway, that'd be a beautiful reason to do that. That is really interesting that they take that much. Sounds like a German thing to do, though, is to really work on quality. Yeah, exactly.
Very German. When I was talking with Shane earlier, he showed me a video of where they launched one of their most recent tabletop card games, and there were over 1,000 people in line before it opened, waiting in line at this convention center. It was crazy. It was like a 30-second video, and it sped up, and they're just walking down the line. It was so wild. I was like, yeah, I believe it that they're number 2. Yeah.
And that's the thing. Shane has been helping us organize this for months, and he's like organizing Gen Con, which is like 60,000 people come to that event. And then we're just like, yeah, so we have to have everything perfect for the 400 people that are going to be. So in his world, this is pretty small event, but it's also lovely because I think one of the things we all talked about last night when we got back as a board to the conference room, where we're just kind of decompressing and talking about today, is it just feels like a community. It's really lovely. Like it feels like tons of people know each other already, and there's just a really nice positive vibe. And I'm loving the fact that, you know, this is our first year. We're smallish. We'll probably grow, but it's fun to have this kind of size group here this weekend, all getting to know each other.
I think it's funny that I don't know the people until I ask what's their Instagram handle, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I know you." That's so cool. I was like, "Yeah, I actually don't know your real name, but now I do." So that's pretty cool.
And I mentioned it earlier, for Ravensburger, part of the thing is like, you're bringing hundreds of puzzle fanatics, you know, to them, and you're a gateway that they can get access to all of these people. I'm sure that's one reason why they want to donate all the puzzles that are used today. They're like, this is a mutually beneficial relationship.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. 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 Yeah.
Get everybody together on board and realize instead of everybody being locked in their own home like they have been for the last 2.5 years and doing it, it's like, oh wow, we're a big community and these people are cool and you like all these 45 different puzzles, 45 different manufacturers of puzzles, and it's like, yeah, there's a place for all of those. So.
Yeah, no, and they've been so great to work with because, they're just like really welcoming of all these other companies to be a part of the weekend. And, that's just wonderful because everybody has different tastes too. Everybody has their favorite company that they like or their brand. I know on our board, Ravensburger's a favorite of Faith. Like that is her go-to. I'm going to put a shout out to Springbok. They're not here today and represented. However, that is probably my go-to brand. I love the random cut. I love how thick the pieces are. They are just chunky. You can wave that puzzle around when you're done. Like it holds together beautifully. And then, there's a couple other companies that I, really enjoy too. So it's fun to have a good variety here this weekend.
All right. And I'd heard, we had hundreds of people watching our live stream. Yeah, I heard over 400 had earlier today. Yeah, and I'm not sure what the current status is, but we really appreciate everybody joining us for the live stream. I hope you're having fun. Ali Krasny had mentioned earlier about in the comment section that people can register for the raffle, for the live stream raffle. Of course, the live stream being sponsored thanks to Completing the Puzzle, Brian Thomas, and also his co-founder, and Alania Cater. Thank you. I'm looking through my notes here. I've chatted with her, but I haven't had her on, and I'm sorry about that.
No problem.
Alania.
So her mom made up her name, so she doesn't take it personally.
And I know there's an Alina here, and I've been trying to get those names straight. So, but we're here in San Diego. We're at the Hilton Mission Valley, and of course we'll be here through tomorrow as well. And anybody that's in town, we encourage them to come on down
Absolutely.
and hang out. Everybody else, you can just keep watching the live stream through this afternoon, and then again tomorrow for the pairs and then individual competitions. So, and this is the first one that's been held probably since the 90s. The USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association was formed in 2020 during COVID. They've done some virtual competitions during COVID, but it feels safe to be back in person here. So this is really exciting. An event to have all of these people, hundreds of people here, and competing and having fun, and even just some spectators and family members and stuff like that, and multiple cameras and things like that. So I'm very impressed with the setup, and I hope all the folks that are out there watching the live stream are getting a feel of what's going on here, and maybe would want to attend next year, whether it's here in San Diego or whether it's in another city, and that will be determined.
Yeah.
Maybe Austin one of these years?
Yeah, maybe Austin. It would be fun. We're actually talking with Jonathan of Speed Puzzling to do a local event in Austin. So yeah, we'll blast it out. We'll work with USA Jigsaw Puzzlers too. So yeah. Yeah. I just can't get over the excitement here. It's crazy. I don't know if you can capture it watching the live stream or feel it. It's infectious to see the team get so excited when they solve the last piece and they throw up their hands when they complete the puzzle. Everyone just gets so excited, and it's really fun to see everyone get so amped over it. It's cool. Yeah.
And we're 3 hours, 17 and a half minutes in. Don't know yet how far folks are. The leading teams into that 1,500 piece puzzle. That's going to wrap it up. But maybe within an hour or so is.
I'm seeing the cameramen move around, and they're clustering around the two tables that are the clear winners so far. Yeah, I think they're zooming in on it now. My guess is that we're going to pan the camera over into it any moment now. Oh, there we go. So this is what I was talking about with the section, and Valerie mentioned. The puzzlers are attacking the easier parts first. So here they did the border, and then now they're doing the red part, and someone else is filling in the lighter green portion. It's really interesting to see them all work together to solve the puzzle. Like someone's solving the red piece individually as a part of the overall complete puzzle. It's fun. It's really cool seeing them pass pieces back and forth too. Just because someone's working on the red section doesn't mean they sorted it completely or correctly.
A little bit of red.
Exactly.
Like, oh, this will be yours.
100%, and they know who's working on which piece, and you just see it's like they're playing a card game almost, or they're just like passing cards back and forth. It's fun. It's wild. I love watching it. I actually can't get over how the teams aren't taking advantage of puzzle sorting trays. At home, I always use trays. I guess the pros don't do it, so I'm not really a pro. I'm an amateur, but I enjoy it. It is so wild. See, like the person here, there's just a pile of puzzle pieces, and they're just picking random ones out. I don't get it. I'm impressed.
You know, a few of the things. The minimum age is 16 for our competitors here, but you can be under 16 if a parent or guardian is on your team with you.
Interesting.
So you could have a mother and her 15-year-old daughter or 14-year-old son, or even younger, doing that. Now we know we have some siblings, and we do have, I believe, a parent and a child, a couple.
Oh, cool.
I know Karen Puzzles is competing with her sister,
Correct.
Katie, back in one of the lead tables. But anybody can come down and get a convention pass and hang out with us over the weekend.
The fun
Kids
part is,
under 10 can just accompany their parent. They don't have to get a pass. Go ahead.
After hours last night, it turned into drinking speed puzzling. It's more my speed a little bit. They were doing a 300-piece puzzle. I still wasn't going to compete, but it was fun watching them. A little bit of wine, a little bit of puzzle. It's fun. Adult puzzling.
Exactly. Friday night puzzle.
Exactly. Yep.
Cocktail.
Yep. Oh.
Good.
Here on camera is No Snacks, and I think they're in top 3 right now. And again, you can tell that they completed the red parts first and the border, and then that bottom portion, bottom left with the green and the red. Everyone's kind of completed that section first. It's really wild to see.
Pretty much when it's happening.
Yeah, it's across the board. I think the pros just kind of learned, like Valerie was saying, attack the easy parts first, and everyone's doing that. At least the top 3 are.
Makes so much sense because you have less pieces when you get to the harder part, fewer spots to fill in, less pieces to choose from. You can see the spaces, the holes more. So good.
Oh, see, they're using puzzle boards now, so it makes me feel a little better about myself. So that's what I would do. And they actually don't have the puzzle box up, which is kind of interesting. And I don't know why. That's the other thing that makes this so fun is it's almost like starting a business. Just because you have an idea doesn't mean it's going to be executed the same way. It's like with this puzzle, everyone executes and solves it their same way. It's very unique. It's pretty cool.
That's a good analogy there. So, so I go back and just do a little bit of information about the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association, and that it's just $15 a year to be a member, and their website is usajigsaw.org, and it's a good way to just connect with other puzzlers. They offer some virtual competitions, and there's a lot of benefits for signing up. You get an early registration for upcoming events as well. You don't have to be a member to enter in the Worlds, but they help represent the United States in the World competitions. They say that let's go back to their mission here. So, and it is a nonprofit organization. They're dedicated to creating a nationwide community for jigsaw puzzle enthusiasts. Also establish a framework for competitive jigsaw puzzling events like we have right now, as well as acting as the U.S. representative and liaison with the World Jigsaw Puzzle Federation. And already more than 450 members. And I talked to a couple of the co-founders of the organization, and of course Valerie and Allie, Faith. I don't know if Tammy has come over here and chatted yet, but we've talked about her a little bit. Oh, having a Guinness World Record for that.
I'm looking over at Tammy. I think she's busy. She's busy winning championships and running everything.
All right. Well, I guess she's got her work cut out for her today.
So as a third party to the National Jigsaw Association, I think it's such a great deal. Actually, I always tell them they need to raise their prices. But for $15, you get so much. And even for this event, we probably got $100 worth of puzzles, and the event tickets were $49. So I think it's a great deal if you're local or you just want to be part of the puzzling community. Next year, I wouldn't be surprised if this is tripled in size. Easily. I mean, it's so fun, and it is a great community to meet everyone, put the Instagram handles to the face. I keep going back to that because it's so funny. But yeah, I highly recommend everyone checking them out.
Excellent. I'm glad you said that. And yes, I think we're going to see exponential growth here in the next few
Absolutely.
years.
I mean, this is so much fun. This is great. Yeah.
And just as more people hear, oh my gosh, I like puzzles. I didn't know there was like competition and all of that stuff. So I think, yeah, it's definitely going to grow. So I'm really excited about the future, and congrats to you for getting in, in the puzzling business community.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning of COVID.
I mean, if you're into puzzling and you want to meet some pros, it's the easy way to meet some pros. They all hang out afterwards before they walk the floors. It's pretty cool. Yeah.
And there's a lot of booths. Of course, we're right next to Ravensburger, and they've got a whole bunch of puzzles. The ones that are being used this weekend, they've got those on display. And there's in the other room over there where there's vendors tables and things like that, and you see a lot of different types of puzzles, 3Ds and the wooden.
Mm-hmm. Puzzle Twist is here, where the image is not exactly what the puzzle is, so that would infuriate me. But I think it's fun. Well, not infuriate's a strong word, but I think I like knowing what I'm getting into with the puzzle.
And the teams. So when a team finishes their third final puzzle, the 1500. They actually leave the room then. They have to leave the convention room.
I didn't know that.
Here. Yeah, it's in fact it's part of it here. When a team manages to finish, they register the time, and then they must collect their puzzles and their belongings, leave the area to avoid being a distraction to the neighboring puzzlers.
Interesting.
Yeah, but of course, no one's finished all 3 yet, but we will, and that way it'll just be the competitors in action out there on the floor. And we get 33 right now.
This is Jigsaw Junkies. They're one of the top 3. And again, and I said it before, I'll say it again, everyone does the pros do the border, then the colors, you see the red section, and then the bottom green, someone's working on that too.
They look like they still have a lot of puzzle to go on that one.
They do. I think it's actually surprising. Actually, it's kind of hard to tell. That may not be Jigsaw Junkies, but they are definitely one of the top teams.
It's going to be harder and probably longer. The first 2 puzzles took about 56 minutes each is what they did. So this one will be, if we do it prorated, of course we're not doing difficulty, but Jen, you'd think at 56, if we do another half again as much, we're talking an hour and 20 something, but then the puzzle is meant to be more difficult as well, so that could have a little
And
more
that image looks hard.
You weren't up here when I told, I think it was Allie and Valerie, but I was over there when the one team finished their second puzzle, and the lady they opened up this one, took it out of the box, and she goes, "It's beautiful. It's going to be awful."
I agree. I concur. Oh, I pulled it up. That was Team War and Peace. That I was saying before.
Okay, Tomas. All right. Excellent. All right. Well, hello. Welcome.
Hello.
And Tomas. Nice to meet you. And you are the Vice President of North America?
President of Ravensburger, North America, but doesn't really matter.
President, yes. And they tried to tell me that, and I didn't hear. That is awesome. So what do you think of this event?
This is the highlight of the year. It's totally awesome. It's really, really cool. First time I've ever been to like a jigsaw puzzle competition of that scale. And I think it's about as perfectly executed as you could execute it.
Excellent.
That's really cool.
The co-founders, they had been at the Worlds and said they learned a few things at the Worlds, that maybe a few things that didn't go as great. They were able to kind of reverse engineer and make sure none of that happened, and they're putting on an excellent show. And thank you for Ravensburger for donating all of the puzzles.
You're welcome. Our pleasure. Yeah. Yeah. Our product development team has put, and the artist himself has put a lot of effort into designing these. So like every single detail gets scrutinized and reworked and so on and so forth. It's really cool.
So Nathaniel did come over and talk with us a little bit, so we got to talk to him about his puzzle and how...
That was the first one in the competition.
Right, exactly. That was great. And he said when he found out that his puzzle was going to be used, he said him and his wife had to come then, because he's in Virginia, so he's on the other coast. He goes, we had to when we found out our puzzle was going to be used in the competition.
And as the teams got started, like we were actually chatting, like we were standing right out there. And I asked him and I said, how long do you think it's going to take the first team to kind of complete the puzzle? He said, I think about an hour. I was way off. I said 2.
Oh, you said 2? Okay. It was 56 minutes.
56 minutes.
In some odd seconds. So he was pretty right on there.
He was right on,
So do you puzzle yourself a lot?
I do puzzle, not a lot, but I do puzzle myself. It's more my wife. I got a pretty demanding, she does too, pretty demanding job. So like there's never enough time to kind of puzzle, but I do. I'm the one that kind of loves to put in the last piece.
100%. I'm with you.
Right.
I'm pretty good at doing the last piece.
You know what the best part is? Like when my wife puzzles, I usually get the, oh, well, there's something wrong with the puzzle. There's pieces missing. There's never enough. Right?
You didn't get all the pieces in my puzzle.
And especially if it's a Ravensburger puzzle, that big puzzle.
Of course, you'll never know.
Yeah.
So you're based in Canada then?
No, I'm actually based in New Hampshire. So, yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm originally from Germany, but
I assume from the accent. But,
yes, from the accent, absolutely. Could never lose that. I've lived here in the U.S. for 24 years now, So I moved actually to when we started up our own business. We used to work through distributors up until then, and then kind of we decided to start our own business. And I was in international sales before that happened, so I was kind of the guy at the office that knew everything about the market, and then there was nobody else. So, long story short, company said, like, would you be interested in moving over here and helping to set this up? And I was like, yeah, why not? Yeah, all right.
Well, great.
Yeah.
So you said it had to do, so New Hampshire.
Yeah.
So, okay. You've seen smaller competitions, but nothing this big then.
Yeah, mostly local competitions that we kind of do with retailers, like around where the office is located, that type of stuff. Nothing of that magnitude ever.
And I suppose, because I've commented to the ladies, and what a great relationship this is then to help get puzzling out to a larger community, and it helps you guys because it kind of ties, connects you with people that already like puzzling, of course.
Right, exactly. I mean, the thing is, look, I mean, we have seen, all puzzle companies during the pandemic saw this just inordinate spike in demand. I mean, a 7-fold increase in demand on a global scale is like really hard to process. 1, 2, like really hard to kind of handle manufacturing capacity wise. Nobody had to, we just like everybody else, like at some point in time we ran out of inventory. But in the process, there were millions and millions of consumers that hadn't either puzzled in a while or had never puzzled, that type of thing, that kind of got into puzzling. So I think it's quite, from a business perspective, it's quite important that we kind of keep them at it, right? And keep them excited and kind of, and keep reminding them about the benefits that this activity had for them when they were all locked up in their houses, so to speak, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And you're talking about kind of keeping excitement in things. Valerie was talking about trying to get puzzles that weren't out on the market yet, that no one had put together for the competition, so no one had an advantage. And that you are rolling out puzzles constantly, not a huge, but that you're, as you get them developed, you're rolling them out. So there's always some hitting the market every month or week, or how often?
We actually work pretty much in 2 cycles. So like we have a main cycle, which is kind of we rolling puzzles out at the start of the year. And then we roll an additional set of puzzles out, usually like during the summertime for the fall season. Fall and Christmas, a lot of that focused on holiday puzzles and seasonal items, that type of thing. That's kind of the cycles that we have. Now for the consumer, that's our own internal cycles, kind of as we're selling to retailers. Consumers might see that a little differently because not always are we able to keep inventory on track or supply coming in like all at the same time when you're releasing puzzles. So it might very well be that we've sold, that we're releasing 20 new images or something like that. And then out of the 20, 15 are in when we want them to be in the warehouse, and then those are shipping. The rest might be back ordered for a couple of weeks. So to the consumer, this might be looking very different as they go to the local shop purchasing puzzles. They might not see all the new ones right at the same time. Right? So.
Cool.
Makes sense. That's pretty well.
Any questions for Tom?
I actually have a question about the pandemic. Was it the Blue Board? I heard rumors it was like the Blue Board was like the raw material that everyone was having trouble sourcing. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not the supply chain and manufacturing expert. Like literally what happened in our case was, and I can only speak for us and what we saw, and I've been in with this company for all my life. So like my first job right out of college was with Ravensburger. I've certainly seen demand spikes in puzzles before. We have never seen something like that on a global scale where it happened, because it literally happened around the world in literally every country. And we make all of our puzzles in our own factories. So there's a certain capacity of puzzle throughput, output, whatever you want to call it, that you can channel through those factories. And that's then it. And that just exceeded like anything that we would have been able to kind of handle. One, I mean, we reacted very quickly and kind of ordered new machinery, kind of amping up capacity, but that's not something that you can order like with your Prime account on Amazon if it shows up at your doorstep next door, right? So that was the challenge, literally. I mean, we saw just here in North America, we saw a 7-fold demand, and it was the same thing. Like that happened like very early on in, I think, like April of 2020. and it just kept going. Like it just wouldn't let up. So I mean, it was. I think we shipped about 2.5 times the amount of puzzles that we had shipped the previous year. It was still a stunning success, but we could have shipped 5 to 7-fold the amount of puzzles that we did the previous year. Which
If
just
you would have had them.
yeah, if we would have had them. It wasn't so much material. The material shortage just started later in the whole, call it pandemic progression. There were supply chain challenges that, you know, as goods were running out everywhere, paper is to a degree still short, you know, there's still industries that are struggling, like certain things are coming in stock and then they're out of stock again, that type of thing. And then the container delays and all that type of stuff that we hear about and read about in the news all the time, that happened in 2021. So, you know, it was just challenge after challenge after challenge, right?
The machines, the machine throughput, then materials, and then like shipping, and then yeah, and it's still it's probably still all ongoing to some extent today.
To some extent today, I mean, capacity shortages are no longer there, so like we are able to handle capacity. Now keep in mind, all of that was topped off, if you want to call it that, with a dose of, during the pandemic, to keep a factory running and to keep a warehouse running and all that type of stuff with social distancing. That doesn't exactly help the speed of your throughput either, right? So like, you know, people that have to kind of mask, you know, like with all of that, like all the restrictions that you had to put in place to kind of, you know, even allow your employees to kind of work in a safe environment. And we had, I think, no COVID cases in any of our factories during 2020. Neither did we have any in our warehouse in here in the US. We had some scares, but we had no cases. That was quite an undertaking, but it didn't help the speed. Clearly not. So
you had talked about the big jump in demand at the beginning of COVID. Now that COVID maybe is kind of waning, you know, is the demand still staying up there?
The demand is still, it's somewhat elevated, it's somewhat leveled off, and the market's slightly declining. That's not really all that surprising. It's still, when you're comparing the numbers with 2019, I think the market's still up like 35-40% compared to then. And I would expect it to kind of stay that way. Almost any, at least during my career and my career with that company and looking at the puzzle business, any kind of crisis usually had elevated the puzzle business to another level, to another level, to another level. Now, take that in the context of a comment like when first time I had a retail meeting with a buyer of a major retail chain here in the US after I had started working over here. That buyer looked at me and said, Thomas, he said, like, puzzles? Is that still something that people do? And I said, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was selling, right? So, and then he said, but this is just a pile of cardboard, you know, cut up, you know, at that price point, all that type of stuff. He was like, I don't think, he looked at me and he said, like, you know, 10 years from now, you won't have a job anymore. So I was like, well, I guess I got my work cut out then, right? And ever since, I've been trying to prove that guy wrong.
That's it, you know. Always use your detractors as motivation. Good job, Tony. Good. Yeah, they said I couldn't do it. I'm going to prove to them that I can do it. Good for you. Yeah. So, so you guys. So we've been talking about puzzles, but a little bit ago, I'd talked with some of the ladies, Valerie, Coit. You have other. Besides the puzzles, then, so you're getting into other types of games and things, or you've already been into.
We have been like ever since we started over here with the Ravensburger business. We have been selling board games and jigsaw puzzles. That predominantly has been the business, and then over the years we made a couple of acquisitions. So we also own the Brio brand and the Brio products. Some people might be familiar with that. That's the wooden trains. For the most part, this is kind of what people know. We bought a company called ThinkFun, which is kind of brain teaser games. We own that business as well. So, you know, we handle a category that we call construction, which is kind of a marble run system, like I would call that 2.0. You know, open-ended building, that type of thing. Really cool product too. So like, there's a lot of things that we didn't do back in the day when I started that we're doing these days.
Excellent. And I heard you're the number 2 gaming company in the world then? Behind Hasbro is what a statistic that was mentioned.
Yeah, depending on what kind of statistic you're looking at.
Okay, gotcha. There's what's that? There's truth, there's lies, and then, or no, there's lies, there's damn lies, and then there's statistics. This is what I think what the old line is.
I always say 50% of statistics are made up. So this might be one too.
But it sounds. Yeah.
You know, the thing that kind of we like to regard ourselves in when we look at the board games business as well as the puzzle business is we are not the cheapest company out there, and we don't want to be. Like we pride ourselves in kind of carefully curating the content that goes into the product, whether it's the art and the puzzles or the gameplay of the games that we kind of put to market. That takes a little bit more time, comes with extra effort, costs a little bit more, but it's things that kind of stay in households for a very long period of time. It's not something that you buy and throw out and so on and so forth. So from that perspective, we're probably the number one.
Right. No, and I understand that,
Right,
the
yeah.
quality and everything. And I certainly appreciate that. You know, so I'm a personal trainer, and I have a business coach, and they say, you're either the best or you're the cheapest, and you don't want to compete in bargain basement prices. They say you either put together a really great product and you charge accordingly, or you just try to get the bottom feeders and go in for the lowest price, and then that's what you're competing for is at the bottom. And so, no, I totally agree with that. Everybody's commented on the quality of the Ravensburger puzzles, of course, so
That's what they're known for. I love, actually, I think you all are innovating a lot. Like when you said puzzles have elevated, I 100% agree, and I hope you prove that guy wrong. So walk me through a little bit of your process now. Like, are you going after different artists? Are you going after different genres? How are you kind of like expanding puzzles?
What we have actually, it's been something that we've been looking at for a long period of time. So when you're looking at how most of the art that is being put on puzzles is being, call it, purchased, not so much developed, is like, you know, there's shows, trade shows, kind of where you can go and art agencies kind of, you know, peddle their artists. Might not be the wrong wording here, but, you know, you just buy stuff off the rack, kind of that type of thing. You adjust for color, you might adjust some detail, you put that on a puzzle, you pay a licensing or royalty, and you're done. And the challenge with that process is that all our competitors, including ourselves, used to do the same thing. Like you would all go to the same trade shows. Depending on whether you were the first to walk into that booth or the last, you sometimes got the image that you wanted for your puzzle or you didn't. So we set out like a couple years ago, like we have a pretty robust analytics team in the meantime. And we started kind of doing deep dives into our Amazon reviews because the online platforms, in particular in Amazon, allows you to kind of really kind of scrape those and kind of figure out, so if you have a successful puzzle, what is it exactly that consumers or puzzlers like about that puzzle, right? And they will give you, that's the nice part about it, they will give you a lot of detail in those reviews. And then we said, how about we turn this process on its head and we kind of take what we get from those reviews, and instead of buying art off the rack, we kind of talk to artists about, like, we brief every single detail in an image. So if there is something that's particularly working well or resonating with consumers, then let's try and figure out how we can kind of almost reverse engineer that to make that a successful image. And then on top of that, and that's kind of what I would call the secret sauce of a product development team and product managers that kind of work then together with the artists, is you have to have a vision about the storytelling in an image. You know, to me, when you're puzzling, this is, I mean, you all know that. It's this, a lot of people seem to be forgetting it, and it's a cheap way out. Like if you're not doing it, you're looking, the image is key in this whole process, right? That there's a lot of detail, a lot of color, and not just that, but that there is a story in there. You're looking at this for 56 minutes, as that team did. You know, that's doing a 1,000-piece puzzle. Some people might be, or some teams might be looking at that for a couple of nights. And that you have something to talk about, that you have something that's intriguing, that, you know, that tells the story all in itself, is the innovation that we're trying to put into those images. That's kind of the secret sauce that goes in there.
Because storytelling has become such a big part of everything, you know, and like advertising now or whatever. Yeah, it's not, here's what it is. It's like, here's the story behind, here's what it'll do. What's one? You know, I was even talking about like the Olympic Games because when we were preparing for here and having the meeting, it's like at the Olympics it used to be, oh, so and so won first place. Now they go into building the background story. It's like this person overcame whatever, you know, and now they're here at the Olympics. So it's really kind of building up the person, so you're more invested in what it is. So I think if you're putting together a puzzle that tells a story, and you know, a visual story, that's what you're getting. That's what
Right.
you're doing. Exactly.
And it becomes like, you know, it's key even in kind of, you know, non-licensed images, so like, you know, art like the one that we are just looking at right here. When you're then talking about, you know, content providers like Disney, I mean, content provider is not exactly the right name for that, but, you know, almost all of those movie studios kind of will have assets for art, for their movies and all that type of stuff. And what a lot of companies out there are doing, you kind of use that term asset slapping. You know, they take like things from a style guide and they kind of, you know, there's certain elements of like call it a Cars movie or something like that. And just kind of throw them together, Photoshop them into an image, and then that's kind of what you're sending out. But those kind of movie studios are about telling a story. The movie is about telling a story, right? And if you're able to get that story into an image, in kind of carefully curating an image with an artist, yet using assets from those movie studios, you're kind of about to discover the holy grail of puzzling, right?
Well, along the lines of storytelling, have you ever thought about doing an episodic puzzle, like almost multiple frames, almost like a flip book, almost? Yeah.
Yeah, we have like it's that type of concept, like where, you know, instead of a puzzle with closed edges, you know, building something that you can add on to, you know, over time, you know, and it's kind of almost this whatever, like this could take a couple different things, like living edge type of puzzle, exactly. We have so far not been able to kind of figure this out in its detail. It's something that we've been mulling over for quite a while, but then there's always something else that kind of gets in the way. Yeah, exactly. You know, but escape puzzles would be another thing of like storytelling, right? Like that type of concept, you know, where there's more to the puzzle than just the puzzling experience itself. It's still the key experience. You're putting a puzzle together, that's kind of what you're doing, but then there's riddles to solve, all that type of stuff. So, yeah. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, great questions. You know, you being in the business, it's like you come up with some great angling for questions. You bet.
Huge admirer.
Yeah. Great. Let's see. There was something I thought of that I thought when you were talking, and now I'm not coming back to it right off the bat. But I'll do a quick reset. We're 3 hours, 49 minutes plus into our 5.5-hour competition for the 4-man teams. First did a 1,000 piece Ravensburger puzzle, and then another 1,000 piece. Actually, this was the second one. That was the first one there. And now, at least the leaders that finished the first two are working on a 1,500 piece. Oh my! This team here, yeah, is getting pretty far on the third puzzle here, and
Yeah, the energy in the room is just amazing. I mean, it truly is. It's wild. And what amazes me the most is, like, you know, I mean, it's fairly easy to kind of do this when you're caffeinated in the morning, right? Like when the teams got going, but they're like, you know, 3.5 hours in, and they're still going. Like, it's really, really impressive.
and yes, and the folks maybe listening to the live stream aren't hearing like much cheering and stuff like that, but everybody's very intent. You know, it's like.
Well, puzzling is not a noisy business.
Right, exactly. They're focusing. And
It's not race car driving.
it's not F1.
Yeah. Or NASCAR,
The
yeah.
roar of the engine.
Yeah.
Exactly. So, but yeah, folks are definitely very, you know, hunched over their boards. Some are standing, you know, others are sitting. A lot of poor posture. I'm leading a stretch and strengthen session tomorrow morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
since I'm a personal trainer. So it's like be a lot of sore backs and shoulders from hunched over. But that's just part of the business here. They'll recover as long as they take care of their posture when they're not puzzling. But that's how that goes. But they told me, they go, well, you're a trainer, and I think our folks are going to need, especially after the marathon on Saturday, they're going to need a little stretch and strengthen session on Sunday morning before round 2. So. Had you been in San Diego before, Tomas?
I have been to San Diego. I've mostly traveled through. I used to come to LA a lot for the LA gift show. So like, we're selling during regional trade shows quite a bit. That show is no longer, but that for the longest time was something that, I'm based out of the East Coast. It's cold in the winter, and those gift shows happen twice a year. And I was the one in the company, like, as we kind of decided who was going to do what gift show. Like Southern California, kind of somehow I think like I didn't really understand. Nobody wanted to kind of travel to, so like that I kind of gave the team the options, and they all picked other ones that were kind of closer to home. And I was like, "You are sure you don't want to go to Southern California in January?" And they're like, "No." And I've always loved that trip. So I've been out here. I've been out here quite a bit. I love Southern California. It's beautiful out here.
Excellent. I've been here. I moved from the Midwest as soon as I graduated from college. It's been 37 years, mostly in Los Angeles, but this is the 3rd time I've lived in San Diego. So it's been back and forth for jobs, previous jobs and things like that. So yeah, it's only been here. It's like nowhere else. I'm not moving even to Northern California, I would have considered it at one point, but not anymore. Now it's San Diego, that's it. So so it's been a great experience here. I only knew puzzling. My family, growing up on a farm in Iowa, in the winter, it would be 500-piece puzzles, and sometimes 1,000-piece. And like you said, the kitchen table would be, for a couple of days. We'd be eating. I don't remember even what we did. We put plates on top of or we sat around a different table or at the counter or whatever. But that was a big thing back in the 60s and 70s. We didn't have video games. We entertained ourselves the old-fashioned way. Just so you guys started in 1884, I think is what I said.
Well, 1883 is when the company was founded. We didn't produce puzzles then. The family that founded the company and still owns it and runs it started operating out of a local bookstore. So they got into, they developed their first board game. So the company's kind of origins are actually in board games. Jigsaw puzzles came fairly late in the process. I think on a commercial scale, the first jigsaw puzzles that we made kind of started in 1964. There was jigsaw puzzles off and on, but the true, commercial nature of the business kind of really started ramping up ever since 1964. Incidentally, I'm born in '63, so just the year after I was born.
You ushered in a new era of jigsaw puzzles.
I would only hope so.
Yeah. So was that really when, the early 60s, when jigsaw puzzling just became big everywhere, or is that when Ravensburger got involved?
That's when Ravensburger got involved in it. What happened, and this is kind of company history and or kind of hearsay. Jigsaw puzzles have been around for a very long time. It started with, the word jigsaw in itself, right, with wooden puzzles. Back in the day, I think a century or longer ago. And then I believe Hasbro was the first company to kind of produce jigsaw puzzles in cardboard the way we kind of currently know them to this day and age. And Ravensburger back in the 50s, while it was somewhat of a global business, certainly not as globalized or as global as it is today, they had a team traveling to the US to kind of just see what was going on in the toy market over here, what trends, all that type of stuff, things that we do to this day, right? All companies do. And they kind of saw jigsaw puzzles and they were like, it's just cardboard, we make board games, we publish books. This is something that we should be able to kind of produce in our factories. That got them started, basically.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's fun.
In the meantime, Hasbro doesn't make jigsaw puzzles anymore, which is the interesting part, right? So, yeah. No, I don't think that we drove them out of the market. puzzles is like we were just talking about that. I mean, puzzles as a product is a fairly commoditized category. You know, when you kind of look out, like a lot of other kind of fast-moving consumer goods categories are too. You know, there is a lot of companies, and it's not that the barriers of entry into this business are rather low. I mean, it's not like, you know, there's lots of factories in China, some of them in the US, most of them in China these days, that kind of can make you jigsaw puzzles fairly cheap. So, you know, this has become a very price-aggressive business. I mean, you can go out there if you like wanted to and you don't care about your experience with a puzzle, you can buy a jigsaw puzzle, a 1,000-piece puzzle for $4.99. You can also get one for $24.99 or $29.99. As you can buy a Dyson vacuum or some other vacuum, right? For example, that type of thing. In puzzles in particular, like there is a very big pool of like just very cheap puzzles, which are a quick fix. You know, and not everybody can afford a more expensive product. But that nature of the business, I think, and in particular as far as mass retail in this country, and not just in this country is concerned, for some really large toy companies has made that type of business just not efficient enough anymore and not profitable enough anymore. So, you know, at some point in time, I think as a company, you have to make a decision about whether you want to be in the fast and cheap and low margin, or whether you kind of dive all the way in, you build a brand, you kind of develop it from the ground up. Yeah, and with a premium experience.
Yeah, exactly.
That's kind of the idea. Yeah.
There's actually an interesting startup, a smaller puzzle company called Les Puzz. They're yellow with the black, and I think that they're hitting right on. Like they're like in your footsteps, basically, where they're trying to be more premium, and I think they're doing a great job. And they're 100% branded. Like everyone knows Ravensburger's in the corner and everything, and it's very recognizable. And like Puzz is newer, but they're very recognizable as well too. So, yeah, and I think they're doing it right. Art and Fable too. They have the velvety touch. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I remember what I was going to ask you. How the cyclical nature of some recreational, you know, things like if you look back, like the hula hoop. I remember the Duncan yo-yos. I mean, man, when I was in like 4th grade or 5th grade, every person had one, you know, and frisbees and kind of like that. So do you ever see that kind of that cyclical? Of course, it's on a spike now, but you see that?
Yeah, very much so. I mean, there's certain play patterns that just won't go away, and there's no need for them to go away. I mean, you know, there is something very, very essential about playing that kids do, you know, and certain patterns that kind of are repeating themselves, emotions. So they're, you know, that they kind of, sometimes it shifts, it goes to something else, it kind of comes back, but there's certain things that kind of will always be around. I bet you. There's no way of like being able to, for a company to replace that experience with something else. Right? I mean, even collectibles. I mean, we talk a lot these days in the toy industry about like that trend of, it's fading right now somewhat, like of collectible plush. You know, I mean, I remember when I was a kid, you know, we would collect pins and we would collect this, and then there's trading cards and there's all kinds of things, right? The collecting aspect and the collecting nature of things is yet another one, right? Like, you know, sometimes it's harder, and sometimes the company figures out something really cool that makes that slightly different, but it's still the same basic concept.
Right.
And, you know, that's kind of just how that goes.
Excellent. I think Valerie's going to have to come in with an update, but Tomas, it was awesome.
Thank you.
I didn't get your last name.
Kepler.
Kepler.
Yep.
Okay. You're the president of Ravensburger
Correct.
North America.
Yep.
You
Correct.
flew in from New Hampshire for the weekend.
Yes, I did.
We are very glad to have you here, and it was
And I'm
wonderful
glad
to
to be
talk
here.
to you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you so much. Puzzles are gorgeous. Y'all are awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
All right. All right. And Valerie has been out scoping the lay of the land here. And we're at 4 hours, 1 minute into our competition.
Yeah, we're at 4 hours. We were worried. We were like, is anybody going to finish in 5.5 hours? And we don't have to worry anymore. Having looked around out there, we're getting close. We've got Yeah, we got a couple of teams that are pretty close. I would say it's the ones that are kind of in the lead right now. If you go to the website and you can see the leaderboard, it's that team No Snacks in the lead still from the Minnesota team. Team Rasmussen really right there with them, and they're currently in the number 1 and 2 spots. So they're there, but there's a good handful over there that no problem are going to finish this in 5.5 hours. Like I'm excited. We're going to start to see some finishes soon.
Right. So how much time is separating the first place team? So Team No Snacks is in the lead. They've completed, I think, both puzzles so far first. And so they're
They're about 3 minutes 36 seconds. Team 2 is 3 minutes 36 seconds behind them. So yeah, it's
which is
pretty
Team
close.
Rasmussen. So yeah, and of course that 3 minutes 36 seconds could evaporate in this final.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, and you're also seeing like the teams that are struggling a little bit and falling a little further back. I would say Jigsaw Junkies is maybe now a little further back, but it's hard to know because you can also just hit a stride when you get towards the end. So it's.
I just got some news. Yeah, someone's coming up pretty quick, and the cameras are moving around. The team that is up and coming, we're going to get a little more details, but apparently their family's been watching the whole time. So we're going to try to give them as many details as possible about them. So family watching remotely, we're getting excited.
Is this the Team No Snacks that you're talking about?
I don't know yet. Valerie's going to come back, and she's coming in right now.
All right.
Okay.
Table 27?
Yes.
All right.
Table 27, it's the Puzzle Gals, too. And it's Jasmine McKinney, Marina Yalan, Rachel Petz, maybe? I don't know how to pronounce that. And Lorena Garcia are just finishing their first one. So they're the last to finish the first one, but... Oh, sorry, it's a different team. It's the Outsiders? Oh, I'm looking at the tape. I was looking at the ranking, not the... Oh, you're right. Okay, it's the Outsiders. Sorry, Shannon Campbell, Sherry Garcia, Alicia Ayala, and Cindy Campbell. Yeah,
Shannon and Cindy Camp.
yeah. I got my rankings.
So
and my sheets wrong.
the Shannon and Cindy must be the Campbell sisters or family members in some form, and then we have Sherry Garcia and Alicia Ayala, and we don't have any and congratulations for competing, and good luck, and of course thanks to the family for having watched.
Yes, thank you for watching.
And we don't have information on where you're from, but maybe we'll find out more. Many of the groups that they've submitted some information on themselves, so we at least know where they're from and things. But we obviously have their names. So, this could be about okay. We're coming up on 4 hours and 5 minutes.
There's a lot going on right now. We're getting excited.
I know. I'm getting all this chat.
Yeah, well, people are checking in from around the room. So.
I don't know how you're doing it.
Keep up on all the hot puzzle goss, but I also need to focus.
It's the voices inside your head. Yeah.
We found out where that team is from, South Pasadena. So a homegrown Californian team.
That's right. They're the 626 area code is what we'll do the shout out for South Pasadena. The folks listening, they're like, he knows. Yes, the 626. So excellent, lovely part of Los Angeles. I just moved down. Is that it?
No, that's not it.
that-
That's a team. I think they just maybe
That's
finished
them?
their second
They just-
puzzle. I think they might have just finished their second puzzle.
All right. Well, it would have been much bigger. Okay, we'll find out what that.
It's hard with the camera because we got all these teams and you got all these people in between them and the camera, so it's hard to tell.
Right.
What
From here, we've seen a lot of teams out there. Well, still all 33 are out there competing. As they finish, they'll pack up and leave the room to not be a distraction for others as they finish their third and final puzzle. And here comes one of the volunteers with the time. And
Live update coming in.
live update.
And
Go
yeah,
ahead.
yeah, live update from Elenia on the floor. She's saying, yeah, the team table 3, the team no snacks is definitely in the lead. The one right behind them, it looks like, is table 4, the War and Peace group. So, and you know, that doesn't surprise me. They're good at the jumble-y type of puzzles, so they've maybe left up in the rankings a little bit. Yeah.
So would you consider this a jumbly?
Yeah, I think I would kind of call it a jumbly, yeah, because there's no one real, like, big area to work on. It's kind of, you know, if you were to sort this, yeah, if you were to sort this, it's like, good luck. Yeah. Good luck with that.
Big pile.
Yeah, it's like, take all the blue pieces and put them over here. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a tough one, so I'd say that's a jumble.
So, okay, great. So kind of two jumbles, or a full-on jumble and a kind of a jumble. All right.
I've heard just a little bit walking around. I've had a number of why did you do this?
Why? Hopefully no tears streaming down. Why?
One of my answers for that would be, you know, we're this is a proving grounds. You know, if you're going to be ready for Worlds, you got to be able to handle this because this is what it's like.
The national championship.
Yes, not easy.
And so after the 5.5 hours, which will be around 3:30 Pacific, of course we're in San Diego, that would be 4:30 Mountain, 5:30 Central, 6:30 Eastern. After that, then there's going to be a panel discussion here for Saturday night.
Yeah, I would suspect a lot of eating and then a panel. Because none of these folks have eaten lunch, really. Like, we had a lot of them asking us, do we get a break? Are you taking like a lunch break? Or are you going to pause the timer? And we're like, no. You know, so we're going to have a lot of hungry people probably wanting to go get some food. So we're going to have a little break. The panel starts up at like 4:30, so we'll give them time to go grab something, come back. And yeah, and then tonight, casual puzzling, which we'll see how many of them have the energy for that.
Maybe not the foursomes, but people competing tomorrow would be like, okay, good practice session.
Yeah. And there's a whole room across the hall filled with people that are just doing collaborative puzzling and casual and who didn't want to do the team marathon. So that's where you see the spectators coming in and out. A lot of them are those folks. Yeah.
And I've been over there and saw some of them doing that. And there's a couple of 18,000 piece puzzles spread out over there for people to just work on at their leisure.
That's what I was gonna say. That's a big puzzle. And there's 4 sections, there's 4 seasons, and no one's really done much on the winter because it's like light blue, white on gray. I'm gonna say probably more difficult than the 1500 Ravensburger.
I would say every one of those panels for that cooperative puzzle is harder than any of the ones.
Absolutely.
But yeah, those were really fun to see back there and putting.
And this is Team War and Peace, correct? Okay.
According to Elenia, they're maybe around second place right now, it's looking like. So yeah.
And you mentioned Elenia, and of course she's the co-founder of Completing the Puzzle along with Brian. So Brian's here on the dais giving us, you know, a lot of insight and stuff like that, and Elenia is out walking around giving us the update, the updates from table side. So she's part of the team here helping keep us updated on everything that's going on. So.
She's doing an awesome job of directing. Considering you and her have never done production work, and now you're in charge of a production, you're doing pretty good.
Say she cheats a little bit. She used to dance on Broadway, so she was a trained dancer, and she did. She has a liberal arts minor from Marymount Manhattan in Manhattan, and she has a master's in her MBA from UT, University of Texas. Go Longhorns!
From Austin, so that would make sense.
Yep, exactly.
That,
I like
yeah.
where they're doing the trays, and that's no snacks, and they're they're doing good.
Team No Snacks, I think, looks just clearly in the lead right now, which is exciting. Minnesota team, so I'm excited. That's where I'm from, so I'm rooting for them. Yep.
Good, good.
Technically, I'm not rooting for anyone. I am unbiased organizer.
We have judges out there doing all the times and everything. We're just
Yes,
sitting up here,
yes,
so
exactly.
we're
I can comment away, but don't have any bearing on the finish. Yeah.
If you've ever been at like a baseball game or a football game, you see these helmets that have like the two beer can holders on each side with the could we do like protein shakes or something, coffee?
Yeah.
Energy drinks, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. We joked about when we were organizing that we were like, okay, so we should try to find a sponsor to provide those little pouches that you just like quick, squirt in your mouth, like if you're a marathon runner, and just have those on all the tables. But honestly, I think there'd be teams that would be like, that takes too long. So yeah, they're gonna go hardcore. Yeah.
Just have the tubes in the side of each side of your mouth, and we're just sucking away at.
So something's happening. We're getting the mobile video is coming out, so I think we're going to start seeing some action here on the final tables.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think now that we see Mark, he's got the wireless camera. He's on the ground. I think that does probably mean we're going to see some finishers soon. I'm sure, having been in this position that they're in, all you're thinking about, because they don't know how anybody else is doing. So all you're thinking here we go, yep. All you're thinking about at this point is you just are quite certain that any second another team's going to yell done and you're going to cry because you're going to be like, no, we're like 10 pieces away and somebody yells. So that is like the worst. So you're frantic at that point because you're just like, okay, if we're missing this by 1 or 2 pieces, that's just heartbreaking. So they are nervous right now.
At this point for me, I think my hands would be getting sweaty, and that would become a problem.
Piece of stick kind of your hands.
You need chalk. It's like you're a bodybuilder. You need a little bit of chalk. Yeah, we should get chalk sponsors next year, and energy drinks, and endurance gels. Yeah.
They do have a big area there. I'm trying to figure out what part that is on the puzzle. It looks kind of like this circular tentacle that's like purple up in this upper right-hand corner. Looks like that looked like it was giving them a little trouble. It looks like that's the one area that's kind of left that's going to be the focus at the end there. That's,
Team No Snacks.
Yeah. So something you notice a lot when you go to competitions is what will happen is everybody's got the same part left at the end. It's like all the teams are just doing this one little section at the end because it's the worst. It's the hardest.
Brian was talking about that early on, and we've seen pretty much every
Absolutely. Yeah, Valerie was explaining. It's like the pros do the easy stuff first, and it is across the board, like you were saying. It's now that you said it, I'm noticing it, and it is so true. Like I 100% believe that everyone's gonna have that same purple tentacle going at the end. Yeah, it's so wild.
It's like that circular pattern is just harder. It's harder to match, like diagonal lines, versus like when you have straighter lines to work with. So, yeah, I'm just watching these guys and I'm sort of like, I'm glad this isn't me. This is grueling.
There's Karen Puzzles right there in the main.
Puzzles, yep. Karen Puzzles team. Yep. And dang, I think people are going to tire out too. This is where I'm worried about the whole 5.5 hours because people, you can tell it's getting slower. People are more fatigued. Yeah.
Right. We're getting.
You can see it. You can see people getting a little fatigued. Yeah.
4 hours, 15 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Yeah. And that blue is probably all just starting to blend together in your brain.
Your eyes are crossing, and it's all the colors are being the same there. So.
Stretching their fingers, like, oh no. Yeah.
I bet. And some of the tips that we've just gave would be great for folks that are watching on the live stream that aren't really competitive, but maybe are going, oh, this is kind of fun. Now they're seeing we're talking about the strategies.
Yeah, this is that tentacle part. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, okay.
And you can see the red part that they finished, and then now it's
Easily.
that purple circle that Valerie was saying that's just giving them problems. So interesting to see everyone. But now, so Valerie, is this an issue with as you're at the end, everyone's focusing on one part? So are you like, hey, you have my piece or whatever? Like,
So our team does have a little strategy around that. So in the past, when we've gotten, like, you can kind of see they're doing it a little bit there. They've got stuff in kind of lines on the tray. So we've actually, as a team before, split up those lines. So we'll just be like, okay, you on that end, you're doing this line, and we assign the lines. And then, because sometimes you get to a point where you're just picking up a piece and going, can I find where it goes? No, put it back, grab the next one. And so if you do that, then it's, because I don't know, this happens to me all the time. I'm doing a puzzle, and I find myself drawn to picking up the same piece over and over and trying it, and then not being able to get it in anywhere, and then 2 seconds later, I'm grabbing it again. So we would do that in order to eliminate that, where we're all grabbing the same piece over and over, and to kind of give ourselves jobs so that we're not getting in each other's way as much. So that's a technique that we do, but you have to be really organized for that, because you got to take the time to put those pieces in a line, and a lot of people are like, I'm not going to waste time putting pieces in a line, like I'm just going to leave them scattered. So it's kind of a, do we take the time to do it or not? Yeah.
Yeah, and those, some people may have more luck taking that little bit of time, and others saying, no, it doesn't help me, but
when you get into a harder puzzle at the end like this, and you've maybe got like 60, 70 pieces, I think sometimes it is worth it to just take a few minutes and shape sort it. So put all the ones with 2 knobs in a line, all the ones with no knobs in a line, whatever, and it can help you to get those last ones in, and that are kind of a hard jumble where it's really hard to tell where they go. But yeah, it's just taking the time to do that. We actually have somebody on our team designated. So we'll just say, like, Misty, time to shape sort. And then it's like her, okay, and then she, okay, yeah, and then she starts doing it, and then we can all just jump off at that. Because she's fast at it. She's like gotten really good at it. So I hate it. I hate shape sorting. So I'm always like, I don't want to do it. Part of why I don't like puzzling competitively as an individual, I don't have anybody to give orders to.
that says a lot right there, Valerie.
Like, wait a second, I have to do the shape sort? I don't want to do that. So yeah. Yeah, I fully admit it, yeah. But look.
yeah, this is back. This is Karen Puzzles and her team. Yeah, they're shape sorting, like you were just saying. It's really interesting.
They're the Jig Squad.
And then this is table 2. Oh, War and Peace. Yes.
I think online right now, the table 2 is currently in 4th place. So we'll see if they maintain that or move up or go down.
Jigsaw Junkies. So
They're the team that placed 3rd at Worlds, yeah.
it says, yeah.
Not the exact same team members. So they're missing Katie Dilks and Jeffrey Scott, who couldn't be here this weekend, and they added Melinda Whiting and Jessica Graber. What's fascinating is that I think I was on. I think the first time Melinda Whiting did a contest, it was one of our virtual contests, and we had a beginner division, and she came in and she'd never competed, and she blew everyone away. And we were like, you're not a beginner, lady. And she was like, I didn't know, you know. And so, like, the next time we were like, you got to move up. You're in advanced level now. And because, yeah, she just, like, came in and we all just were like, wow, like shocked. So she is really fast. That Jigsaw Junkies team, we refer to them as like a mega team because literally all of them started doing stuff as individual, like mostly individuals, and they found each other virtually and formed this team because they all were pretty strong, and they were like, hey, let's form a super team. So
17th for individuals at the Worlds, 7th in pairs with Katie Dilks,
that's
and 3rd in teams.
Yeah, that's really impressive. Yeah. And we're back to, this is No Snacks. Yeah. So they're down one little tray plus a few stragglers. Oh, see, look, so. Oh, I see. Yep.
Something I was going to say with tray strategy is that I've seen some people really smart about this. They get a foam board and they paint one side black and then have one side white. Yeah, and
Light pieces.
right.
Black pieces on the light. Because if you got black pieces on the black board, you're like, what shape is that?
So we need like a pro tips. Like you're just gonna pop in. It's gonna be like pro tips by Valerie.
And I was kind of alluding to that earlier when we were talking about the strategy for the folks at home. You just gave another one.
Yeah, there's another tip for you. I know we had so that team, their sheets are smaller, but they're cookie sheets because they wanted that lip on there. And and it's allowed. So we're like, yeah, you can do that. Some people don't want that because they just want to be able to slide a section off of it and not have a lip on it. So they're really relying on being able to do that Mallory move, pick up a chunk and move it easily. So yeah, it just depends on what you're used to working with, and some people go for the clear, trays. But I think the white with the black is the best because then you can decide what's going to show up the best. Yeah.
What I would do, and this is my brain working, I would make a hybrid one. It would have a lip on 3 sides and then an angle up so you could just slide it off on one and keep it. That's where my head's at.
I think we'll have a new product unveiled next year.
Yeah. We're going to bring them next year.
Leading the puzzle is now expanding into puzzle accessories or puzzle paraphernalia.
Yep. Well,
But we're going to do speed trays now.
Well, I was thinking of Zacho too. Zacho Puzzle Boards is one of our sponsors, and he, is a woodworker, and he's hand making all these wood things. Like, there's something he could do. He could make a speed puzzle tray for people. But yeah, he does beautiful work, and so all the winners are actually going to get Zacho Puzzle Boards. So it's a way to have a mobile puzzle, so you can pick it up, stick it under the bed, whatever. And he's got fancy ones. You've got different sizes, but he's got some that you can put on like a Lazy Susan. So if you're sitting at a table, you can just spin it, so you don't have to get up and move. And yeah, he's got some really cool products.
This is Team Every Day I'm Puzzling. That's like one of our quotes that we love. Yeah, we print it on our shirts. It's every day I'm puzzling. It's on the coasters that we give out too. Yeah.
Excellent.
And it was really interesting to see. It was a few tables ago. Someone had the box in their hand and it was upside down because they were opposite way and they were puzzling upside down. It's interesting seeing these little subtle details, nuances.
That would be a tip too, because if I'm working here, this is the way I'm seeing the puzzle. If I'm on this side, so that's the way I want to look at it. Yeah. Instead of do this and then convert. Okay, now I'm here, and this is that. Yeah. I never thought of any of that. That is.
You'll get people that are like, oh, I got to be looking at it right side up, and it doesn't matter to me. I can be on any end of it. It's fine. But for the person who is, then they kind of want to position themselves a certain way, and that totally works. I think what I'm hearing is they're getting closer. That's not them, but I think No Snacks. We're hearing scuttlebutt on the headset that Team No Snacks is. I think it's zeroing in.
I like this kind of table by table.
Yeah. I mean, we're lucky today, really, because we've got 33 teams, which is a lot easier to track than when you have 80. So we're lucky in that regard. Oh, that must be them. That hole has gotten a lot smaller. But look at them go.
33 teams, 4 people on each team. So that'd be 132 competitors right now at the tables in here. And there's 100 pairs teams for tomorrow. So
Yep.
there'll be 200 competitors.
Yep.
And then there's about 100 individuals.
Great. Yep. And that was all just dictated by how much we could really get in the space, So we knew we wanted to have it at a hotel so we could have this kind of community all throughout the weekend. And 50 tables is what we got. So tomorrow they're going to be sharing tables, which is also presents interesting challenges.
So 2 pairs at one table.
Right.
A 6-foot table. So one will be at one end, I assume, and the other's at the other.
Yep. They're getting close, yeah.
Wild too is they're so close, they're not even looking at the image. The box is on the end of the table and they're just filling in the pieces.
A few on the
I'm getting
cookie.
excited. Like my palms are getting a little sweaty. I'm getting anxious.
There's about 10 on the white or less, and maybe fewer than that on the coffee,
Oh, yeah.
on the cookie sheet.
As long as they don't have a huge mistake, it looks like they're going to win it.
Yeah.
I think everybody. Something that, yeah, go ahead. Do you?
Oh, because you're leaning. Yeah, I've done. Oh, I've certainly, yeah. With the imprint, once you peel it off.
Here we go.
We're up 426.40. And how many pieces left?
Maybe someone said that. Yeah, that's
There it is. We have a winner. We have a winner. 4 hours, 26 minutes, and it was about 45 seconds. We'll get the official time from the timer there.
So that was no snacks.
And so they won all three then? Did they have the fastest time on each individual puzzle?
Yeah, I believe so. I'm going to pull it up here quick, but yeah, they had the fastest time at each individual puzzle. So they really dominated. They just did all three of them faster than anyone. So that is impressive. And that's a great time. I mean, we were worried about people finishing in under 5.5, and they're an hour ahead of that. Yeah.
And then I'd like to do the splits on that too. So if it was an hour 52 and something, and that was 4:27, so that's about 2.5 hours on that second. 2.5? Or no, 1.5. 1.5 hours.
1 hour, 48 minutes.
Okay.
38 minutes.
Yeah. So about an hour. And that's about proportional.
Yay.
All right. No snacks.
So exciting. I'm so happy for my teammates. I'm so happy for Robin. That's exciting. The one on the end wearing the mask, she's one of my teammates, so that's really cool.
Yeah.
That's Robin DeCare.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
All right, everyone, we've got a first place finisher, Team No Snacks, 4 hours, 26 minutes, 45 seconds. Give a round of applause. Great job, everyone else is doing a great job. Keep on going, these are tough puzzles.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, we can
Okay.
stop holding it. 'Cause
You
that's
got
got to
it.
be hard work.
It was okay.
Yeah.
But yeah. So Brian's
Sounds like
gonna
we have
go.
another team close.
Brian's going to go scope out the floor and take a little break here,
Yeah,
where we
that's good.
see what the second, third place teams are going to do here. I'm sure it'll be within minutes, I imagine.
I think, yeah. It sounds like we're going to have some that are going to be not too far behind. That's exciting. Evie and Dan have been competing virtually a ton. And like I said, they're a formidable pair. So tomorrow in that pairs competition, they're going to be ones to watch. Robin is pairing with Mary Christensen, who's on the second place team currently. They're going to be a pair tomorrow. And then Sarah Schuler is going to be paired up with somebody else who's also very fast. So it's going to be interesting. They're all going to be mixed around tomorrow. So today they're competing together. Tomorrow they're against each other.
Against each other. Little drama.
Yeah. Yeah, so this is cool. It's very fun. It's rewarding.
Yes, good.
It's
good.
nice to see it all
And that
coming together.
Everybody is having fun.
Yeah. I hope they're having fun. That's the whole point. I sure hope so.
No one's got up and stomped off yet. Anyway,
yeah, no,
that's a good
true.
sign.
That's good. I got a few dirty looks when I was out there. But other than that,
You know you're doing your job, just like me with the personal trainer.
Yeah.
Sometimes I want them to go, "Oh, it's you again,"
Yeah.
or whatever, because it's like,
yeah,
if they're
exactly.
happy to see me, I'm not hard enough
Yeah,
on them, right? You
right?
know?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, oh, good, it's
Yeah.
Jeff again. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're gonna have snacks and a nap. No, it's not like that.
Well, the other thing I would say is that there's something a little bit more rewarding when it's tough. You
Oh,
know,
yeah.
like I would say, everybody who does this today, whether you finish all three puzzles or if you just finish one or whatever, you're going to be proud of yourself because you pushed through for 5.5 hours and competed, and that's an accomplishment in itself.
Yes.
You know, how many people could say they've done that? So, yeah. Speaking of that, if people out there are like, okay, I'm like super hardcore, this isn't hard enough, there's a 24-hour competition in Belgium every year. So if you really want to push yourself, you go do that and you puzzle for 24 hours straight. So I've never done it.
Right, right.
I kind of want to. Don't know. We'll see. Someday maybe.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think we're going to plan any of those anytime soon. though.
Okay.
Yeah.
It'd be like the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
the
exactly.
race for 24
Yes,
hours. Or
exactly.
something.
Right.
Hopefully there would be like a cot. Of course, there'd have to be restroom breaks
yeah,
for 24
yeah.
hours and a little bit of snack tray or something.
Yeah.
You know, you're going to have to
Right.
break away for a few minutes. You can't do
Yeah.
this nonstop for 24
Right.
hours.
And I do think like that. I think how that works is you have larger teams and people tag in and
So
out.
it's okay, yeah.
Which actually we considered that. So at Worlds when they used to do the 8-hour marathons, that was how it was structured. Like you could have up to about 6 to 8 people on a team, and then you could like kind of swap out. So that, you know, maybe this group of 4 works on the first puzzle and then another group of 4 work, you know, or something like that. And we considered it, but we were like, yeah, but, you know, if it were me and I'm traveling across the country to do a contest, I don't want to tag out. I want to be in it for the whole time. And we talked about that. We were going to go to Spain and do that, you know, marathon. And we were all like, well, who's going to sit on the bench, so to speak? And we were all like, not me. So I think in the end, you know, it's just better to keep it at the 4-person. Everybody gets experience. And yeah. But I'm sure right now there's people out there that are like, yeah, no, that would have been nice.
Right.
Why didn't you do that? So we'll see.
Looks like, well.
Yeah, it's gonna be a big gap, you know.
Yeah, I see that.
Okay, we got another one, but I think that's somebody finishing maybe
Probably
the
the
second
second,
puzzle.
that's what
yeah.
I-
Yep.
Assume too, because we would have been on that.
Yeah. Yep.
Portable camera.
I know it's hard for those watching the live stream. If you hear cheering, that doesn't mean that, you know, another person's won. It just means they maybe finished one of the earlier.
Right, exactly. And that's what we assume on that.
Mm-hmm.
Or yeah, Mark, the cameraman, would have been there with getting his last couple of pieces.
Oh, I'm just hearing in the headset that Team Rasmussen, who's currently in number 2 spot, that Dawn, Andrea, Charity, and Mary, it sounds like they're going to be our second place finishers. They've only got about 30 pieces left.
Okay.
In a few minutes, we're going to let some of the competitors come over and join the live stream, but I think we should wait for the second place finish and then try to get them, and then we'll bring over some of our competitors to talk.
Okay, if we can do that.
Bye. I think we'll wait until our top 3, and then we'll start bringing some competitors over here to tell us about their experience.
Okay, that sounds great.
Yeah. I tell you, Jeff, you're going to be like the straw that stirs the drink, so to speak, after this weekend, because you're like the connecting factor for all these various guests and interviewees, and you're gonna, they're all gonna want their picture with you.
Oh
and-
my! Well, I've definitely had fun interviewing the folks
good.
I was able to talk to so far,
Yeah,
and look
that's
forward to
awesome.
more. Everybody's been gracious and wonderful, and it's just been a fun
Oh,
day
awesome.
so far. Yeah,
That's great to hear. All right, okay. So I think he's going to do some wandering around here a little bit to show us where we're at with
Where
folks. Yeah, so
everyone
this is the Team Rasmussen that's probably in the number 2 spot. And yeah, they don't have that big. So look at that. They don't have that big spot open. They got a bunch of little ones. Yeah, that should go pretty quick.
Got like 20 pieces on the side
Yeah,
there.
I
so-
think this is going to go fast because, those are some small gaps there. That's interesting that they don't have that same little circular area. That they've got that area done already. So it's not like one area really sticking out as being the hardest, I guess. So
Maybe
we'll
not.
see.
For
Maybe not.
Different, at least
Yeah.
for some of the
Yeah.
competitors are thinking
Yeah.
like, I got this area. I got. It's not as
I can't wait to start to talk to competitors and just be like, how was it?
right.
Yeah.
And those.
just had some fun crowd interaction going on in the ballroom here. This is something somebody asked me last night. They were like, "Can we talk while we puzzle?" I think they're picturing it's like a library type of setting, and you have to be super quiet so you're not interrupting each other. We want you to talk. We want people to cheer and just have a good time and yell out and clap and do all the fun stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is great. Oh yeah, there's a crowd over there.
Oh yeah.
It's happening. This is interesting that nothing really shifted from, puzzle to puzzle right now. They've been pretty much in order.
Right.
They got the first one done, the placings have kind of stayed the same, but I think we'll see some movement later on. Oh, look at him go. So Dawn, I know, so who's on the right there in kind of the, rose-colored shirt, she had never flown before. Oh!
The Ravensburger.
The Ravensburger group just finished their second
All right.
1,000 piecers, so good for them. So yeah, Dawn is in the glasses on the right-hand side. She never had flown before this trip. No, never. And I talked to her about coming. I kind of recruited her back at Winter Carnival last year because she was, I believe, on the second place team at Winter Carnival, and she's amazing. And I was like, "You got to come to Nationals, Dawn." And she was like, "I don't know if I want to fly. I don't know." And she was kind of hemming and hawing, and we kind of twisted her arm, and we're like, "You're gonna kill it. You need to be there." And now here she is, and she's killing it. And they're gonna end up coming in second, and that's really cool to see.
So is she from Minnesota then as well?
Yeah, she's in Minnesota
flew
as well.
From the Twin Cities or wherever?
Probably.
Or
Yeah. Yep. So that's really cool. And Mary Christensen, who's on the left there, she's from Duluth. She actually works at the same university that I work at. She's a civil engineer, and her specialty is trying to create more sustainable types of concrete.
Oh.
So she builds in multiple ways. Civil engineer, and second in the nation in puzzling. So this is cool. I'm so excited for her. This is just fantastic. Look at them go. Yeah, they're so close. They're so close. They're hopefully not panicking.
I wonder how close the third place.
I just, yeah. Something we also have a rule in our group is you can't hold a bunch of pieces in your hand, because when you get to the end and then one person's got like the last three pieces, it's like rude.
Yeah, well, yeah. We can all be working on those, not just you.
So I know, but I don't see that happening. So that's good. That's good teamwork they got going on there. Every 2 seconds, I'm like, they're gonna finish. It's done almost, but it's just all these little holes here and there.
I know. That's what I go. Oh, they're done. And I was like, oh no! If you look
Yeah.
closely, you see a few more.
Yeah. Oh, this is exciting. Look at that crowd over there. That's just amazing. When you look over on that side of the room, it's just phones everywhere and like this massive crowd gathered around. That's so cool. It's fun to see.
4 hours, 39 minutes. We're at 33 seconds,
Yeah.
and they've only got the last couple.
Oh my gosh, is this it? Is this it?
There it is.
There it is. 4:39:43, I think. That is incredible. So that is
Congratulations to Team Rasmussen, who finished in 4:39:32. 4:39:42. Great job.
that's fantastic. So yeah, those winners, that's Dawn Rasmussen, Andrea Kyle, Charity Tabaus, and Mary Christensen. So fantastic. Second place finish.
All right. So that was about, what was it, 12 minutes or something
yeah,
behind
let's
the
see.
first one? I don't.
Yeah.
Now I forgot what.
No, I can check it here. We'll see where we're at. It's really hard to see on here.
Well, that was, they haven't updated.
Yeah,
so.
no, they haven't updated. I'll get it.
But
from
what was
Tamara.
the finishing time for the top, the number? Do they have them all? Nope, that's still
No,
just the
it's
two.
still-
Okay,
that's still- oh, here
no
we go.
problem.
Okay, so yeah. So we're looking at team number 1. Let's see, how far back are they? They finished at 4 hours 26 minutes,
Okay.
and we're at 4 hours 39. So that was like about a 13
12
minute difference.
Yeah,
a little under
12:57.
13.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
yep.
So, yep. Okay.
That's
great.
a pretty good. That's a pretty good amount of time between the top two. So that's
Right.
good on that first team.
Right.
They won it handily.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
If you look at
yeah.
it that way.
Wasn't that close, but
Yeah.
anything under 5 hours, I'm just like, you're amazing.
Right. Right.
Yep.
So it looks
Right.
like, okay, we're zooming in on what's probably, he had just shown it was probably the third
Oh,
place
is that going to be
team.
our third place team?
Yeah.
I think it's I think it's going to maybe be tight between, it looks like our next two finishers are going to be those people in the top. It's probably between War and Peace and Jigsaw Junkies, it sounds like, are right in it. So we'll see here if they show them fairly soon where they're kind of sitting at.
And the winning team is No Snacks are now enjoying snacks. Because
Yes.
It is post competition for them.
Great point. Great point.
They're like 4.5 hours now, 4:42.
Yeah,
They're
yeah.
like, we could use a little something.
They're all off to the side here waiting to come on and talk to you guys, and they're all chowing down.
Yeah, that's right. Good.
Yep. It's cool. Like I said, we're gonna show our top finishers, and then we'll bring some of the competitors
Yeah.
over to talk. All right, we're seeing Jigsaw Junkies there. Oh yeah, I think War and Peace might have the slight edge on them. I think they're going to be next. This is fascinating, just seeing that everybody's kind of maintained their spot.
Right. So the apparent difficulty of the puzzle didn't seem to trip up any team. It may have slowed them down, but
Yeah.
kind of everybody proportioned the same amount is what it might have.
Maybe the puzzles weren't different enough. I don't know. But yeah, they all seem to kind of stayed in their lane, so to speak.
Right. Talk to Tomas from the
Oh, yeah. So how
Ravensburger
was that?
about
'Cause I wasn't listening.
It was
Yeah?
it was excellent. He had so much great
Oh,
insight.
I'm glad he jumped on.
Yeah, it was great.
I went up to him and said, "So do you want to?" And he was like, "What? No, no." And then I was like, "No, you have to. Come on."
He
I think
he was a natural. Too.
Yeah,
He
of
sounded
course,
great, and
of
he just
course.
flowed.
Yeah.
Ask him a question,
Yeah.
he'd smile and just
Yeah.
explain
Yeah.
it.
I don't know if he was expecting it. I think it was somewhat, we just threw it at him like, "Hey,
Right.
jump on there." But yeah, no, I'm glad he spoke with you. That's
yeah,
awesome.
it was great. And
Yeah.
Brian had some awesome questions to ask him, so that
Oh,
was
great.
that was great because
Yeah.
he has an insight and
Yeah,
level of
yeah.
knowledge of this that I
yeah.
don't.
No, yeah, I'm glad Brian's been on so much today because he just brings so much knowledge about all the different companies and
Exactly.
yeah.
That's been
Yep. Mm-hmm.
excellent to give great insight. So
I kind of wonder. So something, watching LML, I've been in this position where other teams finish before you. It's a little deflating. I think that happens where you're so jacked up and you've got so much adrenaline when you think, "Am I in it? Are we gonna win?" And then you hear a few people say "done," and you're like, kind of takes the air out of your
right.
sails.
And now we gotta finish.
Yeah, now you gotta finish, and we're not gonna get first.
Right.
But you're still wanting to place.
Of course.
But I do think that happens a little. You slow down a little because you're like you lose that momentum of like we could maybe do this. But
You see,
yeah.
you see that even in track and field,
Sure.
where the people later, once they cross the finish line, the rest of the pack starts slowing down even
Yes.
before they cross the finish
Right,
line because they're
right.
like, okay, I didn't win. I'm
Yeah.
like, oh no,
Yeah, I know the number of times I'm like, oh, woe is me, and my team's like, "Oh, keep going."
yeah, right.
Yeah, I'm gonna let.
And so we're coming down to the wire here on what will be the third place finisher here. And you think this is War and Peace or Jigsaw?
I think this is War and Peace. I think they're going to maintain their third place position, and I think they're going to be our next ones.
We're at 4:45, 45. So we've got just
Oh,
fraction under 45 seconds to go.
But there's Jigsaw Junkies, and you know
Oh.
what? It's getting tighter. Look at that.
This may be a photo finish for
I
third
know
and fourth.
it
here.
might be because that looks. They look like all of a sudden maybe they had some piece off to the side they were putting together, but I feel like they look like suddenly they've caught up a little maybe. Oh boy! Oh, boy!
Looks pretty darn close
It
from here.
does. It's making me nervous.
We'll have to get a camera that can automatically
Count the pieces,
Count the
yeah,
pieces. Like,
yeah.
oh, they've got 37
Yeah.
left or whatever. You know, the computer can
Yeah.
do that instantly. If somebody programs it
Yeah,
to do
right.
that.
Yeah, right. No, at Worlds it came in handy because in the end they did have, and that was actually I think the Jigsaw Junkies at Worlds. They got third, but it was initially they were fourth, and then when they went back and rechecked the piece count at the end, I think it was only like a 3-piece difference between them and third and fourth place or something
Right.
like that. It was
Oh.
very close.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, it can literally come down to that.
And this could be the third, fourth place finish right here in the
I
U.S.
think
as
so,
well as
yeah.
the Worlds. It
Yeah.
could be a little photo
Yeah.
finish.
I'm so jealous right now because.
Because you didn't get to compete.
Yeah, I don't get to compete. I know it kind of all of us on the board are competitive,
Of course.
and it kills us inside a little bit.
I thought of that. I'm like, well,
Oh, and so many people tell us like, why can't you? And it's like, come on, you know.
right.
It'd be one thing if we were competing casually, but like we've got people on our team that would win, you know, or potentially win,
Right,
and that probably wouldn't go over very well if
No,
the
you're-
organizers want it. So.
You're right. You know, exactly.
So yeah,
Exactly.
we just let others enjoy the fruits of our labors. It's all good.
So they just finished their second puzzle right over here.
Oh, did they? Okay, cool.
So they just put that away.
All
And now
right.
they go
There,
to
here
dumping
they
the
go.
1,500 piece.
And they've got 45 minutes or so to finish it.
Yep. So it took them about 2:23 each to
Yeah,
do the first couple.
yeah,
So
yeah.
probably not on this. Maybe look at the
Yeah.
edge done or
Yeah, maybe.
something. And
Yeah.
At least they got a crack at it. And I
Yeah.
like their shirts. They have
Yeah.
matching
I do
jigsaw
love those
puzzle
shirts.
shirts.
Yep. Are you an edge person? Do you like doing
That
the
would
edge
be
in the puzzle?
yeah, that would probably be my key.
That's a key
The
contribution.
yeah, I haven't done actually in a long time. My parents still do. My dad's 83, mom's 78, and they're still talking about puzzles. Oh, when we get home, we got to finish the one. They were just out visiting me here in San Diego
Yeah.
for 9 days.
Yep.
And it's like we're working on a puzzle back there. So that's how Allie got acclimated very
Oh,
early.
okay.
In fact, the story goes. 'Cause you know, from when I was little, we always put them together, especially wintertime in the Midwest. It
Yeah,
gets
yeah. Oh,
very
yeah.
cold and
Yep.
dark early.
Yeah,
and where
yeah,
else you do it?
exactly. Yep. What else are you gonna do?
Especially when you're on a farm, there's like
Yeah.
no kids next door to play
Yeah,
with.
yeah.
I was telling people,
No,
I go,
that's
there's a
true.
dynamic that people. It's not
No.
like living in the
Yep,
town where
yep.
you've got
You're
4 kids your
100%
age on
right.
the same block.
Yep.
It's like the next farm was a half a mile away.
Yep.
So there wasn't a lot of hanging out after
Yeah.
school, so we
Yep.
did stuff like that. But
Yeah.
Allie would walk by when she was 4 or 5 and look down and pick up a piece and plop it
Wow.
in as she
Yeah.
was walking
Yeah.
by. And my mom would say, we couldn't even, we've all
Yeah.
been trying. And she walked by and just picks it. And she's a little toddler.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
it goes way back
Yeah,
with
yeah.
her.
It does bring up something interesting because I've had people say to me before, like, well, it's probably something that you just are naturally good at or not. I think there is some of that at play.
Spatial awareness
Spatial
and
awareness. But
things
at
like
the
that.
same time, I've seen people who train and just really get better over a fairly short amount of time by the key is just doing a lot of puzzles. Just
Right.
do a lot of puzzles.
Practice.
Practice.
Use
Yep,
that.
yep. And the more competitions you do, the better. I definitely think I'm a big believer in that too. Like if you want to get good at competing, you need to compete. So, you definitely see people who start out competing and they're not doing that great, and over time they really start to develop, and you develop a comfort level with it too.
Right.
And I think that makes a big difference.
Right.
Yep.
The other people and the time and you kind of, the pressure, you kind of deal with it somehow or get acclimated to that and then just
Yep.
do your work.
Yep.
Then.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's something to be said for the more, competitions you do, the better you're going to get at it. It's looking like we're close. Man, I think it's going to be tight here between War and Peace and Jigsaw
In
Junkies.
fact, he's going to swap over. Okay, they're
Yeah.
not. But,
It's looking
my.
so close. I'm really going to be. It's exciting to see if
They have pieces elsewhere because there's only
I don't know.
like
Do you think
4 or 5
I know.
right there, unless somebody has.
It's
one
like
there.
it's kind of cool that you can really tell what's not in yet because
Right.
you've got that whole mass of blue. Wherever there's white, that is something's missing there.
Okay. So they're still.
Yeah,
They've got pieces somewhere on top. Oh yeah, they're just setting them on top of the
yeah.
puzzle.
Oh,
Which is-
that's one of my rules.
Right, I know it is. That's why.
That's why you have to feel around
Right,
because you're like,
right.
where are they? No, this is exciting.
So it looks like this
it
is
looks
gonna
like
be
they're
the
staying
one.
on War and
Mark, yeah,
Peace,
Mark's
yeah.
up there on the.
It looks like they're
got the
staying on
camera.
them.
All right.
Oh, they're so close. I bet they're just panicking right now. Like, please, please let it be us.
Yeah, right. No one finished right.
Yeah, no one finished right now. Oh, I just want to do it for them. I'm like, I can see. Oh, put it there. No, go there. It's agonizing.
Oh, here it's going to be the last couple right here. How many? 2, 3 to go.
What is going on? Everybody's they're putting hands up already. Oh, they're looking for a piece.
Oh,
Oh,
there's a
the
piece
drama.
missing.
Oh, they got a few pieces left, maybe.
Oh, they're looking on the floor.
They're looking on the floor. If that happens, it's just we add 10 seconds.
10 yeah, if they're missing 2, it'd be 20 exactly.
Well, they're done.
They're done.
But they're not like yelling done because they're missing a piece. Is that it? Yeah,
Oh.
done. The drama.
The 10-second penalty would have probably been quicker.
First place finisher, War and Peace, 4:52 and 20 seconds with their 10-second missing piece delay.
That's exciting.
So it was about 13 minutes between.
I
2
think
and
so.
3.
I think we're seeing a 13-minute
Yeah,
difference
yeah,
between,
yeah, the first two.
But now look at Jigsaw Junkies are going to be right behind them. That's going to be less than a minute, maybe. Look at them go. That's
that
going to
was
be
gonna be
really, really tight between third and fourth. And they're missing pieces too. It's a lot harder to keep track when it's a 1,500 piece puzzle, I think.
Right.
Yeah, everybody's like, where is it? All right, they're missing a piece, but they've called it. They got fourth place.
4:50,
Wow, so we got our top 4.
Everyone else keep on going. You're doing a great job.
That's exciting. So we've got prizes for the top 6. So we're just going for the 5th and 6th spots now. But I think we'll bring over some competitors to talk to you, Jeff. Are you ready for that? Is that all
I
right?
think I am.
I'll take a break and let you
Okay.
take over. And I'll
So,
turn it on your
and
roll.
I'll get the with the names and the
Yes. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
list of the. So I got a little
Yeah,
info.
so this,
Okay,
this is
great.
The group that you're going to be talking to.
All
this
right.
team's No Snacks here. It's this group right there.
All right.
Yep. So we're going to bring them over.
Okay.
Be right back.
Of course.
Yeah. Think you want them to come over? They're coming.
Yep. All right. Well, we can, sure, we'll bring it on. There you go. Come on. Yeah, come on. All right. Congratulations on winning.
Gosh, that was crazy.
It was crazy.
That was a lot. A lot of puzzling.
20 or 3,500 pieces.
Yeah, math checks out.
Yeah.
All in a day's work, Dan. Love it.
And your name is?
Sarah. I'm Sarah.
So you're Sarah Schuler.
Yes.
And you and your team will talk to everybody. No Snacks is the name of your team.
Yes,
we
No
see that on
Snacks.
there. And we heard kind of the story behind that. Go ahead and give us a quick update on how you came to be No Snacks. Okay. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
Do you want to tell the story because it's you? So we were all Robin and I were in this documentary. More Robin than me. I just made a cameo performance in there. But Robin was joking about if you bring snacks to the competition, you're not serious about it. So we decided we're team no snacks. And then we kind of regretted that decision a little bit because we got a little hungry during that 4.5 hours.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah.
Excellent. Congratulations. So, Robin,
Yes, hi.
hello. And what's your last name?
DeCare.
And you're on Valerie's normally.
I am usually on Val's team. Yep. We're
Or
from.
she's on your team.
Well, no.
She said she's kind of bossy and stuff like
Yeah, she is.
that. So you're on her team.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. How did it feel today?
Oh, it felt really good. It was unreal. I didn't expect to win, so it was a nice surprise, and I was shaken at the end.
What did you think of that third puzzle, the blue?
It was a beast. Yeah, it was very difficult. You just had to kind of look at whatever you could see in the moment and go for that, and hope your teammates were keeping you afloat.
Show us your earrings.
Yeah.
Look at that. Nice puzzle, very colorful puzzle
Yeah.
pieces.
They're from a puzzle that Sarah gave me that was missing like 12 pieces, so I just started making earrings out of them.
And where are you from? Where did you come from?
I'm from Woodbury, right outside of St. Paul.
Okay. Excellent. And where did you come?
St. Paul, Minnesota. Yep.
Right. And we'll check in over here. Hi.
Hello.
And your name?
EB Karen.
All right. EB, you heard about how you go by Elizabeth? Yes. Elizabeth EB. Good. And what was it like for you today?
A lot. It's a lot.
Did
Awesome though. Yeah.
certainly finishing first. Did your brain have to like readjust from puzzle to puzzle going all through all three, or just
I
pick
would
up-
say no.
Okay. Just pick up a piece, put it where it's supposed to go, right?
Or like sort them. I think it helps that you have to flip. It gives your brain a little time to reset as you're flipping over pieces and then starting to sort a bit. So
I assume they would.
So, did you have a specific duty on the team or task? Do you guys break it down, or everybody just kind of jumps in and like a sorter or an edger or anything like that?
maybe I was a bit more of a sorter, but I think we shared duties a lot.
Great. And where do you come in from?
Connecticut.
All right. And we have another with a Karen on the back of your shirt as well. All right, there we go. All right. Karan Butler. That was a Laker. I'm sorry. Southern California. So, go ahead. Dan?
I'm Dan Karen, yeah.
Nice to have you here. So what was your impression first of the competition?
Honestly, I don't know a lot of these people. She's the one that knows everybody. So I didn't really have an idea in my head of who was going to be the team to beat. I was surprised that we were the first team to cheer time and time again, 3 times in a row. It was good.
You guys did great. You finished first in all 3 puzzles. So your split times were number 1 across the board. So that was excellent. I think we did the math. It was like 56-20 on your first puzzle. I think your second one took you 56-15. I think you did the second puzzle only 5 because we were tallying up the numbers, and I went to So what the splits were, and that was the total time. But if we added the 56, it would have been just under 5 seconds under, and then it was like an hour 38 or something like that to do the 1500 though. So it would be so you ran right at 52 minutes on the 1000 piece, and then the 1500 took about proportionally longer then because it was half again as many pieces. So.
End up being faster than the other.
We were interested because when I was talking with Valerie and Allie and stuff, and they had kind of picked the puzzles to be progressively harder, but you finished the second one faster than the first one by seconds, but still, I mean, what do you think of that?
Well, the last one was definitely the hardest. Even if that wasn't in 1,500 pieces, I think we would have still had the same sort of struggles on it. I think it would have taken us a lot longer.
Because of the coloring.
Yeah, it's just, those are always really difficult. All the dark blues. Blues tend to be really difficult puzzle color, I think.
They were all spread out. That the snake or eel or dragon, whatever it was, it just was everywhere in the puzzle. So it wasn't like you could sort until this one group was going to go there.
Corner or whatever.
Yeah, it was a mess.
And I've mentioned it a couple of times. Some of the ladies at one of the booths, one of the end tables, they finished their second one and pulled the third one out of the bag. She goes, "It's beautiful. It's going to be awful." That was such a, yeah.
So accurate. It is a really beautiful image. It just is hard for speed puzzling.
Exactly. So, are all four of you going to be competing tomorrow in the pairs or individuals then?
Mm-hmm. We're all competing against each other except for E.B. and Dan. They're together.
You're going to do a pairs, but are you going to do an individual as well? So you will be competing against each other tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
All right. And you have a different pairs partner
Yes,
then?
from Team War and Peace. Yvonne is on my pair.
All right. And what about you? You're for pairs.
Yep, I'm partnering with Mary Christensen. So she's from Duluth, and yeah.
Good luck to all of you tomorrow. So 2 more competitions. So maybe we'll be having you up here at the dais again to congratulate you. I mean, the way you knocked out these 3 puzzles today, we'd expect that we'll be seeing you again tomorrow on the top of the leaderboard, I imagine. So. Or maybe fatigue sets in, and tomorrow you'll be.
My back might not be working tomorrow.
So I'm hosting the stretch and strengthen session, and that's why it was planned for tomorrow. I am a personal trainer, so we're specifically neck, shoulders, back, upper back, and things like that. Some stretching and a little strengthening. So hopefully we'll help you recover from today and then get prepped for tomorrow's competitions.
We're gonna need it.
It'll be quicker tomorrow. The 500-piece individual, I think half hour for. I think the Alejandro's world record was 34 minutes and some seconds. So, and then for 2 people to do a 500 should go even faster. So tomorrow you won't be hunched over the board for. That'll be a true sprint instead of the 4 hour and 26-minute marathon you did today. So, and we're at 5 hours and 3 minutes and 36 seconds right now, and most of the folks are still competing, and hopefully most of them are on their 3rd puzzle. Maybe everyone's on their 3rd puzzle. I guess I'm not positive on that. We can find out. So, what are you guys going to do tonight? Now. Eat.
And then sleep.
Yeah. And watch Wicker Kittens.
Right. You're right. Yeah, I think it's 8 o'clock tonight, I believe. Something like that is the screening for tonight. I have a schedule here somewhere I should look at. What about you for tonight?
The same, yes. Sleep, hopefully sleep better. Yeah, I was so excited. I couldn't sleep very well last night. Yeah.
Right, that makes total sense. Now you'll be a little tired, and a little bit of the edge will be off.
Yeah. This was the one I was most excited for, too. So, yeah.
Good. So, okay, here's my. Let's see. For Saturday, we'll just go down and I'm. 9:30 to 10:30 is Wicker Kittens. Okay, I jumped the gun a little bit on that. Great. We also have the panel discussion. So, in fact, Nathaniel right here with the artist who did the first puzzle. We got to interview him already. This is his. He's got another one. The other 2 that he had done earlier, the mushrooms and the knitting, the potions and the yarn. The colorful sheet. I didn't remember the name of those, but he was. So he's going to be on that, and I believe the president of Ravensburger North America, who we talked to as well. So that'll be fun to hear from them. and others. So, okay. All right. So you guys, congratulations again. Nice meeting you all, and good luck in tomorrow's competition.
Thanks so much.
Sure. Puzzle on. I hear a T-shirt slogan, or is it one already? Yeah, there you go. Exactly. All right, we just hit 5 hours, 6 minutes into the competition. That means we have 24 minutes, and then everyone will be stopped where they are on their puzzle, and we're going to count up the uncompleted pieces to determine the rest of the rankings for who hasn't finished down through 33. And that will help determine, of course, they don't do national rankings for the 4-person teams, but at least everyone will get to know how they fared along with their puzzle mates at the competition today for the 4-person teams, and then the 2-person teams tomorrow morning. Okay. And we've got folks from the 2nd place team coming up to chat here in a minute or so. But it was Team No Snacks winning 4 hours and 26 minutes. And then it was Team Rasmussen was the 2nd place team. Okay. Thank you. And they finished 2nd. They did their first puzzle 58 minutes 33 seconds. The combined, by the time they finished the Goldilocks, was an hour 56 and 11, and then they came in 2nd place total, 4 hours and 39 minutes and 42 seconds. So congratulations to them, and we'll have a couple of folks from Team Rasmussen coming up here, including Dawn Rasmussen, the namesake of the team, and they're frequent competitors, but it's the first time that they've teamed up together as that foursome for a competition. He said at the Winter Carnival contest that their team took 2nd. So congratulations. And so it'll be interesting to talk to them. All right. For right now, you can put it over there. You bet. All right. Thank you. Hello. Come on. Yeah, you can come over here. Oh, we've got all 4. Okay. Great. Okay. The 2nd place team, Team Rasmussen. You bet. Hi. And what's your name?
Mary Christensen.
Hi, Mary. How did you feel about the competition today? What did you think? What was your impression?
It was a marathon. It was pretty intense. It was a long time to vigorously puzzle, but yeah.
Over for 4 hours.
Yeah,
and 39
we could all use some massages and stuff now. But yeah, really fun though.
But that's what I wanted to hear.
Yeah,
It was
definitely.
Really fun.
Oh yeah, excellent event.
Good. And where did you fly in from?
Duluth, Minnesota.
Okay. You came a long ways as well.
Yep.
A little warmer here in San Diego than Duluth?
It's a bit warmer, yeah. Yep.
Well, congratulations again. So are you doing pairs and individual tomorrow?
Yep, I am. Both.
Who's going to be your pairs?
Robin DeCare, who won on the first, so we'll see. Yeah.
Wow. We've got a power team there for sure. Good for you. Good for you. Nice to meet you. My pleasure. And Andrea?
Yes, that's my name.
How are you?
I'm doing great. Also, it's a little sore back right now, but generally, yeah, feeling proud of our team, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. So, and excited to be here. I mean, this is such an awesome event to get to see so many people excited about jigsaw puzzles. So we're really excited to be here.
Excellent. And did you come from Minnesota as well?
I did. Yes. Yeah. We. Yeah.
Okay, we'll find out about that in a second. That's a good teaser here. Right?
Yes. Yeah.
So what did you think of the puzzle?
Yeah, it was awesome. They were all very different. We opened that last one, and we knew we were going to be in for a rough ride. Given most of it, we kept making a joke amongst us. We're like, "Oh, can you pass me that teal blue piece?" Because the whole thing was teal blue. So yeah.
We talked about the person sorting had it easy. They just dumped the puzzle, one big pile, and they're all right there, all the blue ones. All right. And how are you? What's your name?
I'm Dawn Rasmussen,
All right.
Team Rasmussen.
Team leader. Yeah, good job.
Yeah, it was fun. It was interesting because two of us have never met. Like we just kind of all met last night, except Andrea and I. We've puzzled before, but so it's kind of crazy that we just came together and here we are.
You guys practiced together. I didn't get to practice with you guys because I came in too late.
So you obviously just meshed or had great chemistry, whatever it takes to be a good puzzle.
Exactly. So yeah, it was super fun.
Congratulations. So another Minnesotan?
Yes, I am also from Minnesota.
All right.
So.
Well,
Yep.
we're glad to have you
Yes.
here, and you and your whole team. Congrats again. Oh, I forgot to ask you then about tomorrow. Who's your parent?
Andrea.
Okay. And then you'll be solo tomorrow afternoon for the individual, of course.
Exactly.
All right.
Yeah.
Great. All right. And hi.
Hello.
And your name?
Charity Taboas.
Hi, Charity. So you didn't come from Minnesota?
No, I'm from Indiana.
Indiana.
Mhm.
Okay. Still
Yeah.
the Midwest, but a little farther south.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
The weather's about the same there right now, though, as here, so I don't have to. You guys got snow, didn't you? Did you guys get snow? Yeah.
And you have jigsaw puzzle earrings, everything.
I make this. I'm also Lula Mocha's Designs over in the vendor room.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you shared that. So, yeah, a nice necklace there.
And earrings to match.
Earrings to match.
Yep.
Good. So folks need to stop by your booth.
I would appreciate that.
And so, what did you think of the?
It was very intense, and something that has never happened to me before is I had to actually step away from the table for a second because I got sick. But then I came back, and I came back very strong and helped out at the end there. So, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I wasn't feeling so good that last time, but we did it. It went all right. But yeah, no, we met on the Facebook, the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association's Facebook page is how we got together as a team. So yeah, Don put out a call and we answered.
You all jumped on the plane and met out here.
Yep.
All right.
Yep.
And then tell me about tomorrow.
My pair is Alyssa, but I can't think of her last name right now, but I've known her on Instagram for quite a while. But we've not puzzled together yet, and we haven't practiced yet. That's our plan tonight. It's the plus. Yes. Yep, that's her. Yep, that's her. Yep.
They finished third.
All right.
Oh, so, all of you are
competition
formidable
going on there.
teams tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
excellent.
Yeah.
Good. And then in the afternoon, then you're feeling good about your individual chances?
We'll see. I feel like I'm a much better team puzzler than on my own, but you never know. Maybe it'll be like a gradient or something that I just love.
Oh, okay. That's your specialty.
Yep.
What you like to do.
Yep. The gradients. Yep.
Well, we'll see what the ladies have lined up for the puzzles for tomorrow. Of course, that'll be a big part of it as well. Then. So, what did you think when you saw this one?
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. This one was my favorite.
Okay.
I think everybody liked that one.
The second
Yeah.
one, yeah.
That was fun.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then this first one.
That one's not bad either. I mean, that was fun because of the different sections. We could do the different sections a lot easier, but there was. I'm sorry.
Nathan, the gentleman with the little
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
cap, is the artist.
Oh, the mushrooms. Did he do? That's more his style.
And he's got two others over there.
Yeah, the potions and the sheep.
The sheep, the colored sheep at the yarn factory. There's
Yeah.
something called. So he has three right over there. Yeah.
So both artists are in the house.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Mick Adams. Okay, ladies, thank you so much and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Okay, you got it. Sure. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Hello. Oh yeah, it certainly is. we've got more chairs. We'll just start with you and kind of work around like I've been doing. So the name of your team?
Team War and Peace.
War and Peace, and I like the P-I-E-C-E. Yes, excellent.
And the back says, we're finding our inner peace.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. And you finished third. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes. And so what's your name?
Yvonne.
Yvonne.
Yes.
And so what was your impression of the competition and the puzzles?
Way easier than World Championships.
Good. Way easier.
Yeah, that we could actually finish these.
That's right. I heard only one team finished the world. So excellent. All right. Will you be, whether it's San Diego or wherever, will you be back next year?
I hope so. Yeah, I plan on it.
Well, then good. We'll plan on having you back. And your name?
Lindsay.
Hi.
And I would ask them where they were from. Where are you from?
I'm from San Diego.
Same. Perfect. All right. And what did you think of the competition?
I thought the puzzles were really well chosen. I like how they put them in a certain order so you can really compare one to one. But also, I'm with Yvonne. Much easier than Worlds. Still very challenging, but easier than Worlds.
Where did you come in from?
Los Angeles.
Okay, great. And hi.
Hi, I'm Alyssa.
Hi, Alyssa.
And I'm also from Los Angeles. I drove down with Yvonne.
Great.
This is my first time competing live, so it was thrilling. Had a great time.
Good.
Yeah, it was really fun. And I've seen these puzzles. They were on my wish list already, so it was really exciting to get to puzzle them. Yeah.
Great. Good. And so, are you competing tomorrow?
Yes.
Both?
Yes.
Okay. How about you?
Yep.
Okay. Pairs and individuals?
Yep.
Okay, great. And a gentleman over here. Hello, what's your name?
Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello.
And what did you think of just getting out there and puzzling for
That was great.
39 minutes?
It was a nice endurance. Our team definitely had worked on, working on 3 puzzles in a row, doing some more endurance. We picked some of the hardest puzzles we could find just to really push ourselves. So, we were happy to see that they were a little easier this time around than the one we've been practicing. Yeah, it's not just all sky or anything like that. So yeah, I'm very happy with how our team did, and glad to be here.
Where did you come from?
Just down the road, San Diego.
Okay. Excellent. Well, glad to have you here and taking part in this. So, congratulations on your tomorrow.
Yeah.
Competing in both?
Just the doubles.
Just the doubles. Okay. Well, it was great to have you here and all of you guys, and congratulations on your third place finish. And it was nice to meet all of you. All right. I look forward to talking to you tomorrow and seeing you guys in action tomorrow.
Yep. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night. All right. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah. And I'm joined again on the dais here by Valerie Coit, one of the co-founders of the USA Jigsaw Puzzle Association. And she brings her this very keen insight into what's been going on with the competitors. And what do you have for us?
Well, I've been talking to them, and they are all exhausted. That's you've been talking to them. What have they been telling you?
Yeah, it was a marathon. I really liked here with the last group did War and Peace with Kevin saying that they practiced marathon sessions. 3 puzzles, 3 hard puzzles in a row, so they were used to just puzzling for hours at a really frantic pace and really hard. And he said he was the 3, he said, well chosen, but easier than the ones they'd been practicing on. So
yeah, that's interesting. So yeah, I mean, we know those guys because they compete with Tammy and Allie, and they were giving us updates, in the weeks leading up to this, telling us how they would do when they would do 3, 2 1000s and a 1500. Every time they were over 5.5 hours, which is why we were a little worried. We were like, oh no, we know they're fast and it's hard for them. But I think, yeah, they were just picking harder puzzles. So lucky for us. I do think though too, when you're in the room, there's adrenaline kicks in a little, you go a little faster probably.
Yes, I would totally.
Yeah. But I'm thrilled. We've got our top 5 finishers. It would be wonderful if all the top 6 who are winning prizes finished, but we'll see. I think there's a few teams that are close, so hopefully they've got 10 minutes.
Yep, we're at like 9 minutes and coming up on the 9-minute mark very soon here. So yeah, we'll see if we can get another one to finish, get our 6th prize winner to win.
Yeah. Oh, Allie's going to jump
Allie's
in.
got,
Good deal.
yeah.
Okay.
Allie.
Hello. I figured I'd hop in for just a minute and let you guys know what I'm seeing on the floor.
Yes.
So it looks like, so we have through 5th place right now. Feel good that we might get 6th and 7th to finish before we hit the 5:30 mark. So I think, I can't remember, I think it's Melinda's team. I can't remember the name of her team. And then...
Jigsaw Junkies?
No.
Different Melinda.
Different Melinda. Oh. One piece missing. I think maybe one piece missing. Maybe. No. Every Day in Puzzling or something like that. What was that? The one that I was telling you from San Diego. I think that's Every Day in Puzzling. I think they look close. And then I think that 33rd team that they formed, pieced together. I didn't get a chance to look by them, but I know that they've been doing well. So, but
8 minutes left here.
yes, yeah, it's a crunch time. I know there are a couple teams who still haven't finished their 2nd puzzle, so I'm hopeful for them that they can finish those and maybe not dump out in the next one. Might be nice for everyone's sake. Great. Yeah. Then we'll just count the 5 pieces that are put together. So, yeah, we were actually just going over that, like what we need to do for the teams that don't finish. So we need to, we're going to take a picture of everyone's puzzle to make sure we kind of have a idea of what it looked like before we started counting. Then we'll count all clusters of 3 because those will count towards their assembled pieces. And then we're going to make piles of 10 of everything else. So I think, Val, were you telling me for Worlds that the photo finish actually did matter? They had to go back and reference the photos. What were you saying about that?
I think it was only like a 6 or 7 piece difference between the Jigsaw Junkies getting 3rd and the team right behind them in 4th. I think it was like that tight. So that's why you take the photo, because when you're putting them in the piles of 10, it's really easy to just like, oh, I accidentally put 11 in that pile or 12. So that's why you take the photo, so you can actually go back.
Especially if you're really angry at that puzzle. You're just like, that pile's fine.
You're just fatigued. So when they ask your team, like, okay, put all the rest of your pieces in piles of 10, you're like, what? Like, I have to do what now? I can't even count to 10 right now, much less like keep track of this. So that's to be expected. That's what the photo's for.
I just wanted to check, did you all get a chance to talk to the 3rd place team yet? Oh, you did. So you got to talk to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd? That's so awesome. That's great. Oh, good.
So it's good. We're going to be stopping everyone here soon.
All right, I better head over then, make sure I'm ready to announce hands up and watch every hand go up. So, all right, thanks, guys.
Thanks for the update. Yeah. All right. Yep. Back into it. Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, if it were me and I'm one of these teams and I've assembled 1,450 pieces and all I got left is a few and it's a countdown of 5 minutes or so, that's nerve-wracking. I think they're all going to be like just crashing after this.
Right.
Yeah.
That adrenaline just runs out and you just go straight.
Well, it's already happening.
You're hanging on by fumes anyway. And then when you hear the bell or the gun or whatever we're going to fire off in here.
I do think people really underestimate how mentally taxing this is and how tiring it is. Every team that's finished, I've been talking to them in the hallway and they're just spent. They're done. They're like, I want to go take a nap so bad.
I believe it.
Yep. It's hard work.
And they're going to all have to come back tomorrow.
I know.
They know it's going to be a lot quicker tomorrow and a lot shorter.
500 pieces.
5-hour
marathons. It's 500 piece puzzles tomorrow. It's going to go fast. Yep.
So
I wish
good.
I could show you what they are, but of course we can't.
I understand. Yep, I understand. We'll all see
reveal
them
it.
when the same
Yep.
time the competitors see
Yep,
them tomorrow.
exactly,
But
yep.
On the so we know Alejandro in Spain at the Worlds had the record for the individual 500 piece at 34 minutes and
Yeah.
10 or
Which
20
actually-
seconds.
That's astonishing. I mean, I think every one of us from America walked into that tournament and thought we had some Americans with a shot because, like Gray, Sarah Schuler, Melinda, Dawn, Rasmussen, Andrea Kyle, like they're regularly doing virtual competitions as an individual and turning in like 40-minute times. And you think, but that's about as low as I've ever seen. So to go to that competition and then have somebody come in at 34 was just incredible. I think we all were just in disbelief, like that's possible. I thought 40 was kind of the floor on how fast you could go, doing 500 pieces. So to see that time really just blew us away.
So what do you think that's going to do to the pairs times then with two people working on a 500?
I know. Well, a good fast pairs time can be in that like 20 to 30 minute range, So yeah, it'll be interesting. I think the one we have is maybe not going to be super fast.
Okay.
But it's 500 pieces, which just makes it a lot easier. So even it's a little bit more challenging maybe, but I still think we'll be around that 30 to 40 minute mark tops, I think, maybe for the winners, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
It'll be exciting.
So yeah. So
oh boy.
They'll be shorter, quicker burst. Oh my.
Yeah.
Now we're
was
at
gonna
2
say.
minutes 40 seconds left.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we're getting there. I'm just like, please get another team in there to finish. Please, please, please. That would be wonderful.
Yes.
It'll be because then we're gonna. So just so people know, we do have like a website where you can go see all the results. It's all posted live.
In fact,
Yep.
want to go ahead and give
Yeah,
that out?
I was going to say if you go to the usajigsaw.org website, you can find the links for things on that. And I'm sure the YouTube live stream, I'm guessing we'll put some links in that as well. Because we are recording this, so this will get posted and people can reference it later. Watch the replay, exactly. I'm sure there's going to be competitors here. They're like, I can't wait to watch it. Which is part of why it's so cool to do this and have you here, Jeff, is like, they're going to be excited to go back and watch and like see what we talked about and see how they did. Yeah, yep. Because I think one of the things I know as a competitor going back and watching, it's fun to go see where I was at a certain point and how that compared to other, like the leaders and that kind of thing. So they're gonna all be looking at this live stream later to kind of see how they stacked up throughout. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Well, good.
Yeah. So, and we'll be back tomorrow doing this again, like you said, and all of those links again are on the website. So we hope people will come back tomorrow and check out the pairs and individuals.
You bet. Also, there's raffle prizes for live stream viewers.
Live stream,
You don't have to be here.
Right.
We have raffle prizes. One of them I can attest to is a free 3-pack of personal training sessions. And if you don't live in San Diego, that is okay because I do most of my training on Zoom. I have people in other states, certainly in other counties and parts of California, but even out of state. So we can do that. If someone wins that, we'll help get you acclimated and to some physical activity and getting strong and healthy. And I mean, maybe folks are they're already doing that, but
we're at 30-second
30
countdown.
seconds.
So Allie, what we're gonna do is at the 5-hour 30-minute mark, Allie will yell time, and everybody has to take their hands off the puzzle, and then we'll do the count and figure out who our 6th place winner is.
15 seconds.
Yep, we're getting there. Oh, this is heartbreaking.
10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time! Hands up.
Great job to everyone. You just completed the first ever in-person USA Jigsaw Nationals. Great job. All right, everyone, make sure your hands are off that puzzle. Don't touch it. Don't touch
All right. Well, this is fantastic. So, yeah, I think we're going to wrap up the live stream here. We're going to encourage people to come back tomorrow. The first competition is 9 a.m. Pacific time. Goes from 9 to 11. That's our pairs competition. It's only 2 hours. And then we'll have another competition in the afternoon from 1 to 3. And that is the individual. Yeah.
Another 500 piece puzzle.
Yeah. And we'll be doing top 6 placers in both of those. And we'll be back live streaming all of that as well. So I hope people come back tomorrow.
Exactly.
Yeah,
So yes, they won't want, if they watch today and really enjoyed this, I certainly encourage them to come back tomorrow.
It's kind of exciting because, you know, we had 5 that finished, which is great. But now we're going to have to figure out who that 6th place finisher is. So everybody should just go to our website. You'll see the links on there, and you can find out later on after we've compiled everything who took the 6th place spot.
And then we'll talk about them tomorrow, of course, as well.
Tomorrow we'll talk about them. Yep. And so right now we had Team No Snacks was number 1, Team Rasmussen number 2, War and Peace number 3, Jigsaw Junkies number 4, and then Floor Check number 5. So that is where we're at currently. We're super excited for those teams. I'm sure they're so relieved. So happy to be done. But it's been an awesome day. Thank you so much, Jeff.
My pleasure,
and
Valerie.
Completing the puzzle. You guys are killing it. I can't believe we managed to do this for 5.5 hours. So it's really cool. And we're so excited everybody joined us. So we can't wait to see you again tomorrow. Yeah.